Ms. Trujillo, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, do you have water up there?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want you to just kind of tell us how you're feeling sitting up there right now.
I feel nervous.
Nervous? Okay. Are you scared?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you scared about?
I just have a lot of anxiety.
And Ms. Rodriguez, I'm sorry, can you bring the microphone a little bit closer to you? It's a little hard to hear you.
Okay. You have a lot of anxiety, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us about what?
Maybe just because there's a lot of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of people watching you?
Yeah.
A lot of people going to listen to what you have to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And that makes you nervous?
Yeah.
Okay. Why are you testifying?
So the truth can be out.
Is that important to you?
Yeah, it is.
How come?
Because it's what's right.
Now, of course, you've been sitting here for the last 2 weeks. You've heard a lot of evidence. I know that you were aware of your own case, and you heard Ms. Varela testify, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. How did it feel to hear her say things against you?
I feel like it was like a lot of emotions. Like I was like sad and like disappointed at the same time.
Disappointed?
Yeah,
What are you disappointed about?
because she wasn't telling the truth.
Okay. I want to get into the specifics, right, of what you believe that she wasn't telling the truth about. So we will get there, okay?
Okay.
Have you been in the Wells County Jail since November 2021?
Yes, I have.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Ms. Varela?
I don't remember exactly when our last court appearance was, but it was in court.
Okay. More than a year ago, you think?
Yeah, definitely. It was maybe like around 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you nervous to see her?
Yeah, I was.
How come?
Because I feel like she's like what, like from like obviously an experience like that. Like I feel like she's what like just seeing her is like brings everything, you know.
Bring everything back?
Yeah.
Back to October of 2021?
Yeah.
Have you ever not been able to think about October 2021?
No, not really.
So seeing Hosana kind of, did it add that additional component to what you've already been dealing with the last 4 years?
Yeah.
Was it a hard decision for you to get up here and share your story with the with the jury?
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. How come?
I feel like it's more because I have like a lot of like social anxiety, but like, yeah.
Okay. I think it's important for the jury to hear kind of what that social anxiety looks like from you, because you are going to be sharing some details. So tell us kind of, or tell me when you get anxious, do you get quiet?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you sometimes laugh?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Do you laugh maybe at times? Is it just kind of the response to the anxiety?
Yeah, it is.
Not necessarily that you're laughing at something funny?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Okay. Any other way where you feel that that kind of anxiety speaking in front of people shows, besides being quiet and maybe laughing?
Not really. I feel like that's
the basis?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I want to talk about kind of your social anxiety in, 2020, 2021. Okay. First, before we do that, can you tell me around the year that you met Hosana? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was like 2020.
2020. Okay. And did you all meet working at JBS?
Yeah, we did.
So 2020, then, we're here for 2021. You'd agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you share kind of what that social anxiety was like at the time that you first met Ms. Varela and then, into the fall of 2021? What Was it bad? Was it
Yeah, it was a lot worse then.
a lot worse than it is now? Okay. How was it worse?
Like I feel like I just really just wouldn't talk at all. Yeah.
Would you consider yourself a social person at that time?
No.
Did you have a big group of friends?
No.
Have you ever really had like a big social circle?
No.
Were you pretty close with your family in 2020, 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. We heard, obviously, I'm sure you've also heard sitting in here that kind of like where you were living at the time. So did you live with your family in 2020?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Who did you live with?
With my mom and my brothers.
How many brothers do you have?
I have, well, they lived there. There was only 2, but I have 4 brothers. in
Four
total.
brothers. Are you the youngest?
Yeah, I am.
How old were your brothers when you were living at home with them in about 2020? If you can remember.
I just remember my youngest brother, he was about 23.
23. Okay. Okay. And you were how old in 2020?
I was 18.
18. Okay. Had you ever, prior to meeting Miss Varela, Hosanna, ever lived by yourself?
No.
Okay. Had you always lived in that same house?
Yeah.
In 2020, when you met Hosanna, you're working at JBS. What was your position at JBS at the time?
So when I started work, when I met her,
Or like, no, when you first started working at JBS and you met Hosanna, what department were you working in?
so when I first met Hosanna, I was working in COVID sanitation.
Okay. What did that entail?
We would use like cleaning supplies to like clean like the whole building and stuff like that, like inside and out.
Okay. And Hosanna had talked about her working in the rendering,
Yeah.
and you never worked in rendering.
Not really. Like they would try to send us over there to help out, but it was always cold, so
Didn't like it?
no.
Okay. So the COVID sanitation, what kind of cleaning supplies did you use?
Bleach. There's like another one, but it was like in a fog machine, so I don't know what was exactly in there.
Okay. Are you allergic to bleach?
No, I'm not.
Do you know why Hosanna would say that you were allergic to bleach?
I have no idea.
Okay. Besides the COVID sanitation and cleaning with bleach, have you ever used bleach before?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
My sister-in-law, she would make me like wash the dishes with bleach, so to make sure they were extra clean and stuff. And then obviously like laundry, and then my mom sometimes uses it on the floor when she mops.
Okay.
So I would mop.
Been around a lot of it.
Yeah.
Did you ever use it for like your own personal items?
For my shoes.
Tell us about that.
Because I have I like white shoes and stuff like that. So when you clean them, it just gets cleaned a lot better with like if you scrub them with soap and bleach.
Okay. Tell me if you don't remember this, but throughout the trial, we saw some photos that the prosecution had shown. I think this was when you were outside that West Point's bank and you were wearing white shoes.
Yeah.
Is this kind of what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go into a little bit more about, how you met Hosanna, your kind of relationship and how that developed, but I want to pause real quick. Have you and I talked a lot or before about what you said happened on October 2nd and October 3rd?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you spoken with the defense team before? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's okay. Have we had a lot of conversations about this?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you and I go over the fact that you might testify?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Did we go over the questions that I would be asking you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did I ever tell you what to say?
No.
Did I ever tell you to change your story?
No.
Did I ever tell you to say something different?
No.
Did I ever tell you to say you're going to have to say this?
I'll allow the question.
Did I ever tell you that you would have to say this because Miss Varela said that?
No.
Okay. And we're talking about 2021, and you heard about Miss Varela in the proffer looking at some of the discovery beforehand. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen all the discovery as well in your case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you read all the police reports or seen a lot of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you looked at photos?
Yes.
Have you looked at surveillance videos?
Yes, I have.
do you feel that you have a pretty good grasp on what the prosecution is putting against you?
Yes.
When we were sitting throughout this trial and you're seeing a lot of the evidence and on that table, everything that the prosecution has put forth, was this your first time seeing any of that stuff?
I seen it in Discovery.
Okay, so you have seen this before. Did you watch Hosana's proffer before?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and that was 7 hours. Was that 7 hours?
A little
About?
bit over, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you watch the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay. So today, when you're testifying and you're telling the jury, your story, is that coming from what you believe to be true?
Yes.
Give me just a second. I'll sustain that objection, Ms. Trejo, if you want to rephrase. Sure.
Are you testifying from your own personal knowledge?
Yes, I am.
Anything that we've heard over the last 2 weeks, has that influenced what you might tell the jury today?
No.
Has anything you've heard over the last 2 weeks changed what you remember to be true?
No.
Okay. So let's go into you and Hosana's relationship, okay?
Okay.
So y'all meet at JBS. Did it start as a friendship?
Yeah, I did.
All right. How did you guys become friends?
We had a mutual friend.
At JBS?
Yeah.
Okay, that introduced you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you all kind of start hanging out while at work?
Well, we started at first like eating lunch together, so we would like take our lunch when she would take hers. So like, yeah.
Okay. Was there a point where you started to have more feelings for her than just a friendship?
Yeah.
Okay. You might not, again, years ago, you might not remember exactly when that changed for you, but do you kind of remember how long you all were friends before you started to develop feelings for her?
A couple months, I believe.
Okay. When you guys started seeing each other versus just kind of like being friends, did you start hanging out more?
Yeah.
Did you all hang out? Did you spend most of your time with Miss Varela?
Yes.
Okay. So once you guys kind of started dating, whether or not, did you ever put a label on your relationship?
No, I didn't. No.
Does putting a label on your relationship make you feel kind of uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Why?
I feel like I'm not really like open with stuff like that.
Okay. What do you mean?
Like being with girls.
Okay. Okay. Do you date men?
No.
Okay. Have you only ever dated women?
Yeah.
Okay. But still, is it kind of the public relationship isn't something that you really jive with?
No, it's not.
Okay. You and Hosana did you all spend most of your time together?
Yeah.
Did people know, in your opinion, that you all were together?
I believe it was pretty obvious, yeah.
Okay. When you and Hosana were together, were you seeing other people?
At the beginning, there wasn't really like, so I thought, yeah, it was, but then
Did you stop?
Yeah.
Okay. And then throughout your relationship, when you were really, like, I suppose, without the label, but actually with Miss Varela, were you dating anybody else?
No.
Okay. Do you know if she was?
I wouldn't say dating, but like she'd be with other people.
Okay. Was this including her husband, Javi?
Yeah.
When you started seeing Hosana, and I want to say, right, when you started seeing her, so when you started like being with her, okay, not just friends, did you know that she was married with kids?
I didn't at first.
How did you find out?
Our mutual friend.
Okay, when?
A little bit like, I'm not sure when.
Okay.
But I just remember the whole conversation coming up.
Okay. And was this after, and apologize, this is a very intimate question. Was this after, did you find out after or before you and Miss Varela had sex for the first time?
It was a little bit after.
Afterwards. Okay. Do you remember kind of when things took a shift in your relationship with Miss Varela where it seemed as if we were friends, maybe there was some feelings, but then at that point, like, maybe we'll see where this goes? Was there a shift at that point? Do you remember anything happening?
Well, yeah, there was like after all that, there was a...
Okay. After all that, tell me what do you mean?
After like we officially like did stuff.
Okay. Miss Varela had talked about the Clarion, and that was the first time that you guys, had sex. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that kind of a noteworthy moment, I suppose, in your relationship for you? The
what?
Clarion?
Oh, what?
Was that like a noteworthy moment in your relationship when you guys read the Clarion?
I don't know what that word means.
Yeah. So did something happen at the Clarion where you were like, okay, maybe our relationship is going to a next level?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Can you explain that? What do you mean by that?
Well, like friends don't usually do that stuff. So like,
Okay.
obviously, yeah.
It was the first time you guys were together.
Yeah.
How did you feel about your relationship after that?
It was awkward.
Why was it awkward?
Because it wasn't supposed to happen.
What do you mean?
Like we didn't plan that out.
Okay.
It just kind of was like in the moment type stuff.
Yeah. It just happened.
Yeah.
Did you guys, at that point, were you still seeing other people?
Slightly.
Okay. When you did find out that Hosanna had a husband, common law, but somebody that she referred to as her husband, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. When you found out that she did have this family and she had 3 kids, how did that make you feel?
I kind of just laughed it off. Like I didn't really care.
Why didn't you care?
I don't know. I didn't.
Just
see
didn't
it
care.
Yeah, I just didn't.
Okay. When you guys started then being in a relationship, did that ever become a point where you cared that she was with a husband and kids and also with you?
Well, she had told me that she didn't want to be with him before me and her like made it. I don't want to say like official, but like, yeah.
Okay. So was Miss Varela then telling you that she didn't want to be with her husband anymore?
Give me just a second. I'll allow that question.
Was Miss Varela telling you then, when you guys were all together, that she wanted to leave her husband? And was she telling you she wanted to be with you?
Um.
I can
I'll allow
rephrase.
I'll allow the question.
Okay. Do you want me to say it again?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
that's all right. Did Miss Varela tell you that she wanted to leave her husband and essentially leave her husband for you?
Not necessarily for me, but she already wanted to leave him before me and her were even on that kind of road.
Okay. So for you, was it a big deal that she's still had a husband with kids? No.
I didn't care.
Okay, you didn't care. That's okay. She talked a little bit about, and I don't want to get into October 2nd quite yet, but she did mention that you guys were at Cubetta's and Javi was there. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Did you see him there?
Yeah, I did.
Did you care?
No.
Did you talk to him?
No.
No. Why not?
It's just awkward. Then a lot of people were coming up to us like, "Did you see Javi?" I'm like, yeah. But it was just like,
Yeah. Why do you think people were coming up to you and saying, "Did you see Javi?"
because it's just so awkward. When you go out and you see your ex there, like, and you're with somebody that you're with, it's just like an awkward situation in general, I feel,
Yeah. Did you ever meet Javi?
I think I don't really like know him, but I did get to meet him a few times.
Okay. What were those interactions like?
They were pretty good. Honestly, there was
Any kind of hostility between you two?
well, I mean, I would assume that he didn't like me, but I mean, he didn't act no type of way in front of me or nothing.
You said you assumed he didn't like you. Why do you assume that?
Because Hosanna would tell me
Okay, what would she say?
that he didn't like me.
Okay. Did she tell you why?
Well, he didn't like me even before me and her were on that kind of like tip.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Did you ever ask?
No, I would kind of just laugh. I was already kind of used to like, like, oh, okay, like,
Yeah. Used to what?
like, I guess like people having that kind of, I don't want to say like, just like people like just thinking something like, just because I'm like a female that's not very like feminine and stuff like that. So they're always like, yeah, I don't know.
Can you say that again? Something, I'm not sure I heard you clearly, but something about feminine, being feminine.
Yeah, so like I feel like that like played a lot to like, because he didn't know me, like me and her like started off as friends, and that's when he didn't like me. This was before any of that happened. I don't know if he had a reason not to trust her or like But I think it's because like I'm not very like feminine, so I feel like it's obvious that I don't like that I like girls, you know?
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you and Javi ever get into arguments?
No.
Did you ever argue with Hosanna about Javi?
No.
Were you ever frustrated that she was with Javi?
No, like cheating.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I kind of just felt disrespected, and so I didn't say like frustrated, but I would just be like, damn, you know, like embarrassed, kind of.
Okay. Tell us about the disrespect. Why did you feel disrespected?
I don't know, cause like I just never got like how like she would like tell me I couldn't do something, but she was over there like
Okay. What would she go and do that she would say you couldn't do?
just everything.
Can you give us an example?
She be with other people, hang out with other people, like just everything, you know.
Do you feel that she limited your ability to go out with other people?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just one moment, Ms. Rodriguez. I'm just going to grab something from that table, okay?
Okay.
Stacy, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit RR and SS. Your Honor, permission to approach.
Yes, go ahead.
Stacy, take a minute and look through those.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. I can take them back. I might ask you just some questions about it rather than having you read them, if that works.
Yeah.
Okay. So in these RR and SS, these were Facebook messages between you and Hosanna?
Yeah, they are.
Okay. And did Hosanna ask you in these, where are you drinking at?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you say, like, why are you so worried?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Was it because she was with Javi?
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't remember,
I kind of don't remember.
that's okay. That's
what.
okay. Here you go. No problem.
Okay.
Okay. So you say, you know, like, why are you worried about it? Because you're with Javi, right?
Yeah, I do believe maybe it was him. Yeah.
Could it have been somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay. Why could it have been somebody else?
Because she bees with a lot of people.
Okay. And this was while you all were together,
Yeah.
while you weren't seeing anybody else.
I was not.
Okay. So we'll put a pin in that just for a minute. Let's keep with these. So you say, why are you worried? You know, you're with like somebody else. And does she send you then in response, a text message or a Facebook message that says like a pukey face, saw your snap?
Yeah.
And then what snap, do you remember what that was?
I was just hanging out with one of my friends.
Okay. And did you put a Snapchat out of you hanging out with your friends?
Yeah. Just one friend.
Okay, just one friend.
Yeah.
And what do you say in response to that?
After that snap,
After she says like the pukey face.
oh, I put one in your purse.
Okay. And what did you put in her purse?
A condom.
Okay. Now go to the next exhibit. And what do you say?
Me after them?
Yeah.
After she responded to that last message?
Yeah, well, after it was, so yeah, let's back up. So you say, I put one in your purse, and then what did she say?
She said, "Thank you, love. We have some."
And you said you put a condom in her purse?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you say after she said, "Thank you, love, we have some"?
I said, "Great. Don't be petty. We just friends, and that's maybe. You made your choice earlier, so don't give me shit."
Okay. What did you mean by, well, one, why'd you put a condom in her purse?
So she don't get pregnant, I guess.
Was it more of a
To be
joke?
careful. Yeah, I thought it was pretty funny.
Okay.
At that moment, yeah.
Okay, yes. Did you mean it in a way? So did you mean it, were you trying to control her?
I was just telling her to like be careful in a sense, you know, if you're gonna cheat, at least do it carefully.
Okay, because it could come back and affect you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you told her, you know, something about her being upset and you saying, you know, like, we're just friends, why did you say that?
I just said that to clarify, like that she had no reason to be mad or feel no type of way because we were just friends.
Okay. Would Hosanna often get upset if you were hanging out with other people?
Yeah,
How often would she do that?
like all the time.
Did that change the way you interacted with other people?
Yeah, it was like more like awkward. Like I always had to like watch myself.
What do you mean by watch yourself?
Well, for one, I couldn't really hang out with people by myself, so she would always like come with me. So it was like more awkward. Like I couldn't like overly like laugh or like just laugh in general, but like I always had to sit next to her, so it did like impact a lot of how I was.
Okay. I want you to kind of maybe break that down a little bit for the jury. When you said you couldn't really laugh, what do you mean?
She would take that as like flirting and stuff.
Okay. If you were laughing at what somebody else said,
Oh yeah, or with them or like.
did you guys have mutual friends?
Not really. I didn't really hang out.
You didn't really have a lot of other friends?
No, I was just kind of just very few people.
You saw Miss Alfaro testify, Karen.
Yeah,
She one of your friends?
yeah,
One of the friends you've had for a while?
yeah.
And is that usually how you are with your friends, where it's people you've known for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever hang out with Hosanna and her friends?
Sometimes.
What was that like?
It's just I just kind of just was there. I would just kind of stand there.
Is that usually what you would do in social interactions?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you even act that way sometimes with your own family?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Why?
I don't know. It just is the way that I am.
Okay. So thinking of these messages, did you ever tell Hosanna that she couldn't go hang out with her friends?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever want to?
What?
Did you ever want to?
Tell her she can go hang out with her friends?
That she couldn't.
Oh no.
So it sounds like, you know, at one point you decided that you were not seeing anybody else. Fair to say?
Yeah.
Why? Why did you decide that you weren't going to see anybody else?
Well, it was like official without really. It was like I feel like a mutual agreement, but it wasn't like announced. I feel, but it was we both under, you know.
But she still slept with other people.
Oh yeah.
So was it really a mutual agreement?
Well, she said it was.
Okay.
So I'm like,
Did it feel like it was a mutual agreement?
for a while until she kind of, yeah.
Okay. If you were the one that wanted to just be with her and it was a mutual agreement that you thought y'all had and you weren't seeing anybody else and she continued to do that, did that never make you mad?
I would feel like I would try to justify a lot of what she would do, just because I did love her, and like somebody that you love, you don't ever really want to see like the bad in. So I would kind of like it would like, I'd be like, oh, you know, like, yeah.
Did she ever give you reasons or say something for you to justify that?
What do you mean?
Did she ever, like you were saying, right, I tried to justify it, you love somebody, and I think that's makes sense. But did she ever say, I guess, well, did you ever confront her and say, stop sleeping with all these other people?
Eventually, yeah, like further on in the relationship, like I did.
How did she respond to that?
She kind of like was like the whole, like for Javi, for example, like it was like she was like, oh, I just was with them for a long time, and I was like, you're right. I was like, and that's when I had told her, I was like, you should, you know, I think it's right that you talk to me. Like, he's always going to be in your life. Like, he's the father of your kids. Like, I completely understand.
Okay. Did you ever want them to get closure?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Well, I feel like I tend to like a lot of times like put myself in other people's shoes.
Okay.
So like I can imagine how you felt like they were together for a long time, you know, they had kids and like the whole thing, and like me coming into the relationship at like 18, 19 years old, you know, like, and then just that little, like I'm younger than them. And then like also with me being a girl, like I, in some sense, like I feel like I imagine it would have hurt his ego as well, you know, like like it would affect him like mentally and stuff like that. Like,
Okay. Hosanna talked a lot about, you being jealous and, you confronting people, you not liking what she was doing at bars. Is that true?
no.
Did any of that ever happen?
Like what part?
Of you controlling her?
No.
Did you ever tell her that she, if she wanted to go out on a Friday night and drink, did you ever say, no, you can't do that?
No, I never told her that.
If she wanted to go out, did you ever say, that's fine, but I'm coming with you?
No.
Why do you think she would have said that on the stand?
I don't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Was there ever a point that you guys kind of got in an argument about this stuff?
No, because I would never tell her that.
Okay. Did you want her to leave Javi to be with you?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I had told her she was leaving. I was like, at first, even after we had did stuff, I had told her, she was like talking about more, obviously, like got more comfortable to express her feelings. She's like, I just don't want to be with him. And I was like, maybe you should try it out, like talk to him, like take more time to yourself. So I kind of even tried to encourage her staying with him,
Mm-hmm. How did you feel when she acted upon your advice?
She really did. She did it for a while. She left him, this whole thing happened. I was like, and then further along is when I had told her, I was like, to have a talk with him, that's always gonna be the father of your kids, and then it led to a lot more. So I was like, whoa.
Tell us what it led to.
She started cheating on me with him.
Did that make you upset?
It threw me off, but at that moment, I feel like I was so naive, so it was okay to me at the moment,
Okay. Now thinking back on it, right? It's been at least 4 years. Can you think back maybe on a time where maybe you did snap at her and say, essentially, this is nonsense, you're disrespecting me, stop?
Yeah, I had brought it up that one time that I just explained.
Yeah.
But that was really about it. Because I feel yeah, I do have a lot social anxiety, but I am very secure with myself. I know, I feel
Okay.
I'm secure with myself.
Did you ever threaten Javi?
No,
Did you ever threaten his life?
no, I did not.
Did you ever verbally accuse him of something?
No,
Did you ever send him any angry text messages?
no,
Did you ever sit outside of his house?
no,
Did you ever stalk Hosanna outside of his house?
no, I did not.
Did you ever say, hey, I'm waiting for you, get out here?
No.
Okay. If I could just have one moment, I want to grab something else from the table, okay?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Stacey, just one moment, okay?
It's okay.
Alrighty. I want to go through some of the prosecution's exhibits with you, okay? I'm gonna show you first People's 208 and 205. Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, go ahead.
Get those, okay? So 205, I think. Is that the big text message on the photo? Or is that 208? Can you see that at the bottom?
Yeah. Yes, it's 205.
205, okay. And then 208, does that kind of show like a printout with some dates of where that, like, assuming that's where that text was sent?
Yeah.
Okay. If you go down, let's look here. So there's the created, assessed, modified date. Do you see those?
Yeah.
Okay. The created and the assessed date, is that January 4th, 2022?
Yeah.
And then does the modified date, is that from November 2nd, 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. You were arrested November 11th, 2021, right?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. So that text message, assuming, was sent before then, right?
Yeah.
You didn't send that text message, or did you send that text message in January 2022? Or did you send it in 2021? Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, that's okay. So if we're looking, we've got the created and the created and the assessed date, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that says January 4th, 2022. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then were you in jail January 4th, 2022? If you were arrested on November 11th, 2021?
Yeah.
Okay, do you see what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. So then we see the modified date. Does that say November 2nd, 2021?
Yeah.
Okay, so fair to say that likely these texts would have been sent November 2nd, 2021,
Yeah.
not in January 2022.
No.
Okay, so let's talk about this. In that text message, can you read, I guess, what you're saying in that?
Yeah.
Would you mind?
She.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so did Hosanna say, and you have the other printout if it's helpful. Okay, did Hosanna say, oh my gosh, or OMG, LOL?
Yeah.
And you responded, the first message says, so in my head, you not taking the ring off mean you FWM. So yeah, you're not single no more. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, what does FWM?
It means fuck you mean.
Fuck you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it says, you say again, I come with a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say attention.
Mm-hmm.
Do you say love?
Mm-hmm.
Do you say tickles?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I'm so sorry, you're gonna have to say yes into that microphone.
Yes.
Okay. Do you say support?
Yeah.
And then do you say, I'll kill an MF for you?
Yeah.
And then do you end it with like 6 feet under?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you were thinking, what was going through your mind, if you remember sending this text message?
I do remember sending it.
Okay, yeah, what were you thinking? Were you threatening her?
No, I
Okay.
was just. That's just. Do you want me?
Tell us what you were thinking, yeah.
Okay, that's just the. I wasn't like really like thinking. That's just like the way that I feel like I like express love in a sense. Like me and my family are like that.
In what way? Like, what did you say that is how you and your family express kind of affection toward each other?
The last 2 messages.
I'll kill an MF for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Like 6 feet under?
Yeah.
Is this stuff you say often?
Yeah.
You've, have you been, do you chat with your family over the last few years?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still say the same things to them now?
Yeah.
Okay. When you said, I'll kill an MF for you, were you referring to Mr. Dickerson?
No, I was not.
Okay. Do you remember what this conversation was about at the time?
No.
Okay, that's all right. Do you remember her taking off the ring?
I think she had said she was gonna, but I don't think she did.
Okay. Do you remember arguing about this stuff?
Not about this thing, but it might have been about something else.
Okay. When you said, I come with a lot of things, attention, love, tickles, support, were you trying to make her stay with you?
No, it was kind of just like a thing we would do.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Like, you know how like on the TV, like there's like advertisements and stuff, you know, like, yeah, it was kind of just like something we would do, like it was like cute.
Okay. I apologize. Can you explain to me what you mean by the TV advertisements?
Like they would be like, if you buy this, it comes with this, and that.
I see. Okay. So you were saying, I come with all these things. Don't you want to buy me, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And same thing of, I love you so much, like 6 feet under.
Yeah.
Okay. I can take that back from you. All right, now I want to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 232. Permission, can I have standing permission to approach?
Yes, you can.
All right, do you remember seeing this photo earlier in the trial?
Yes, I did.
And is this a text message where it looks like it involves you sending a photo of outside an apartment complex? Or what is that photo?
I think that's her baby daddy's house.
Javi?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you there?
I don't know if it's a house, but it kind of looks like his car a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever go to Javi's house?
Every now and then, like slightly, like.
Why would you go there?
Sometimes I would drop off, or we would drop off the kids, or like pick them up, or like.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Let's think about that. When you and Hosanna were together, did you ever move in with her?
Yeah.
Okay. What apartment, if you don't have the address, that's okay, but do you remember what apartments they were? Like where they were?
I remember where they're at, but I don't remember what they're called.
That's okay. Can you give us like the street?
So on 23rd, there's just a middle school called, I think it's a middle school.
Okay.
It's called Heath.
Oh, okay.
But there's also on the street, like kind of like diagonally across, there's a Wells Fargo. So they're like in front of those two places, there's a apartment complex. So I want to say with like 5 or 6 buildings.
Okay. Were these the same apartment complexes that Karen was testifying about earlier today?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And were you living at one point with Hosanna there?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that where she lived with Javi before?
Yeah.
And so he moved out.
Yeah.
And then you would go, the way you figured out kind of where Javi was living was that because you would drop?
Objection, leading.
I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Trejo, if you want to rephrase.
Okay. Did you learn that this was Javi's house because you would drop the kids off?
Yeah.
Objection, leading.
I'll allow the question.
Okay. So yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember this text message at all?
I don't.
Do you have any recollection of why you would be outside Javi's house telling her to hurry up?
No.
Okay. Did you ever just pick her up from Javi's house?
I've picked up a few times, but it was like not this.
Okay. Would you ever get upset if Hosanna wasn't on time?
No, like I would.
Yeah, keep going.
I would always like. So like I feel like girls in general always take forever to get ready. So like let's say we had like something at 8. I'll be there at 7, but I'm really gonna be there at 8, you know? So it ends up like I kind of just.
You should have.
I'm used to it with like my sisters like that, my mom, you know, like.
So was there ever a time where you said, essentially, this is ridiculous. Get out of the house. I'm waiting for you. I'm pissed.
No, I never said that.
Okay. I'll take that back from you. Thank you. Okay. So were you 18 years old when you met Hosanna?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. And then when we're thinking of October 2021, were you 19 years old?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. Was your relationship with Hosanna the first serious relationship you had?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you date other people before?
It would be like slight things, but I was always never like. So I would just.
Was it casual?
Yeah.
Were you ever exclusive with somebody else before?
What?
Were you ever exclusive with somebody else before? Like, I'm not seeing anybody else, you're not seeing anybody else kind of exclusive?
Oh, no.
No. Okay. Hosanna's the first one.
Yeah.
So you said, a few months of friendship, you start to develop feelings. Kind of walk us through that timeline of when you start to develop feelings with Hosanna and then you move in. How long after you guys started seeing each other did you move in?
I want to say maybe it was like 2 to 3 months.
Okay. And was this the first time that you ever moved out of your Family's house?
Yeah, away from my mom.
Okay. Away from your mom?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you and your mom pretty close?
Yeah.
When you were working at JBS and you were 18, were you still in high school?
No,
No. Why not?
I dropped out.
When?
I want to believe it was my freshman year of high school.
Did you ever get your GED?
No.
No. Okay. Why did you drop out of school?
I dropped out of school to work full time and to take care of my mom.
Why did you have to do that?
Which one?
Objection calls for sympathy, Your Honor.
Ms. Trujillo, any response?
Yes, Ms. Varela had testified that she wasn't close with her family.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Alrighty. When you started dating Hosanna, was there ever any kind of tension between you and your family and the fact that you were with her?
Well, they didn't like her.
What happened?
She was just like a lot of things played into it, I feel.
Can you give us an example?
Like the whole fact that she was like older than me, and she had like this whole life already, like
Yeah.
like the kids and stuff like that. And then she would like always be drinking and stuff like that. That's not like something that I would do. So it kind of would like my family be seeing me be with somebody that's like that, was like, what? That's all you guys are like, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. You didn't really like grow up around drinking?
My brother would drink, but nobody else really drinks like that. No.
Okay. Let's talk about your brother for a second. I think we heard yesterday that Miss Varela said that you had family members that went to prison.
One brother.
Is this the brother we're talking about?
Yeah.
What did he go to prison for?
DUI.
Okay. So he would drink.
Yeah.
Did that affect him going to prison for DUI? Did that affect how you would drink?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I try to always like stay away from it because of that. Because like I obviously experienced firsthand what it could lead to, and like I just didn't see like really good out of it. So I was like,
Was it also a factor that you were 18?
oh yeah, that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if it's not, that's okay. I'm just asking.
Yeah. Well, I feel like everyone always drinks when they're young, but like that's not really something I like ever really liked.
Okay. What was it like when you were living with Hosanna and her kids? Did you like being around her kids?
Yeah, I did like her kids, but it was a lot different.
Tell me about that.
So I'm just, cause obviously like me and my mom are like close. I'm always like used to like just like certain things was like obviously a lot different. Like I wasn't used to like the full responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would more like
Did you have kids of your own?
no.
Okay. What kind of responsibilities did you have with her kids?
Like I had to cook and stuff.
Okay. How often?
Pretty often.
Daily?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you have to cook?
Cause she wouldn't.
Were you ever alone with her kids?
Yeah.
How often?
Pretty often.
Do you like kids?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your time with them?
Sometimes it was overly stressful because it's not something that I was used to. So, but it was majority, like it was fine, like, you know.
Okay. Did you have, besides cooking for them, any other typical duties you would help out with the kids in the house?
A couple times I had to change her daughter's diaper.
Okay. Your daughter was pretty young and in diapers at the time.
Yeah.
Now, let's kind of jump forward. So this was, generally throughout your relationship. When we're in October, were you still seeing your kids?
October, yeah, I was.
Okay. Where were you living in October?
With my sister-in-law.
Okay. Where was Hosanna living?
Nowhere.
Okay. Would she stay with you sometimes?
No, my sister-in-law didn't like her, so she always let her sleep in the truck, cause she would like somewhat kind of stay at her mom's and her grandma's, but not all the time did they want her there.
Okay. And when you say sleep in the truck, is this your truck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The Tahoe?
Yes.
Do you always refer to the Tahoe as a truck?
Yeah.
Do you ever say whip?
No.
Okay. So I want to go into the drinking. Do you need more water?
Yeah.
Ms. Rodriguez, I'll remind you that you are still under oath, and Ms. Trujillo, you can resume when you're ready.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, I want to go back and just clarify that one text message we were looking at where it showed the photo of Javi's house. Do you remember what we're talking about? Okay.
Yeah.
And you remember Hosana testifying that you were the one who had sent that?
Yes.
Did it look like it came from your phone?
Yeah, the contact.
Yeah. Okay, and it looked like, I mean, I don't know, like we're talking about an iPhone, sometimes you can see who sends, who receives.
Yeah.
Okay. So those messages, did they look like you had sent them to her?
In the screenshot, it does.
Did you?
No, I did not.
Can you explain to the jury how it looks like you sent them, but you didn't?
Well, in the thing, it's a screenshot of the messages, and on top, like, it says my contact name.
But it wasn't you.
No,
Why not?
it wasn't.
It just wasn't you.
Yeah.
Would Hosanna have your phone sometimes?
Most of the time, yeah.
Why most of the time?
I don't know, because she was just controlling like that. She would always, like, just have it.
She would always have it.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. All right. Mr. Heel, go ahead and proceed.
So, Ms. Rodriguez, I think we left off talking about Hosanna oftentimes having your phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had said that she would just do it often. It's just kind of what she did.
Yeah.
How would she take your phone?
She was grab it with her.
Okay.
Your Honor, now would be an appropriate time for the limiting instruction.
Okay, I'm sorry. Give me just a moment. Do you have a copy of the limiting instruction? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Give me just a second here. I have it. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to reread you the limiting instruction I read previously. I want to remind you that evidence presented regarding prior acts of abuse between Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Varela is being presented only for the limited purpose for you to consider the evidence discussed regarding failure to report the crimes prosecuted in this matter. You may not consider that evidence for any other reason. All right, Ms. Trujillo, go ahead.
Thank you. So she would she just kind of grab your phone and she held it?
Yeah, she would like put it in her pocket or in her purse.
And was that pretty standard for you guys?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you ever worried about it?
No.
So when we were looking at that message, right?
Yeah.
It looked like you had said something along the lines of, it's either Javi or it's going to be me. Do you remember that, seeing that text in there?
Yeah, I remember seeing the picture of it.
What was that about?
I don't know. I didn't send it.
Okay. Do you have any reason to think about where this may have come from?
I feel like it was her.
Okay. Would she do stuff like that before?
Objection, leading.
I'll allow the question.
Would she do that stuff before?
Kind of like somewhat like she would like I'll get a message from like one of my like family members and she'll like just message back.
Okay.
And I'll be like, what? When did this happen? You know, like, but it was kind of like, it didn't really matter to me then, you know?
Okay. You said it didn't matter to you then. Did it ever matter to you?
Well, I didn't know about stuff like that.
Okay. Was that the first time you had seen this?
Yeah, during Discovery was the first time that I have ever seen it.
Let's go back. I want to talk about your drinking. You had said earlier, regardless of the fact you were 18, right?
Yeah.
But drinking wasn't really a big thing for you, correct?
No, yeah.
Did you start drinking a little bit more when you were with Hosana?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, how? Why?
I don't know, she kind of made me feel like I was kind of like immature, not like immature, but like young. Like the fact that I didn't like it.
What didn't you like about drinking?
I didn't like the taste of it.
What would you guys drink?
She would like, it was like the harder bottles.
Hard alcohol?
Yeah.
Okay. Like vodka?
And then Crown Royal and Jim Beam.
You did. Did you ever, though, drink with Hosanna?
Yeah, I did.
Why did you do that if you didn't like it?
Kind of just did it because like she would do it, so I'll be like, oh, you know, like, all right. Like I'm not, because she would like tell me I was like a baby. So I'd be like,
Call you a baby?
yeah, like a child.
Okay. Did you feel pressure to drink
Slightly, yeah.
by Hosanna?
Yeah.
Did you ultimately get kind of more comfortable drinking?
I would get like a lot of anxiety and stuff like that because I originally already have like a lot, so that would kind of like yeah, just give me more.
Okay. Drinking would give you more anxiety?
Yeah.
We talked earlier this morning about the way sometimes your anxiety presents itself by you get quiet, you might laugh at things that aren't funny, just like a kind of a nervous response. When you're drinking and that social anxiety comes up, was it similar or different?
I feel like it's similar. Like I feel like I will stop talking completely though.
Okay. Stop engaging with people?
I will still kind of stand there, but kind of like it would be like more. Like I would kind of get away more, like kind of, you know.
Get away more like isolate yourself?
Yeah, like take a few steps back from like conversations or like stuff like that.
Okay. Do you feel that your social anxiety throughout your time with Hosanna when you were drinking, did it kind of improve? Did you figure out maybe how to deal with it a little bit more or no?
I think just my anxiety in general got a lot better once with it because like obviously the more you hang out with somebody, the more you're with somebody, you get more comfortable to like more be yourself and stuff.
Did you trust her?
Yeah.
You loved her, right?
Yeah.
Did you want to be with her?
Yeah.
And so ultimately you didn't start drinking. Would you consider Hosanna to be a drinker? That's just what she did.
Yeah.
How often would she drink?
She would drink like every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
I want to kind of focus around the time that you guys were together all the time. Hosanna had said that once you guys kind of got together, days, nights, just together. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So during that time, was she drinking every day?
Yeah, I feel like she's always has.
Okay. What did that drinking every day look like? Was it, I don't know, like a mixed drink after work, a glass of wine here and there, or
It was like to drink to like get drunk.
every day?
Yeah.
Or more often than not?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that more accurate?
Objection, 403, character.
Give me just a second. I'll sustain the objection and strike the last question and answer.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you guys were out, would you consider her to be more of a social person in comparison to you?
Yeah.
What did that look like when you guys were out at the bars and interacting with strangers?
Well, she would just kind of talk to him, and I would just be there, just neutral.
Did you ever try to flirt with people to get drinks at bars?
No.
You said that with quite quickly.
Yeah.
That it's just absolutely not.
That would never happen.
Okay. Would Hosanna do that?
Yeah.
And so she's flirting with other people to get drinks. How did that make you feel?
She would kind of bring it up as a joke, so I would like laugh.
Okay. If she didn't bring it up as a joke, would that change how you felt?
It would look different, but I kind of like was already kind of used to it. So if she would do that, I would be like,
Did you ever get upset?
no, not really, no.
Did you get a free drink out of it too?
Yeah.
Okay. When you guys would go out, understanding that you were 18, but would you often go out to the bars?
Yeah.
What bars would you guys go to?
So like it was limited because I was old enough to drink, but we would go to like cubetas. A couple times we would go to roasties. It's like this little bars at the more down. And there was this one Mexican. I think it's called Bandido or something like that.
Over there on 8th?
It's like on like in front of the highway.
Okay. I like Garden City.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about the same thing?
Yeah, this one's over there by Chippers Lane and stuff like that.
Ah, okay.
So it's like that street right there.
Is it a club?
Yeah, it's a Mexican.
We talked about the surveillance a little bit, about you having to go in a specific entrance to get into cubetas. Was this because you're underage?
Yes.
Would you drink at these places?
Yeah.
When you guys were out and you were meeting people, was it common for you guys to find after parties?
Yeah.
How would that happen, just generally? We don't need like specifics, but you're going out to the bars. How do you find an after party?
Well, Hosanna, like, she knew a lot of people. So, like, it was always, like, she would always just find one.
Okay. How did it make you feel to go to after parties?
Well, I feel like I just did it because it was something that she wanted to do. So I was just, like, obviously, like, being with her and loving her, I would follow suit.
Was that kind of common in your relationship of, you know, Hosanna was more comfortable perhaps doing things, she knew what she wanted to do, and you went along with it?
Yeah.
Did you ever feel comfortable saying, I don't really want to do that?
Well, a couple times I kind of would be like, but she'd be like, come on, like, stop being a bee, you know?
When you say stop being a bee, what do you mean?
Bitch.
A bitch? Okay.
Yeah.
Would she tell you to stop being a bitch often?
Yeah.
How'd that make you feel when you heard that?
I tell her I'm not.
You would tell her you're not?
Yeah.
I want to show you some more text messages, okay? I want to show you what's been labeled as double Q.
And Mr. Trujillo, I have it on the record as QQA and QQB. Is it both of them?
Yes, I unfortunately did too many letters.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, I want you to kind of go through those. Let me know when you know what we're talking about, and I'll read them for you.
Okay, thank you.
You know what we're talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, so these text messages are, we previously talked about these throughout the trial. This is when Hosanna was telling you, my face is so red right now, right?
Yeah.
And was this in regard to you being with somebody else?
I want to believe that she was with some.
Objection leading.
Give me just a second. I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Trujillo, if you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Okay. Do you know what these text messages are about?
Yeah.
Okay, what are they about?
About another female.
Who was with the other female?
Objection calls for speculation if she doesn't know.
I'll allow the question if the witness knows. And if you don't know, Ms. Rodriguez, that's fine.
Can I see them again?
You bet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
you're fine. So who was with the other girl?
She was.
She was, okay. And so we start off at the beginning of these text messages, and you told her, tell her I say hi, JK, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
I know it's very unnatural. Okay, and then Hosanna says, watch, right?
Yeah.
You respond, babe, I'm kidding,
Yeah.
correct? Does she then say, I'm literally not playing?
Yeah.
And you say,
Objection leading. Can the witness actually read the document?
Your Honor, Mr. Pereira read a bunch of letters.
Oh, okay, let me respond, and if I need a response from you guys, I will ask for one. I will allow the question, and if the witness needs to refer to the document, Ms. Rodriguez, just tell the parties that and ask to look at it if you need to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Hosana says, I'm literally not playing.
Yes.
Do you say back, WTF with a few extra Fs?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Hosana says, my face is red right now.
Yeah.
And she says red with a couple extra Ds, right?
Yeah.
You then say LMFAO with a bunch of O's, correct?
Yeah.
She then says, she's a fucking dumb ass little bitch, correct?
Yeah.
And then do you say, hey, she's average size, LOL, JK?
Yeah.
And then do you say, I'm playing, LMFAO, correct? Okay. And then she responds and says, the fact you defending what she fucking did pisses me off even more. I'm literally fucking shaking right now, Stacy. I'm not fucking around.
Yeah.
And do you respond and say, WTF, what are you talking about? LMFAO.
Yeah.
And then does she respond and say, well, I guess I apologize. Before you said the tell her I said hi, JK, 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 I want to talk about what you had said right before that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize. It was a little confusing. Before Hosana texts you and says, I'm so fucking pissed, I want to cry, right?
Yeah.
And she says, like, you have no fucking idea, correct?
Yeah.
And then do you say, why, with three question marks?
Yeah.
And she says, I swear to God, if she's your little bitch.
Yeah.
And you say, what the, WTF, LMFAO, is that right?
Yeah.
Does she then say, I literally feel like fucking crying how fucking pissed I am, right?
Yeah.
And then do you respond and say, what'd she do?
Yeah.
And then does she respond and say, I'll message you when I'm done?
Yeah.
Okay. And then does the conversation go into you saying, tell her I say hi, JK?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we're talking about these text messages, would this kind of language happen often from Hosana to you?
Yeah.
Would it happen often? Like, would tell us, I guess, why it would happen. Like, what were you doing that she would then respond to be so upset?
Give me just a All right, the witness can answer.
What would you be doing that would, in your opinion, cause her to respond this way?
I feel like a lot of times, like, she would just, like a lot of arguments and stuff, like, I wouldn't even know what they were about. So I would try to ask her, and she would, like, kind of just...
Again, objection calls for speculation.
And Ms. Rodriguez, the question is what you were doing, so if you will just focus on what you were doing.
Yeah, so sorry.
That's okay. Do you remember what you were doing for her to respond this way?
No.
Okay. Is this kind of just standard?
Yeah.
All right. I want to show you what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit Double L.
Double L, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead and look at this one.
Yeah.
Able to see that?
Yeah, it's small, but yeah. Yeah.
And again, are we looking, let's just look down at this date. Is it created, accessed, modified? Are all these dates the same?
Yeah.
Are they all from November 6th, 2021?
Yeah.
Okay. Do these text messages look like it's something you are sending to her?
Yeah.
And maybe not text messages, is this a Facebook Messenger?
Yeah.
Is that normally how you guys would talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember sending this message?
Slightly.
Okay. You said something about how are you going to say you feel like getting ready after you see the video of him and go all nice and pretty to his mom's, LMFAO, trying to prove that you better than the other bitch, or what's up, LMFAO? What do you mean by that?
Well, I was kind of just more or less kind of like laughing at her, cause
Yeah, go ahead.
so she was so mad about this video with her baby daddy and some other girl, and I would kind of just look, cause she even used my phone to record the whole incident and stuff.
What'd she see? Or what do you mean? What was she recording?
Her baby daddy and some girl.
Okay.
And so I just thought it was kind of funny because that day she's like, you know, like,
Did you find it funny because she was upset about him being with another girl?
oh no. Like, I mean, obviously, like, that's gonna be like,
Objection relevance 403, I think we're there, Judge.
Give me just a second. All right, can the parties approaching, can you bring me that message?
Okay, Stacy, tell me why you thought this was funny.
just because the whole thing with her taking the video of her like catching her baby daddy with like another girl.
Okay.
So I just thought it was funny.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Defense Exhibit GG. Okay, do you remember seeing this earlier in trial? This was a video of Hosanna at a park.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, was this from October 13th, 2021?
Yeah,
Were you with her? Do you remember?
I don't believe so.
Why not? Why do you believe you weren't with her?
Honestly, like, I kind of stopped really like hanging out, in a sense. Like, it was just like kind of like I was trying to distance myself, so I know like a park is not somewhere.
Okay. All right. Now I want to go and show you Exhibit TT1 and TT2. Do you remember seeing these throughout the trial?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What does this photo stand out to you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, we seen it the other day.
Okay. Hosanna had said that this is when she went to the hospital for a black eye. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, I took her.
You took her to the hospital?
Yeah.
Did you give her that black eye?
No, I did not.
Do you know who did?
She said some girls had jumped her or something. We weren't together the night before, so I don't know.
Okay. You didn't do it?
No.
There's one more thing I want to talk about before we kind of move on, okay?
Okay.
Hosanna testified that at one point you had cut off all of her clothes, left bruises on her body, and left cuts on her body, and poured, I believe she said, water or alcohol all over her, and then made her go to sleep. Do you remember her telling you that?
Yeah, I remember her saying that.
Okay, did that happen?
No, it did not.
Did you ever see cuts on her body?
She would like cut herself.
So non-responsive, is that a yes?
I will ask that you re-ask the question, Ms. Trujillo.
Sure. Did you ever see cuts on her body?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever know what those cuts were from?
Yes.
What were they from?
She was like very suicidal, so she would like, that's how she explained to like cope with.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever see her do it?
No.
403, Your Honor.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
We'll move to strike.
I'll sustain the last question, I'm sorry, I'll strike the last question and answer.
Did you see cuts on her body? Was that the question that you had sustained?
So it was.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get clarification.
You guys are killing Jenny here. Please don't talk over each other. The last question to which there was an objection was, did you ever see her do it? And the answer was no. That's the question and answer that's getting stricken.
Okay. Did you ever see cuts on her body?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow the question.
Do you want me to re-ask it?
Yeah.
Did you ever see cuts on her body?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Ms. Trujillo, you may resume.
Thank you. Okay, Stacy. I want to get into October, okay?
Okay.
All right, let's start with October 2nd. Were you and Hosanna together on October 2nd that night?
Yeah, we were.
What was your guys' plan?
To go out and just have drink and have fun.
Okay. Was that standard for you all?
Yeah, I was.
Do you know if she was in Johnstown before?
I'm not really 100% sure.
Okay. Just like maybe don't remember or?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Okay. Where did you pick her up that night?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did, yes.
From where?
Her mom's house, or her sister and mom's house.
Okay.
Apartment.
What car were you driving?
A Chevy Malibu.
And when you pick up Hosanna, what do you guys do?
We go to Cubetas.
Okay. Did you go anywhere before?
No.
Were you guys drinking in the car on the way to Quipetas?
Yes, we were.
What were you drinking?
It was a dark bottle, but I don't exactly remember what kind it was.
Okay. Hosanna said Hennessy. Would that sound right?
Yeah,
How much were you drinking?
quite a bit.
Were you driving?
Yeah, I was.
How much was Hosanna drinking, if you could see?
About the same amount as me.
When you're drinking in the car, and you're drinking that hard alcohol, are you like just taking shots or are you mixing it with things?
It was like shots, but then I believe we had like a chaser.
Okay. Were you taking shots with a shot glass or just kind of like pulling it from the bottle?
It was just like out the bottle.
Okay. So do you pick her up from her mom and sisters and then go straight to Quipetas?
Yeah.
And then we kind of mentioned this earlier, but you had to go in a different way, right? To Quipetas and she went in?
Yeah, so they didn't let me into the back. So we both went to the front.
Okay. And then did you continue drinking inside the bar?
Yeah, I did.
What were you drinking there, if you remember?
I don't remember
Okay.
exactly what it was.
Was it hard alcohol?
I want to say it was mixed in a cup. I didn't order it,
Okay.
but
It was like a drink in a cup.
yeah, but I had alcohol.
Okay. How drunk did you feel when you were at Quipetas?
Pretty drunk.
Pretty drunk. Like stumbling over drunk or just a little less than that?
A little less than that.
And then was Hosanna still drinking in Quipetas?
Yeah, she was.
You guys, how long were you all there for? Do you know?
I'm not really sure the exact time.
A few hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go to any other bars that night?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you see Christopher Dickerson inside Quipetas?
No, I did not.
Do you remember seeing a few photos, I think from Mario Carrasco and Elizabeth Flores, who were working there at the time? The prosecution had played, I think, some of their videos. Do you remember seeing those?
Yeah, with the music in the background.
Sorry?
With the music in the background?
Yes.
Yeah, I do remember.
Okay, and do you remember kind of when we were looking at those videos that Mr. Dickerson was standing by a pool table?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him standing by a pool table?
No, I didn't ever seen that.
What were you doing in Quipetas, essentially, besides drinking?
Drinking, and then we were dancing.
Was it just you and Hosanna there? Well, I mean, there's a bunch of people there, but I suppose people that you knew. Did you have other friends there?
Yeah, I had a friend there.
Did you spend a lot of time with her?
A little bit.
Did you ever get into it with Javi?
No, I did not.
Did you say hi to him?
No.
Yeah. So ultimately, do you all leave Quipetas?
Yes.
When do you leave, or why do you leave?
There was a fight that had broke up between some girls. I don't know about, but then they kind of like told everybody they had to like
And then what do you do when you all leave?
She had got an after party from one of her friends.
Who's she?
Hosanna.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. So Hosanna gets an after party from one of her friends. Do you go to that after party?
No, we couldn't find her.
Okay. What do you mean you couldn't find her?
Her friend.
Like outside the bar?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can't find her friend for the after party. So then what happens?
We're kind of just like, 'cause she couldn't remember her name to message her.
Okay.
So we kind of just drove around, kind of looking for her friend.
Were you kind of driving around in the same area that you heard Detective Burrows talk a lot about with the
Yeah.
surveillance on 8th Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever kind of leave that area when we're talking about you driving around?
No, it was just kind of like in a complete circle.
Okay. And again, are you still in the Malibu?
Yeah,
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Why were you driving?
She wanted to redo her makeup or like touch it up.
Did you ultimately see Mr. Dickerson at one point?
Walking down the alley.
Okay. When you guys were driving around?
Yeah.
And how did you end up kind of talking with him?
He kind of was like, hey, but like I don't remember the exact things. I remember like Hosanna wanting, like them talking about like a whole like after party. Like we're looking for after party. He was like, well, I got drinks in my house, And so
Okay.
yeah, we just kind of went.
Do you remember, you see him in a car, do you remember how you guys engaged with each other enough for him to come to your car? Does that make sense?
Yeah. He said, hey, like
Okay.
kind of like trying to like look in, and I was like, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what side of the car he came up to?
I just remember like, I don't remember what side he walked up to, but I remember like the whole conversation.
Okay.
Not like the whole thing, but like I do remember like the most of it.
Okay, of him being at the car.
Yeah.
And then do you remember then him saying, that's fine, I can do an after party, essentially?
Yeah.
Objection leading.
I'll
And
allow,
she's
I'll,
testifying.
I'll allow that question.
Okay. So, do you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. He essentially comes up to you all. Does he say, I've got an after party, or like, I can have one, I've got drinks at the house?
Yeah, because we told him we were looking for one.
Okay. And you had never seen him, or had you ever seen him before?
I never have.
How did you feel when he came up to your car?
I was like, I feel like something a lot of people do.
Okay. It didn't make you nervous?
Not really, no.
Was he by himself?
Yeah, I believe so.
Did that make you nervous?
No.
How did the conversation go for you all to then drive separately to his house versus all getting in the car together?
Well, he wanted to get in the back, and I was like, well, we'll just follow you to your car,
Why didn't you want him to get in the back?
I mean, I don't know, just like the whole thing of like, because it's my mom's car, so I'm not gonna have somebody I don't know in my mom's car, Then like the whole thing with like just having somebody in there that I don't,
Okay. So I want to maybe clarify, and I apologize if I'm misunderstanding. You weren't necessarily afraid of him, but just a general stranger getting into the car wasn't something you wanted to do?
Me personally, no.
Okay. And so we talked a little bit about you guys doing after parties often. Was it common for you to go to after parties not knowing whose house it was?
Yeah.
Was it common for you to go to after parties not really knowing who would be at the after party?
Yeah.
How did that make you feel with your social anxiety?
It was kind of like hard for me to do it at first, but like I feel like, well, this is good practice to try to change that. So like I was trying to always look the bright side of it.
Okay. You mentioned when you picked Hosanna up from her sister and mom's that you guys were drinking in the car. Did the two of you drink a little bit more on your way to Mr. Dickerson's?
I'm not really sure.
Okay.
But I would imagine so. That's what we would do,
Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about when you first get to his house, okay? Mm-hmm. Who was all there when you first got to his house?
Nobody was there.
Just the three of you?
Yeah, and then
You said and then. Did I stop you?
the dog.
The dog. Okay.
That was it.
What were you drinking at his house?
It was I'm pretty sure it was Ciroc,
Okay. Why are you sure it was Ciroc? Or pretty sure?
because the bottle looked like Ciroc.
Okay. Were you drinking any beer?
There was like some drinks. I don't know what it was.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was beer, but it tasted,
Maybe a pumpkin beer?
no.
Okay.
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you drink a pumpkin beer?
No.
And when you guys, so I kind of want to break up the time that you were at Mr. Dickerson's house, okay? So we heard throughout the trial that you first get there. Hosanna said you leave to go pick up his friend Dolores Vigil and then drop her off, and then you all go back to the house, okay? So I want to start off the first time you were there before leaving to go pick up Dolores.
Okay.
When you were there and you continued drinking, how drunk did you feel at that point?
I was pretty drunk.
How drunk? Like, what were you doing? Like, was this room spinning or?
It wasn't necessarily spinning, but I did throw up.
You threw up?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did you, in the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
Within the whole night or during this period?
Just during the first time we're at his house?
once.
Just once, okay. After you threw up, did you keep drinking?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, she was like, stop being a bee. So then I was like, all right, throw up, She's like, it's okay.
Okay. At this point, when you're pretty drunk, in your opinion, how drunk was Hosanna?
Honestly, all I was really focused on is how nauseous I felt at the moment.
And how nauseous?
So at that, how nauseous I was at the moment. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
You can, I don't know if you want to move it closer. Is it
Okay,
easier?
I'll just lean.
Okay. So, not really quite sure how drunk she was, right?
Yeah, at the moment I wasn't sure.
Okay. When you guys were all at the house, what were you doing, the three of you?
Before that car ride,
Yes.
we were just kind of like, we're in the kitchen for a little bit. Then we went to the living room to hear music and stuff like that, conversation here and there.
Okay. What room for music, did you say?
In the living room.
In the living room. Did you guys primarily hang out in the living room?
It was like back and forth everywhere, I feel.
Okay. The house isn't that big, right?
No.
Okay. So if you're back and forth, where are you back and forth from?
The kitchen, living room.
Okay. So listening to music, having conversations. Did any of the conversations at this point get kind of heated?
At this point, no.
When you're there, did you ever ask Mr. Dickerson if more people were going to come over?
Yeah, I did a couple times.
Did anybody else come over?
No.
How did that make you feel?
I was kind of just, he kept telling me they were coming or that they'll be there soon,
Okay.
So I was like, oh, okay, probably just, some people just take forever to get ready, so.
Okay. So ultimately, do you remember at one point leaving to go pick up his friend?
Yeah, I do.
And why did you all leave? Hosanna had explained this in a little bit of detail. She had said that it seemed like he was ignoring a phone call or something like that. Can
Yeah.
you kind of tell us what happened from your perspective in regard to that?
Well, how it happens, like, she did start, like, calling him and stuff like that.
Who's she? Sorry.
Dolores.
Oh, okay. His friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he seemed kind of, like, frustrated. So we're kind of like, and, like, I guess she was having problems with somebody. He was, like, frustrated. He's like, I don't know if I should go pick her up. And I was like, well, obviously, like, if she's going through something, go pick her up,
Okay. When you say he seemed frustrated, can you explain, like, physically how that seemed to you?
Well, yeah, he was just saying, like, bad words at the phone.
Like swearing?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he slamming things down or anything like that?
Well, no, he was just on the phone looking at it, saying bad words.
Okay. So more of his voice.
Yeah.
So ultimately, do you all decide to go pick up Miss Vigil?
Yeah.
And do you go with them?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Why do you all go together?
I don't know. We just the car ride, I guess.
Okay.
I just kind of just followed suit with them. I was like, okay. Okay. I kind of just followed suit with them.
Okay. So you go and pick up Miss Vigil. On the way to get her, what is the situation in the car? Is everything kind of friendly? What are you doing?
Well, yeah, the music was playing most of the time, but it was pretty good.
All right. Did you have a drink with you in the car?
I did.
What were you drinking?
It was one of the drinks that he had handed me. I want to believe it was a beer. Yeah.
Beer? Okay. And then what happens when you pick Dolores up? What does she do?
She was kind of like, we had drove around for a little bit, kind of like, he didn't know exactly where she was at, but then we ended up finding her on the side of the road.
Okay.
And then she had all kinds of bags with her, and she kind of just seemed like very like emotional. She kind of just threw her bags in the back.
Okay. And were you and Hosana sitting in the back?
Yeah, we were.
Okay. Did the bags hit you?
Yeah, it hit me in the face, so I just laughed.
Okay. So she gets into the car. Then what happens?
Nothing. Well, we drive to go drop her off.
Okay. Was it kind of close to where you picked her up?
So we had picked her up. I don't know if you know where the Tarumada is at.
Yeah.
It's like a blue store, Mexican store. And so from there, we dropped her off like over there by the school, the college, UNC.
Okay. So everything's kind of in this like general area, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's more down the street.
Perfect. You drop her off. Then what happens? Do the three of you go back to his house?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the vibe in the car after you drop Dolores off?
So like I had calmed down a little bit. Obviously, we weren't nothing. They were talking, so music wasn't as loud. We were kind of just trying to respect the conversation. We're just quiet.
Sorry, I just want to stop you. Respect the conversation between Mr. Dickerson and Dolores?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we kind of just obviously kept it down while they were talking. You know? And so we dropped her off. The music turned back on, and obviously like the vibe got hyped up again, you know. And so we started hearing music, and then we took some pictures.
Okay. You said hyped up again. Do you mean that in a positive way?
Yeah.
Okay. So having fun in the car.
Yeah.
All right. Who's taking photos?
Hosanna was.
Of the two of you?
Yeah, just me and her.
Okay. What, like on Snapchat?
I don't know what it was on.
Okay. And you all drive back then to his house right after you drop her off, Dolores off.
Yeah, we do.
Was there ever a time when you were in the car where you were getting uncomfortable feelings about Mr. Dickerson?
No.
Were you scared of him in the car?
No, I wasn't.
Did you feel threatened by him in the car?
No.
Did you ever think in your mind, when we get back to the house, I am going to kill him?
No.
So when you get back to Mr. Dickerson's house, do you all just go back inside?
Yeah, we do.
And what happens when you go back inside? Do you continue drinking?
Yeah.
How much?
We started pouring more shots and stuff like that.
Of Ciroc?
Yeah.
Who's pouring shots?
He started off pouring shots at first, and then Hosanna did a little bit, then so did I.
Okay.
So it's like all of us.
Okay. How drunk are you at this point?
I'm pretty drunk.
Again, we talked about maybe you puking, you know, but can you give us an example maybe of how drunk you were? I mean, are we falling over or are we?
Not necessarily falling over, but I was pretty drunk to a point where I was like kind of spilling stuff.
Okay. Do you get sick again?
Yeah.
Okay. I see you laugh. Are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
Are you embarrassed by getting sick?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this kind of one of those times where we talked about it's not necessarily you laughing because you think it's funny, but more just kind of.
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Trio, if you want to rephrase that.
Sure. Why are you laughing?
I'm just nervous.
You're nervous.
Yeah.
How drunk is Mr. Dickerson, in your opinion, at this point, when you guys get back to the house?
I mean, I didn't really know him, so I can't say for sure, like, how drunk. He wasn't, like, stumbling or nothing.
Okay.
But he could have been drunk, like, but I honestly was just nauseous.
Okay. At this point, when you guys are back at the house and you're playing music and continuing to drink, does anybody else show up?
No.
How did that make you feel?
Well, I had asked him again. He's like, they're coming. He's like, he just kind of stopped talking. I was like, oh, okay.
Did you want to leave at that point?
Not really. I was kind of just like there, like just neutral.
Okay. Did Hosana want to leave?
No,
How do you know that?
because she was, I mean, I feel like I know her pretty well. So I was like, I know when she's like wants to be there and when she doesn't.
Okay. But it appeared to you that she was having a good time?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Dickerson touch Hosanna's butt?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did he ever touch your butt?
Yeah, he did.
When?
Just like It was like twice when I was like passing like the door frame of the, like from the kitchen entering the living room.
Okay, so leaving from the kitchen, going to the living room.
Yeah.
How did he grab your butt?
How?
Yeah.
He was kind of just like,
Just like a tap.
yeah, so I kind of just, I was like, oh, maybe he was an accident, you know? Because people, like, when they walk, some people sway their hands and stuff like that. So I didn't really think too much of it.
Was there ever a time where he did it again and you did think something of it?
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Oh, well, we were outside smoking in front of the house. And Hosanna had went in, then I went in, and then he came in after me. But this wasn't like a thing. It was more like I would say more like a pinch.
A pinch?
Yeah.
2 fingers?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
But that's what I felt.
It felt like a pinch.
Yeah.
Did you ever confront him about it?
No.
Why didn't you?
I don't know. I'm just shy. So I kind of just left it.
Okay. Did you ever feel kind of uncomfortable or felt unsafe if he touched your butt?
It threw me off for a little bit, but I try to just like, that's maybe just my head, you know? I'm just gonna leave it.
Okay. Did you ever think he was going to hurt you when he was touching your butt?
No.
Okay. Throughout the time that you were at the home, so we can start the first time you go, post dropping off Dolores and then going back. Did you ever feel that Mr. Dickerson was showing Hosanna more attention than you?
No.
No. Okay. Did you feel that he was showing you the equal amount of attention as Hosanna?
Yeah, but when he would like try to ask me,
Yeah, go ahead.
when he would like try to ask me stuff, I would just kind of just be like, oh, like try to put it on her, because like I don't really like to like, I guess like socialize and stuff.
Okay. What kind of things would he ask you that you would put off on Hosanna?
It was just basic stuff, like basic stuff.
Like where you worked?
Yeah.
And just generally, you were just kind of uncomfortable. Just
Objection, lady.
I can rephrase.
I'll allow that clarifying question. The witness can answer.
Thank you. Did you feel generally uncomfortable, not necessarily uncomfortable, but nervous just having standard conversations?
Yeah, conversations in general.
Okay. So we know, or at least we heard throughout kind of this trial, ultimately things took a turn in that house.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So can you please tell us when, things had shifted from, being a little drunk, but having a good time, listening to music, to things not going well?
Yeah. Well, like there was like little things that like led up before obviously all that, you know?
Okay. What were those little things?
Just like one time we were like in the living room and we were hearing music on a computer.
Mm-hmm.
It was like on a stand. But the stand like moved around.
Okay.
But he had asked us if we wanted to hear a song. And Hosanna was like, do you want to play a song? And I was like, I don't care, you know? And so I ended up playing a Spanish song.
Okay.
And like he was kind of like making fun of it at first, but I would just I was like, okay, guys, and just laughed it off, you know? And then he like I feel like he started to like kind of get like frustrated with
What
the
do you
song.
mean? He got frustrated. In what situation did he get frustrated?
Well, he was like, what the fuck kind of shit is that?
About the song?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did you respond?
I didn't say nothing. I just kind of just giggled a little bit.
How did that make you feel when he...
I was embarrassed.
Did that piss you off?
No.
Did you guys kind of get in an argument about it?
No, but he like got up like all mad and changed the song. I was like, okay. He just kind of left it. Like I tried to understand.
Okay. What do you mean try to understand?
Like I don't know. Like I wouldn't understand the fact that somebody that doesn't speak that language wouldn't hear that music, you know?
Okay. So you move on from the song?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens after that? You said the little things. Does something else happen after the song?
Well, that was basically it.
Okay. What do you guys all do after he changes the song?
Nothing. We heard music for a little bit more. Then we went to go take more shots in the kitchen.
Okay. So you go into the kitchen. How many more shots do you take, if you can remember?
I want to say like 2 or 3.
Okay. Each.
They're like half shots.
Okay, but 2 or 3 half shots each?
Yeah.
What kind of, is this different if you're taking shots versus just taking it out of the bottle?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess, let me clarify that. Were you just drinking it from the bottle?
No, it was in the cups the whole time.
Okay, what size were those cups?
It was probably like the size of like double this cup.
Like a Dixie cup?
Yeah.
Okay. Were the shots all the way up to the top of that?
Oh, no.
When you're talking about half shots, are we talking about like half of a Dixie cup size?
That would be if you're like a regular shot or more. So they were like a little bit less.
Okay. Did you ever take shots of water?
No.
Did you ever pour shots of water for you and Hosanna?
No.
Did you ever give Chris something to drink that you weren't drinking?
No.
So tell us what happens after that. You're taking shots in the kitchen. What's going on?
Nothing. We start to talk more about ourselves and like he just was asking questions, and then he asked us if we've ever been like to jail or prison.
Objection. May we approach?
Sure. Mr. Heel, you may resume. Ms. Rodriguez, I will remind you that you are still under oath.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, I apologize. I'm going to show you this again, okay?
Okay.
How do you feel looking at that?
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
Calls for sympathy.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Ms. Rodriguez, how do you feel looking at that?
A lot of emotions, like
Yeah. Can you tell us what an emotion, does it make you nervous?
yeah.
Bleeding.
I'll allow the question.
Are you scared?
I wouldn't necessarily say scared, but somewhat.
Okay. Can you explain what that somewhat is about?
Like I feel like it's just like the main thing that goes back to.
Does it bring you back to October 3rd?
Yeah, it does.
Is that difficult to talk about?
Yeah.
We're going to have to talk about it a little bit, okay?
Okay.
So, we were talking about the shiv that he showed you.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Is that a piece of it?
Yes.
Did a piece break off at one point?
Yes, it did.
And we're going to get into that, okay?
Okay.
I want to, going to move this, okay?
Okay.
Did Mr. Dickerson ever share with you fights he had been in before?
Yeah, he did.
When we were talking about a conversation, do you remember us just talking about before the break a conversation you all were having in the kitchen?
Yes.
Did that come up in that conversation you had in the kitchen?
Yes, it did.
And without saying, where these occurred, okay? Besides the conversation in the kitchen, but what he's telling you, okay? Does that make sense?
Okay.
Okay. Can you please tell us what he said about the fights without saying where they occurred?
Like what he did or what he seen?
What he did.
He said that he would fight and that he would always have that thing with him.
Okay. When we talk about that thing, are we talking about that file?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he tell you that he always had that with him before or after you saw it?
After he showed it to us.
Okay. So just for clarity purposes, did he tell you about the fights before you saw that?
No, it was after he brought it out.
Okay, so that conversation happened in
Yeah,
at one
all that
time.
happened after.
Okay. And are you still in the kitchen?
Yeah.
When he tells you that he got in fights before and always had that on him, how did that make you feel?
Uncomfortable.
Why?
Because, I don't know, it's just not something, that's not what a normal conversation would go to, so I'm just like, oh,
Okay. At that point, did you start to feel a little nervous about being around him?
Yes, I did.
Leading.
I will sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Were you nervous to be around him?
Yeah, I was.
Was that after that conversation you had?
Yeah.
Was it after seeing that file?
Yes.
What made you feel uncomfortable or nervous?
Just the fact that he brought it out after I had, yeah.
Okay. Was it after you had asked him a question?
Yeah.
And when you had asked him a question, was it kind of just about the fights and what he had gone through?
Yeah.
And did you ask him about the fights and what he had gone through? And what did you ask him?
I don't know how to say that without like.
Okay. Yeah. Did you ask him that having the fights with that weapon on him, did you ask him if that made him a man?
Objection leading.
Not specifically.
And Ms. Rodriguez, I have to rule on the objection first. I'll allow that question.
Okay. Do you want me to re-ask that?
Yeah.
Okay. When he was telling you that he had gotten in fights before with other people and had always had that file on him, the shiv that you called it, did you ask him if that made him a man?
Yeah, but not particularly to that.
What do you mean to that? Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
That's helpful. When you asked him, does that make you a man? What did you mean by asking him that?
About where he was at, when these places took place.
Yeah. Were you trying to put him down?
No.
Okay. Were you more or less asking him if that made him a
Leading.
I'm going to allow the leading question given the record I previously made.
Did you ask him if that made him a man in the sense of it made him grow up?
Yeah, it was more like a general question along that, yes.
Okay. If it made him more mature
Yeah.
or changed who he was?
Yeah, the mindset to be better.
When you asked him that question, how did Mr. Dickerson respond?
He was upset
How could you tell he was upset?
because he like took a step closer and he's like, "Are you calling me a bitch?"
Okay.
And he's like, "What'd you say? Are you calling me a bitch?"
Can you? I just want it to be clear. You said, "Does that make you a man?" And he said, "What? Are you calling me a bitch?"
He said, "What did you say? Are you calling me a bitch?"
And what did you say?
No.
Did you try to explain what you meant by that question?
Yeah, well, he asked me to say it again, so I did.
How did you feel when he said, "Say it again"?
That I shouldn't say it again, but he kept asking me, so I felt like I had to.
Can you please tell us where you were when you were having this conversation? Just where you were first.
I was in the middle of the kitchen.
Was your back toward anything?
Not at this point, no.
Let's see. I want to see if a diagram might be helpful. I apologize. I haven't go right behind that. So, Ms. Rodriguez, I kind of want to talk about this over here. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So this conversation in the kitchen when he's telling you that he's been in fights before and has a metal file with him all the time, and he kind of gets upset that you ask him if that made him a man, you're in this area of the home.
Yeah, kind of like a little bit in front where there were kitchens are. Yeah, kind of like where, like right here, like right there.
Okay, what is right here? Do you remember?
It's kind of close to like I believe there's a refrigerator, and then there's like a table right here.
And then here, is this the door to go to the garage?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. When you are here and having this conversation, how does he approach you when you said he was angry?
So he was like initially standing right here, and then he takes like a step closer towards me. I'm like right here.
And then what happens?
He continues to keep getting closer, and like he starts yelling and stuff.
How close is he when he's yelling at you?
He's pretty close. Like I could feel his breath in my face.
When you are having this conversation or argument with him, are you pushed up against anything at this point?
Well, I slowly started to go back.
Okay, to this door to get to the garage?
To like the counters over here. I wasn't just walking backwards.
Okay, so you're just walking backwards blindly,
Yeah.
kind of? Mm-hmm. Okay, and you end up by these cabinets?
Yeah.
Tell us what happens then.
I couldn't go back no more, so I started going to the side.
To this door?
More to the corner.
To the corner?
Yeah.
Okay, what happens when you move to the corner?
He gets in my face even closer.
He gets in your face even closer?
Yeah.
What is he looking like when he's in your face?
He's like mad, yelling.
How tall is he? Is he much taller than you?
Yeah, there's a big difference.
If he was standing above you, did you have to look up at him?
Yeah, I did.
So we're moving over to the corner. What happens when you're in the corner?
He like puts his arms like on the sides of me.
Okay. So he's putting his arms on the side of you.
Yeah,
Is your back up against something?
Yeah, I was on the wall.
Okay, on the wall.
Yeah.
And the wall in the corner by the kitchen, right?
Yeah.
Away from the cabinets.
Yeah.
And you said his hands are on the wall?
Yeah, but like on the sides of me.
On the sides of you?
Yeah.
Above your shoulders?
No, like right at them.
Okay. Is he touching you?
No.
You said he's yelling at you?
Yeah.
What is he saying?
So you call me a bitch? He keeps like repeating the same thing over.
Is he yelling at you?
Yeah.
You said that his face was close to you, but he was taller than you. So was he looking down on you?
Yeah, he was.
Could you feel his breath?
Yeah.
Could you feel anything else coming from his face?
Yeah, he was kind of like spitting a little bit, so it was kind of hitting me in my face.
Did you feel like he was intentionally spitting on you?
I don't feel like he was intentionally spitting on me, but I feel like just like the whole thing of like the whole yelling and like being angry, like he like lost control of his like saliva or something because it was hitting me.
Okay. What happens then? He has his hands on either side of you, towering over you, yelling in your face where you can feel his breath.
Testifying.
What happens next?
Give me just a second here. I'll allow the question as to what happened next.
I'll rephrase. Or I will say it again. You're in the corner. His arms are over you. He is leaning over you, yelling in your face, saying, "Did you call me a bitch?" You can feel his breath and his spit. What happens?
Well, I kind of just like, I was trying not to make eye contact or nothing because I didn't want to do something that was going to like escalate the situation. So I wasn't trying to make him think I was like trying to stand up to him. So I wasn't making eye contact. So I was kind of just looking off to the side.
Okay. Where's Hosanna?
She's like right next to me.
What is she saying?
Well, at first I think it caught her off guard.
Okay. Does she ever say anything?
Yeah, she does.
What does she say?
She tells him to get off of me.
What do you do at that point?
When he turned around to look at her, I pushed him back.
Tell me about how you pushed him back.
So he's like right in front of my face, and when he turned to look at Hosanna, when she had told him to get off of me or get away from me, when he turned, I like just pushed him off me.
How hard did you push him?
Honestly, in that moment, I really don't know.
Okay. Where did he go?
He didn't go.
Well, I mean, you pushed him. What happened?
He went back.
Okay. Did he stumble over his feet?
Yeah, he stumbled over his feet, but he didn't fall to the ground.
Okay. Did he run into anything when you pushed him?
He kind of like grabbed the refrigerator.
Can you show us here? If you're in this corner still, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the refrigerator?
Like right here somewhere.
Okay. Yep. So is this the refrigerator?
Yeah, that's right there.
Okay. So you push him back. Does he come this way and grab onto the refrigerator?
Yeah, like on the side of it, kind of.
Okay. What do you do when he grabs onto the refrigerator?
During this whole moment, I grabbed Hosanna's hand. Then, yeah,
What happens?
I tried to leave.
Where did he go?
Towards the front door.
Okay. So now we are here, and
Yeah.
you are trying to get to the front door. Show me how that happens.
So he's like right here, like obviously out of balance after that. And so Hosanna was like right here. So I came this way, I grabbed her hand, and like we like ran, but I couldn't get the door open. It was like I don't know if it was like my nerves getting in the way or like there's something wrong with the log, which I still don't know, you know?
What happens at the door?
I couldn't get my hands to get it open.
Okay. And then what happened?
He pulled Hosanna.
When you had left the kitchen and went to the door, was Mr. Dickerson behind you?
Well, I wasn't looking back. Obviously, my only thing I was focusing on is getting to the front door.
Okay. When you get to the front door, you said he grabbed Hosanna's arm.
Well, he grabbed her like shirt. I don't know if he had grabbed her hand before that but like what I had seen, it was a shirt.
Okay. And then what happened?
I told him to leave her alone.
And what did you do after that?
So like I kind of like moved her, and then he pushed me
How did he push you?
onto the couch
Can you explain how he pushed you onto the couch?
with his hands.
Okay. Did he use both hands?
Yeah, he did.
When he pushed you, did you lose your balance?
Yeah,
How did you fall into the couch?
kind of sideways.
Okay. Were you on your back?
I was more on my side.
Can you explain that a little bit? So if you're on your side on the couch, are you like on a side like this, or just kind of halfway on the couch?
I was like all the way on the couch, but it was like, yeah, more on my side.
Where were your legs?
One was like kind of dangling off the couch, one was all the way on the couch.
Where were your arms?
Like this.
Okay. Where was Mr. Dickerson?
Right in front of me, but then
what?
he came on me.
What happened when he came on you?
I like just try to back up, but it like, so at this point, like I'm already like all the way on the couch.
Okay.
And so he gets on top of me and he's like holding my arms down. And he's like still yelling, and he's like,
How was he holding your arms?
he was like kind of just up here. He was like cuffed, but it was like both of them. So he's like over me with one leg on the floor, and then one leg was on me. And then he,
Okay. If you are on the couch, Mr. Dickerson is holding your arms like this. Is that fair to say?
yeah.
He has one leg on the ground
Mm-hmm.
and is the other leg up on the couch holding you down.
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to get away?
At that moment, no.
Did you try to wiggle away?
Yeah, obviously, yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I kind of just kept going, like trying to like get his hands off me. And so I ended up like, he just wouldn't get off me. So I ended up like, I was trying to reach for something. So I ended up grabbing a bottle.
What kind of bottle?
I want to believe it was, I'm not 100% sure. It might have been a Budweiser, but at that point I was ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happens when you try to grab a bottle?
I ended up like barely reaching the tip of it. So I was like putting it closer, trying to reach it. And then I eventually got it with like the tips of my fingers. So I ended up like grabbing it, and I just went like that, but it went over him.
Okay. Where was the beer bottle when you grabbed it?
It was on the floor, like when you're like the couch, like, you know, like the part that like usually goes behind your legs.
Okay.
So like on the floor right in front of the couch.
Okay. Did you grab the top, like the neck of the bottle?
Yeah.
Was he still holding onto your arms?
Yeah, he was.
So how did you throw that?
I kind of just, he was still holding me down, but I just went like,
Okay. Did it hit him?
no.
Do you know where it went?
It went over him. I know that.
Okay. What happened after you threw the bottle?
And like the whole thing continued, and I just kept telling him, I was like, please, please, you know, like,
Okay. Did he get off of you?
no.
What happened next?
So I continued to yell at him, and I don't know why any other words didn't come out. Like, I don't know, like why I was just saying please at the moment, you know, but Hosanna goes and brings that thing he was just recently showing us.
Okay. Where did she get it from? Do you know?
No, I didn't even see her. I wasn't at that moment, wasn't paying attention, like when or, you know, how long she had it, or like, I don't know.
Did you ask her to grab it for you?
No, I didn't.
So she brings it over,
Yeah.
and then what happens?
He grabs it.
Did you feel that she was giving it to him?
For a long time, like, I feel like my mind has went back and forth on it. Like, she might have just not even been knowing what she was doing.
Okay.
Like, in my opinion, you know, like, she was drunk, you know, like, but like, I feel like that's more of like a situation like where sometimes you won't react like fast, you know, like that's a situation where you have to like think like fast. And a lot of people don't think accurate when that happens. Like, I don't think at that moment that she thought in my head, like, this guy's, why would you bring that? Like, you know, the situation's already this, you know, like, you bringing that just gonna, yeah.
So he grabs it. And then what happens?
I was able to kind of like slide onto the floor.
Tell me how you were able to slide onto the floor.
So when he grabbed it, he got one hand off of me.
Okay. Where did he, so if, right, like you just saw me pretending that I was on top of you holding your arms down. He grabs it with what, how?
With that hand.
With this hand?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what does he do?
He grabs it, and then like I'm like obviously trying my hardest to like just leave from like away from him, you know. So I like got onto the floor, but like because only one of his legs was positioned on the floor. So sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
When I had fell onto the floor, that one leg that he was keeping his balance on, he like obviously lost it because I went to the floor, you know. So when all that happened, I'm on the already going, so like he fell as well, but he pulled me, so like it was like kind of like a semi-roll.
Okay. When you all rolled, where did you roll onto?
The floor.
Okay, okay. And then when you rolled onto the floor, how was he grabbing you? Was he grabbing you?
Yeah, he was grabbing me with my shirt right here.
Okay. With one hand?
Yeah, it would be his right hand.
What was his other hand doing?
Yeah, it was holding the thing.
Okay. What were you doing?
Oh, no, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, I'm just like.
Take a moment.
Okay.
Okay. So you get onto the ground. Mm-hmm. What are you doing when he's holding on to you with one hand?
Obviously trying to get his hand away.
Okay.
Because when he grabbed me, he like went kind of like across and pulled me, you know? So.
When you were on the ground?
Yeah.
And his other hand had held that?
Yeah, but it was like, he grabbed like, so like.
Do you want me to come over there?
Yeah. It was kind of like, this hand went like on this side. So he kind of like grabbed me like.
This?
Yeah. But like, it was like.
This?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what?
So we rolled after that.
And then this hand has the metal file in it. So my right
Objection.
hand.
Counsel's testifying again. I'd ask her to come back to the lectern.
I'll allow the clarification given the witness's previous testimony.
It's up here in the right hand.
Yeah.
And while this is happening, are you on the ground? Okay. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Hill, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Stacy, I want to just clarify one point, and then we will talk about what happened on the ground, okay?
Okay.
That shiv we've been talking about, did you believe that that had been used before in a violent situation?
Yes, I did.
Objection. Same objection we previously had.
I'm sorry. Give me just a second here. All right. Ms.
Okay. So Stacy, when we're talking about that file, okay, and you were shown that file by Mr. Dickerson, did you learn from him that that file had taken countless souls before?
Yeah, he did say that.
Okay. So I want to go back to the couch when he has that in his hand, what is happening when you are on the floor?
We're on the floor.
You're on the floor.
We kind of like, well, at this point, we're already on our sides.
Can you say what side you were on?
Right.
Okay. Was he on his left?
Yeah, but he was like half laying down
Okay.
and half on his side.
Half on his side?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
I sat up a little bit and I was trying to get it out of his hand.
You were trying to get out of his hand?
Yeah.
How?
So I went over him and I kept hitting his hand on the floor so he could let it go.
When you say you were getting over him, were you almost sitting up a little bit more?
Yeah.
Was he still on his side?
Yeah, why sat up?
Okay. And then you had two hands on his hands to get it off,
Yeah.
to get it out of his hands? Okay.
Objection, leading.
I'll sustain that objection. If you want to rephrase, Ms. Trujillo, go ahead.
Did you have two hands on him?
On his one hand, yeah.
Okay. And why did you have two hands on him?
Because I'm obviously not strong enough to get it out of his hand with the one hand, but I was just trying to like hit it out of his hand. So like my hand was like on his palm and I was just hitting on the floor so he could let it go.
Okay. Where is his other hand?
On my shirt still.
In the same way that we just looked at grabbing you here?
Yeah, I was like more down here at this point.
Okay. So is he consistently trying to grab you?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens after that?
He eventually let it go and I grabbed it, but then he like pushed me with my face and I fell back. And then so at this point it's already in my hand, you know? And so like, and I don't know how many times I had did it, but I like just was like going like that. But like, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me how, when you say I was just going like that, can you tell me what you were doing?
Well, it was my hand.
Okay. And what was in your hand?
That thing.
Okay. And did you use that thing on Mr. Dickerson at that point?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Well, I was just going like this.
Okay. Were you looking at him?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. What happened when you went like this?
Well, at that moment, I didn't think anything, you know? And then he still was continuing to grab me, so I was kept kicking him, and I sat up again. And that's when I just, that's when happened again and it broke.
Okay. Is this difficult to talk about?
Yeah.
Okay. I need to ask you a few more questions, okay?
Okay.
When he gets up and you kind of get up and you said it broke, can you tell me how it broke?
Well, when I like, obviously like we're still fighting over this thing, you know? So when I had did it the last time, I like fell when I did it and it broke.
Okay. When you say you did it the last time, do you mean stabbing him the last time?
Yeah, but I didn't know there was more times before that one time.
Okay.
I didn't know that I had hit him.
Can you explain that to me? Like, why didn't you know?
Because I wasn't looking while I was doing it.
When did you realize it was more than once?
When I seen Discovery.
Okay. What happened when it broke?
I kind of like, because when I was, all this would happen, obviously, like, I had felt, like, on him, you know?
Okay.
And I, like, scooted back, and I, like, had went on my butt, and then I just scooted back. Like, just with my legs, I pushed myself, and I, like, was slid back.
Okay. You said that you kind of fell on him and it broke. Can you tell me where you were sitting or how you were sitting before you fell?
I was like, I had one knee up and the other one was like, ow.
Were you still on the floor?
Yeah.
one knee out, like you weren't balancing on that knee?
Oh, I was.
Objection calls for
Give me just a
pleading,
second.
calls for speculation.
I'll allow that question. The witness can answer.
You had one knee up and you said the other leg out. Can you explain to me? I can try to do this.
I was maintaining my balance on one knee,
Okay.
while the other one was like just.
You were leaning on one knee?
And Your Honor, I'll give permission for the witness to describe it. She can get down, but I don't think it's proper for counsel to testify and reenact it.
Okay, so I'm not interested what you're giving permission for anybody to do. That's something for me to determine. Ms. Trujillo, it appears to me that the witness has sufficiently been able to answer the questions without a demonstration, so I'll ask that you just continue to proceed
Okay.
with the questioning.
So you have the one knee that you're on and the metal file breaks. I want to ask you a little bit about the breaking part, okay? I'm not going to bring it to you, but I need to see it myself. When you saw this, there was a sharper end. Is that fair?
I believe so.
Okay. Is this the part that broke?
I think it was the other side that broke because there was like a handle to it.
Okay. So the top part here that looks curved, was that always like that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't believe so though.
Okay. Do you remember what the handle was made out of or what it looked like for it to break?
Oh, I didn't really like get a close look at it. Like when he had showed it to us, it was like not close enough to get detailed, but I did see what it looked like. So I don't know where like I guess how would I say it? Where it would stop being like metal. I'm not sure about that part.
That's okay.
I just remember seeing like the grip. I don't know if it ended where the handle or like it continued. I don't know.
When you grabbed the file from him, did you look at it, manipulate it before doing something with it?
No, it was on the heat of the moment.
Sorry?
It was on the heat of the moment.
Okay. What made you finally sit back and scoop back?
When I had realized that it broke, and I obviously did it.
Was Mr. Dickerson moving at that point?
No, no,
Do you know?
I don't know. I just kept looking at my hand and like the whole thing that, yeah.
Okay. I want to take a pause right here, okay? Let's go to the kitchen. At what point in the kitchen did you feel the need to defend yourself?
When he was in my face.
Was this when his arms were on either side of you?
Yeah.
When you left the kitchen and tried to go out the front door, when did you feel like you needed to protect yourself?
When I what?
When you went into the kitchen, to the living room from the kitchen, and tried to leave the front door, when did you feel like you needed to protect yourself?
He grabbed Hosanna.
And why did you feel like you needed to protect yourself then?
Because I don't know what was his mindset at the moment.
Okay.
Like, obviously, like, after what he just did, you know, like, obviously, I'm going to be very cautious, you know?
Was there ever a point when you were with Mr. Dickerson in the kitchen or the living room that you felt he could have killed you?
Yeah.
When was that?
When Hosanna came in with that thing and he grabbed it. Like, obviously, like, that's not the first thing that pops into somebody's head, you know? Like, not gonna think, like, oh, you know? Like, my thought, it was like, he's gonna fuck me up, you know? Like, I'm just gonna get beat up, you know? Like, that was my, like, initial thought with the whole thing before Hosanna had brought that.
Why did it shift for you when she brought that over?
Because obviously, like, that knife that he said he had used before, you know?
Okay. Did he ever make any motions where it looked like he was going to try to use that on you?
Well, yeah, it was in my face.
Okay. When you grabbed it out of his hand, did you feel that you had any other option?
No.
Did you feel that if you would not have acted, that you would be harmed?
Yeah.
That you could have been severely beat up?
Objection, lady.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you feel like you could have been severely beat up?
Yes.
Did you feel like he could have killed you?
Yes.
Was that going through your mind at the time?
Yeah.
Is that why you acted?
Yes.
Stacy, did you feel like you had any other options?
No.
Ask and answer, Judge.
I'll allow the question.
No, right? Okay. I want to kind of talk about what happens afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Do you need a moment?
No, it's fine.
So you said that you scooted back and you were looking at your hands.
Yeah.
Can you remember kind of what happened afterwards, after you kind of got out of that moment?
I just dropped the thing right there on the floor.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I just kept looking at my hand.
Why were you looking at your hand?
Because it had blood on it.
What did you do after that?
I kind of just sat there. I didn't know what to do.
Where was Hosanna?
Standing right there.
Did she say anything to you?
Not for a little bit.
Ultimately, did you get up off the floor?
Yeah, I stood up.
Where did you go?
I stood right there and I was like, just like, I felt like I couldn't even feel my body, so I just didn't move, you know, after I stood up.
How long did it kind of, I don't know if you can even answer, how long it took you to kind of start moving again?
I don't know.
Okay. So after you stand up and you're looking at your hand, did you ever move Mr. Dickerson?
No.
Did you go into any other part of the house after that?
Yeah.
Where did you go?
So do you want me to explain the whole thing?
Yes, please.
So after I had stood up, Hosanna had said, she was just like looking at me. I looked at her and like it was like, I don't know, I didn't say nothing. She was like, kill the dog. And I was like, what? Like, all I said was wet. And she kind of was like, oh, like, and then like, I kind of just like, I didn't know what to do. And she said, we need to check for cameras.
Did you?
I didn't. I kind of was just like, I feel like at this moment, like everything was like, I don't even know how to explain it.
Okay. Okay, so she said, we've got to look for cameras. What did you do?
I just watched her for a while. Thank you.
Okay. You just watched him for a little bit, you said?
Watched her.
Watched her.
Yeah.
What was Hosanna doing?
She went in the kitchen. She went under the sink.
Okay. What did she grab under the kitchen sink?
She grabbed this bottle that was like, it was like straight, but like the nozzle was like sideways.
What did you think it was?
I thought it was like I think it was like for the toilet, like when you go like that and it just.
Like the toilet bowl cleaner?
No, it wasn't the clean. It was like the clean solution.
Okay, the bottle of the toilet bowl cleaner.
Yeah.
Did you all talk about needing to clean up?
No, she just said she was gonna check for cameras, and she started doing that.
Okay. What did she do with the toilet bowl cleaner?
She started putting it in the doorknobs.
Did she say why she was doing that?
No.
Did you try to stop her?
No, I did not.
Did you even think about trying to stop her?
No, I wasn't thinking at the moment.
So what happens after she's putting that on the doorknobs?
She tells me again, she's like, we have to look for the cameras. And I was like, what? You know, like I just kept saying what. She started getting frustrated.
You kept saying what, sorry?
I kept saying what.
What, okay.
Like, what are you saying, you know? She kept just getting frustrated.
Okay. And then what happened?
And then she kind of like pulled my hand a little bit to go to the room, so I just followed her in there.
When you went into the rooms, did you know what room was Mr. Dickerson's?
No, I did not.
Were you guys ever in the bedrooms when you were at the house prior to this happening?
No.
Okay.
But
So
also, when I went to go throw up, I don't know how long I was in there for. Because I remember rinsing off my face
Okay.
when I was drunk. This was before all of this happened.
Sure. Let's stick with you kind of just being drunk for a minute, okay?
Yeah.
When he had cornered you in the kitchen, how drunk did you feel?
I feel like, I don't want to say like I sobered up instantly, but I feel like it was like, I feel like that situation did sober me up. Like I knew exactly what was happening at that moment. I feel, you know?
Okay. You weren't as nauseous as you were before?
No, that situation took all those feelings away.
Okay. What about in the living room? Did you feel drunk then?
No.
What about after, when Hosana grabbed your hand and moved you into the bedroom? Did you feel pretty drunk then?
I feel like I couldn't feel my body.
Because of alcohol?
I think it's because of what happened.
Okay. All right. So let's go into the room. What happens in the room?
She starts looking everywhere. Like at first she like kind of just looked with her eyes, and she kind of like, in a sense, kind of like scanned the room down.
Okay. What happened?
And then she started looking through his stuff.
Did she say why?
No, I didn't even ask.
Did you help?
She had handed, I kind of was just like standing there, and she had put on some gloves, and I had asked her, I was like, why do you have gloves on? And she's like, here, you put some on too.
What kind of gloves were these?
They look like the ones you wear when it's like cold outside.
Where did the gloves come from?
One of the bags. It was a backpack.
The black bag, you said?
A backpack.
A backpack, okay. Where was the backpack found?
And she found them in his closet.
In his closet. Okay. So you put gloves on. What do you do after you have your gloves on?
I was just doing the same thing. I was standing in the middle of the room, just looking at her. And I had only put one on. Okay. And I had put it on my left hand. I just kept looking at my hand.
Why did you put it on your left hand?
Because my right hand had blood on it, and I don't know why I kept looking at it.
Did you ever rummage through things in his room?
No.
You saw photos throughout this trial of Mr. Dickerson's bedroom. Do you remember seeing those?
Yeah.
And there were photos of a lot of bags on top of the bed, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember how those bags got on top of the bed, or were they already there?
I don't remember, like, if there was stuff on the bed, because I'm telling you, like, I was only focused, like, on my hand, you know, like, couldn't, believe what happened. Like, I didn't know what to do, you know? So that's what I was.
Did you ever see an engagement ring in the bedroom?
No, I didn't.
Did Hosanna ever tell you she found one?
I don't think she's ever, no.
You don't think she did?
No, she never talked about that.
So you said Hosanna had found a backpack, and you heard the prosecution throughout this trial and through discovery say that, or allege that you guys had taken the backpack. Does that sound familiar?
I didn't.
You didn't. Did Hosanna?
Yeah, she was putting like random stuff. So she was leaving in and out of the room, and I was still just there, you know? And she came back from the other room, and she had 2 bottles of alcohol.
What kind of alcohol?
One was brown. I don't know what brand it was. It was, the glass was, it was a clear bottle but with brown liquid in it.
Okay. And what was the other one?
It was a Fireball
Where did she find that? Do you know?
in the other room.
Were you with her in the other room?
No,
Did she just tell you that's where she found it?
no, I seen her.
But you weren't in there the other room with her?
No.
Okay. How did you see her grab? You know what I mean?
So I was standing in the doorway of the room that we were in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So like if I was standing right here and the bed's like right here. And this is the closet. So I was standing right here, and then she goes all the way into this room. And I don't know what that room looks like. I never went in there. But she pulled these 2 bottles out of that room.
And so could you see her pull the 2 bottles out of the room?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she brings them over here.
And you're still over here?
I was really right here.
Okay. Okay. Then what happens after she brings the bottles out of that other room and meets you in Mr. Dickerson's room?
Oh, well, she sets them down in the corner of the bed, and she continues to look through stuff. And then she grabs a backpack. It was black. And she just dumps it out, like whatever's in it. She like looks through it too, but she grabs all kinds of stuff. Like there was wires, like, and then those 2 bottles, and I don't know what else.
Okay. Did she end up taking that backpack?
Yeah.
When?
She took, when she left. But she also took, she came to me and she was mad and she took the gloves from me. And she like, when she took it off, she pulled it off by my finger. So she like just snatched it off.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
Yeah.
Did she tell you why she was upset?
No, she was just kind of talking stuff. Like, she was like, fuck.
Did she seem panicked?
Honestly, at the moment, she seemed more angry.
Okay.
Like at the beginning, when she had told me to kill the dog, she did seem like somewhat panicked. Not panicked, but I would say like more scared.
What happens after the room? Do you stay in there after she's putting these things in the backpack?
Well, after she took the gloves from me, she tells me, just go there and check on him. And I just looked at her, and I like didn't say nothing. She's like, hello, did you hear me? And I just shook my head no. Like I said, and she was like, stop acting dumb already. Like, she's like, don't make me mad. And then I went, and I kind of was like scared to go over there. So like I walked slowly out, you know, out of the room. And so there's like, when you come out the room and you turn right, there's a living room. So I had looked, and I kind of just like was like cautious, I feel, you know. And then that's when I looked, and I had like seen him, and I had stood there for a while, and like I can hear her like saying something, but I feel like the feeling at the moment was like, you know, like when you like if you're like at a construction site and you put the things in so you can like know something, but you like I don't know how to explain it.
Okay. Is that how you felt?
Yeah.
So did it feel as if you had almost like something to block out some noise, but not all noise?
Yeah, it was kind of like, it's like blurred, kind of like, yeah.
So you go out into the living room to check on him. What do you see?
He's on the floor.
He's on the floor.
Yeah.
Is he moving?
No.
Do you know?
He wasn't moving at the time, or at least like from what I seen.
What were you feeling when you went out there and looked at him on the floor?
I was scared
What were you scared about?
that he was gonna get back up.
Did you go closer to him?
No, I just looked at him from a distance.
Does Hosanna come out of the bedroom?
Yeah,
What happens when she comes out?
she's still yelling something. I don't know what she was yelling. And I'm just kind of just looking at her like, what are you saying, you know? And then she walks away, and I remember just like looking at her walk away. And she has the backpack on.
Okay. Where's she walking away to?
She outside.
What happens at that point?
Nothing. I just stood there for a little while, just looking at him because I was like, he's gonna get up, you know?
Does she tell you, come on, let's go, get out of the house?
Yeah.
Why didn't you?
I was just stuck. I didn't know what to do.
We watched some surveillance videos from some neighbors, and it looked like there was one individual in the car around 5 o'clock in the morning. And then about 3 minutes later, another individual comes out of the home and gets into the car. Do you remember seeing that?
Yeah.
Who was in the car?
Hosana was.
Are you the one walking back outside the house?
Yeah.
What were you doing for those 3 minutes inside by yourself?
I was just looking at him. It didn't feel like that long, you know?
Did you go back to his bedroom?
No.
Did you look in his pockets?
No, I didn't.
Did Hosanna look in his pockets?
I don't know.
So why did you leave the house and get in the car with Hosanna?
I didn't know what else to do.
When you were in the house and Hosanna was outside, did it ever cross your mind to call 911?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't think about nothing at the moment. Like, I was just scared.
Yeah.
It took me a long time to, like, build the courage to walk past him, to leave.
Why did it take you build the courage to walk past him? Well, first tell me why, and I might have some clarifying questions.
I thought that he was just trying to trick me, that he was just, like, pretending he was going to grab me as soon as I passed.
Why did you feel that way?
I don't know.
When you go to the car, we kind of watched you walk down to get into the car.
Yeah.
Why didn't you run?
I don't know.
Do you even remember why you acted that way at all?
No.
So you get in the car. Where do you guys go?
So she just starts driving. I don't know where she's driving to.
Are you telling her to go left, right, straight?
No, I was just sitting there, not talking.
So she's driving. Where do you end up?
We ended up at a gas station called the Cosmic Market.
Why did you go there?
I don't know why she went there.
What were you feeling in the car on the way there?
At that moment, I don't know, like, I was just didn't know what to do. Like like at that moment I was just focused on, because we're just sitting in the car and it's quiet, and I'm just like can feel like the pulse in my neck, you know, like I can feel it, and it's just kind of like going, and I'm just like, and then like I kind of like, I feel like I was like breathing hard, you know, and like the way I felt was just, I feel like I can't explain it.
Did you have your phone on you?
She had it.
Did you ask her for your phone at one point?
I did not.
Did you tell her we should call 911?
No,
Why not?
I don't know. I was scared. I didn't know what to do.
So tell me what happens at the gas station.
She said, empty those water bottles that are in the back. We had pulled up, and I told her, I was like, I'm not hungry. And she's like, we're not fucking here for food. And I was like, just side-eyed her, and I was like, so she gets off, she puts this COVID mask on, and she tells me, empty those bottles that are in the back. And I just said, okay. She's like, and fill them up. And I was like, okay. So she goes inside. I don't believe she took that long, so I went and I filled them up.
Like this kind of water bottle?
I can't see it. Yeah.
So plastic?
Yeah, it was, regular water bottle.
Did you fill them up with gasoline?
Yes.
Why?
She told me to, but I was gonna put them in the back, and she's like, no, bring them up in front with you.
What did you think you were gonna do with those?
I didn't, honestly wasn't thinking about that at the moment. Like, obviously, like, that was the last thing I assumed was gonna happen.
Did Hosanna tell you why she told you to fill up the water bottles?
No.
Okay. So you fill them up. Then what happens? Where do you go?
We started driving down 23rd again. And then I'm just in the same, like, I'm still feeling the same way, you know? And
I just want to stop you real quick. When you say the same way, like feeling the pulse kind of same way?
yeah, like I couldn't feel my body and stuff like that. Like even when I was filling up, like I kept, like, it was not even going in the bottle.
Okay. So you guys are driving on 23rd, and then what happens?
She makes a right.
Onto what?
I don't know what street it is. I know there's a school down that street on the right side, but I have no idea what street it is.
Okay. So what happens after she turns right?
I asked her what she was doing.
Does she respond?
She said, we're going back.
We're going back?
Yeah.
What did you tell her?
I didn't say nothing.
Did you want to go back?
No.
Why didn't you tell her no?
I don't know why.
Sorry?
I don't know why.
Okay. So you go back to the house?
Yeah.
What happens then? Well, let's break that down. You go back to the house. Do you go into the house?
Yeah, I do.
Why do you go into the house instead of Hosanna?
I don't know why she told me to go in there, but she told me to go in there and light everything on fire and to kill the dog.
Did you ask her for her to come with you?
No.
Why not?
I was just listening to what she was saying.
Okay, so you go back into the house. What do you do with the dog?
I put him in the backyard
Why?
because I didn't want anything bad to happen to him or her. it.
How did you put the dog in the backyard?
Has been answered.
I'll sustain that objection.
I think I asked how, not what.
It says, I put him in the backyard. Why? Because I didn't want anything to happen to him or her. Oh, I'm sorry. Your question was, how did you put the dog in the backyard? Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Go ahead, Mr. Hio, if you'll re-ask that question.
Thank you. How did you put the dog in the backyard?
I just tapped my leg, and he.
The reason I ask if that's helpful is looking at, right, when we're looking at the diagram of the house, did you have to go through the garage to put the dog outside?
Yeah.
Where was the dog when you were in the house, if you remember?
I really don't remember.
That's okay. When you put the dog outside in the garage, do you do anything else in the garage?
No.
Do you close the door?
Yeah, and I locked it.
Why'd you lock it?
I don't know why I locked it. I have no answer for that.
Okay. Okay, what happens when you go back inside the house?
I got stuck in the living room again.
Tell me what you mean by stuck.
Like I was coming back in, and I had came in through like where the garage is at, and I could just from the distance just already see him, you know.
How did it make you feel to see him?
I was just, I don't know.
What happened after you went back in through the garage and saw him in the living room?
I went to the living room.
What did you do in there?
I stood in the doorway of that separates the kitchen and the living room.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I just looked at him for a while, and I had swore that he was like moving, but I think it was just my nerves getting in the way of what I was seeing. Because with that, like, I'm not sure if he was or he wasn't, you know, but
Did you touch him?
no,
Okay.
I did not.
So what did you do?
I opened up the water bottles, and I just threw them to the side.
When you said you just threw them, did you just open up the caps and just toss the bottles themselves?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What happened after that?
I grabbed a piece of paper,
From where?
the kitchen table.
Do you remember what kind of paper this was?
No.
What did you do with it?
I lit it on fire.
How did you light the paper on fire?
With the lighter.
Sorry. With a lighter?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did you do with the paper after you lit it with the lighter?
It burned like halfway, and it was like a pretty long piece of paper.
Okay.
So it burned like halfway, and then I just threw it to the floor.
You threw it to the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Was this by Mr. Dickerson?
It was more or less like in.
Would it help to look at this?
Well, yeah, it was kind of like against like the wall.
What wall? Like over here? Or were you in a bedroom?
Oh no, sorry. I'm looking at it wrong.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. I thought that was the kitchen. I should.
That's okay. That's okay. So this is the living room, right?
Yeah.
And you by this wall?
Yeah. Well, I was like right here. No, I had thrown my. Yeah, I had to.
Okay, you just threw it from this area.
Yeah, I was like honestly just like around.
Did you stand there for a little bit longer after you threw it, or what happened?
No, when I had stood there is when I just had it in my hand, and that's why it got to the point of half of it being the paper being on fire. Then
Sorry, and then the paper was on fire, and what was that last part?
yeah, that's when I threw it on the floor.
Okay. What did you do after you threw it on the floor?
I left.
Just outside, just the front door.
Yeah,
Now, is that what we saw on the surveillance?
yeah, it is.
Did you just walk down to the car?
Yeah,
Why didn't you run?
I don't know why I did it.
Were you even thinking about the fact you were walking?
Objection, waiting.
I honestly don't even.
And
Sorry, Ms.
Ms. Rodriguez, when there's an objection, I got to. I'll allow the question. Ms. Rodriguez, you can answer.
Did you even think about the fact you were walking?
No. Thank you.
So tell me, you get back into the car. Does anything happen between you and Hosanna in the car?
She asked me if I killed the dog.
What did you tell her?
I told her yeah.
You told her yeah? Why did you lie to her?
I don't know. I don't know why I did.
You don't know why? Okay.
No.
Where did you all go once you left?
We left to my brother's house.
Was this at Miguel's house?
Yeah.
And what did you do there?
We took my truck, but it wasn't to switch cars. It's because the car is not mine, so I wanted to give, obviously it's to give it back, you know? Like, I'm not gonna be driving around just in my mom's car, you know? Because she had told me to only use it for a little bit.
Because what?
She had said to use it for a little bit.
When your mom told you to use it for a little bit, was the idea of just that night?
She always just says that, but at the moment, it kind of just happened. Like, I don't really think, like, the whole thing that's being, like, perceived about that situation, like, we didn't do that to, like, there was, like, no motive behind switching the cars. It's just the fact that the car is mine. There's no motive behind that, you know?
Okay. So you get into your truck, and then where do you guys go?
She kind of just started, we parked around the corner.
Of what? Of Miguel's?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what did you do?
She said, "Why are you acting like that?"
What do you think she meant by that?
I don't know.
You don't know? How were you acting?
I wasn't looking at her.
Were you angry with her?
No.
Did you have like an emotional response?
I feel like I did. At that moment, I just wanted to be by myself. Like,
Why didn't you stay at your brother's house?
I don't know.
Okay. So You guys park around the corner in the Tahoe, and then what happens?
That was only for like 1 minute, and then we just we left, and like I don't remember like the drive over there, like that part is just I don't know, but she went to there's this one place in front of the Cosme. It's called Almanzas, but the one that we went to was Almancitas.
Okay. And is that kind of close?
It was close to, not close to his house, but it's like a long road down, straight down.
Okay. Why did you go there?
I don't know why she went there.
And I mean, it's a food place, right?
Yeah.
Like fast food?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you get anything to eat?
I told her I wasn't hungry, and she just got food.
Did you eat anything?
No.
So after Almanzitas, where do you go? What do you do?
She went to pass by
She went to Best Buy.
his house.
Sorry, she went to Best Buy by where?
Pass by.
Oh, pass by his
Yeah.
house. Okay, I apologize. Okay. Why?
I don't know.
Who was driving?
She was driving the Tahoe.
When you guys went to the drive by the house, what did you see?
There was a lot of cops.
Was there ever a point when you're driving by and you see a bunch of cops and they're looking at the house that you just lit on fire? Did you ever say, we should go talk to them and tell them what happened?
No.
Okay. So after you drove by Mr. Dickerson's house, what did you do?
I just looked.
Yeah.
And I kind of just shook my head like, what are we gonna do, you know?
You what?
I just shook my head and just thought, what are we gonna do?
Yeah. What do you mean by what are we gonna do?
We're both there, like, more in a sense me, but I was like, I didn't say it out loud, but I just thought it.
Okay.
Like, what's gonna happen, you know?
Yeah.
Like I had no idea what to do at that moment.
Hosanna had said a lot of things, I guess, when she was testifying, and she said that you told her you had killed people before. Do you remember hearing that?
Yeah.
Is that true?
No, it's not.
She said that you knew to light a fire and burn things because that's going to be the best way to get rid of evidence. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever joke with Hosanna of the fact that you've killed people before?
No.
What happened on October 3rd? Was that the first time that you had ever been in a situation like that?
Yeah.
Did you know how to act?
No.
Did you light his house on fire to try to get away with this?
No. I think I just followed suit because she seemed like she was in control of the situation, like she knew what to do. I feel like I just had no idea, you know?
When you went back into the house and had it lit on fire, was your intention to destroy any evidence?
That's not, no.
Okay.
I mean, like, obviously while doing that, I knew the fire was gonna happen, but I didn't have any, like, intentions behind it, you know, like, that probably just...
Yeah. Stacy, did you want to kill Mr. Dickerson that night?
No.
Did you have a plan to do this?
No.
Did you take a moment to think about it and then act upon that?
No.
Did you ever think that maybe at one point in the night when you were starting to get uncomfortable that maybe this would happen?
No.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to what happened later in the morning of the 3rd, okay? So after you left Amancitas, where do you go?
She drove to pass by the house.
Right after the house, where did you guys go?
She just was frustrated and she started like kind of driving kind of crazy to her grandma's house.
Where does her grandma live? Do you remember what kind of area?
I don't remember the exact like streets, but there's like an apartment complex across the street.
From where?
Her grandma's.
Okay. Do you remember like kind of the area in Greeley where her grandma was at, or the apartment complex is?
I don't know what side that is,
That's okay. Okay.
but there's apartments called The Verge, and there's like a moose lounge where they usually like do quinceañeras or like bingo, and then there's a post office too before that.
Okay. So what do you do when you get to her grandma's house?
We get off the car and go inside.
Okay. What do you do inside?
Go into this extra room that her grandma has.
Do you talk to anybody?
No,
Is her grandma home?
I'm not sure. At that moment,
Yeah. Okay. So you go into the extra room. What do you do in the extra room?
I kind of sat at the edge.
Of the bed?
Yeah.
Do you guys talk about what just happened?
She's like just looking at me, and she said, "Go wash your hands."
Did you?
I just sat there for a while, and I was like, "Where? Who? Like, you know?"
Yeah.
She was like, "Come on, hurry up," you know, like irritated because she was already frustrated when we had passed the house, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And she turned on the water in the restroom.
Sorry, she turned on the water and what?
In the restroom,
Okay. And then what happened?
she said, "Put soap on your hands." So I pumped soap, and the water was all the way hot. But I was washing my hands for a while, then it started to like burn my hands. And I had backed away. She was like, that I needed to like use the hot water.
Did you clean yourself up?
Somewhat, I guess.
What did you do after that?
We went back to the room.
Did you go to sleep?
No,
Why not?
because I couldn't.
Why not?
Because I kept thinking about it.
Did you have any other kind of like physical reaction that night to what had happened?
No, I just wanted to be with my mom.
Why didn't you go to your mom?
Because I knew she wouldn't let me.
Hosana wouldn't let you?
Yeah. It was always like a thing when I wanted to leave, you know?
I think this is a proper time for a limiting instruction, Judge.
I think we already gave it.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the limiting instruction that I gave you previously regarding prior acts of abuse, that limiting instruction will be in place through all the testimony that you hear.
Okay. Did Did you ever get sick again that night?
Yeah.
Was this at Hosanna's grandma's house?
Yeah.
Do you think this was because you were drunk?
No, it's because I had anxiety.
Objection calls for speculation.
Give me just a second. I'll overrule the objection and let the witnesses answer stand.
So you got sick again that night.
Yeah, I have.
Stacey, I want to talk about those Facebook messages between you and your brother, okay?
Okay.
So, do you remember messaging him on Facebook on August 30th, 2021?
I don't remember the exact date, but
When you reviewed the content of these, did it seem like this is a conversation you had?
yes,
Do you remember this conversation with him?
I do.
So I want to kind of go through that. Sorry, October 30th.
October 30th.
Apologies. So October 30th, 2021. Yes. So you messaged him, or did you message him and say, I feel like I'm done.
Yeah, I did.
If you need to look at this, just let me know.
Okay.
And you told him, I feel like I'm done, and then said, like dealing with problems. Is that right?
Yeah.
And did Ernesto ask you, what do you mean?
Yeah.
And you said, like, I just want to be happy, but I can't, ...
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you mean by just can't? Like, why couldn't you be happy?
I feel like that night, like, I feel like mentally, like, it had impacted me a lot, you know? Like, it was, like, obviously not something everybody goes through, you know, so I had no idea how to cope with it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I just didn't know.
You then told him, I feel like I just don't have no one. I'm literally going through the hardest part of my life, and I don't know if I want to keep going. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
When you were saying this, was this about what had happened with Mr. Dickerson?
Yeah, but he doesn't know that I was talking about that.
Okay. So Ernesto doesn't know what had happened.
No.
You're telling him, and maybe we'll get there. I want to keep going, and then I think we can kind of come back to Ernesto not knowing, okay?
Okay.
You said, I feel like I want comfort. Hosanna gives it to me, but I don't want it from her. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
Is this kind of what we're talking about? Or tell me why you didn't want it from Hosanna.
Well, I said that so that he wouldn't be like, well, because before that message, he was like, that was Spanish word that means and your girlfriend. Like,
Yeah.
But it's just in Spanish. But obviously I didn't want to make her look bad, you know? So I had to say that, but I wasn't getting that
You weren't
from
getting
her. No, but I just didn't want to make her look bad.
You had just testified that, you know, seeing Hosanna, you had kind of tried to distance yourself because seeing her, looking at her kind of brought you back to what, you know, had happened on October 3rd.
Yeah.
Did that have any kind of play into why you didn't want comfort from her?
Well, she started getting like worse in a sense, you know, like so we had always got into stuff, like she'd always like act some type of way with me, and then she started it like drastically like increased after that.
Okay.
Like she was just angry, you know?
Okay.
All
So
the time.
after October 3rd, you said she just got a little bit more angry?
Yeah.
Okay, let's finish these and then we can kind of talk about that a little bit. Said, I feel like I want to comfort, but Hosanna gives it to me, but I don't want it from her. You then say, I think that thing I did is getting to me now. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
And then you said, before Ernesto responds, like the guilt and regret. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then you say, and I can't even talk to no one about it. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And Ernesto responds with just, oh.
Yeah, he's kind of like, he's like a neutral guy. He kind of, you talk to him, he's just like, okay, oh, all right, you know, like he listens, but he doesn't really like respond. Like he just goes with the flow type of guy.
Okay. When you said, I think the thing I did is getting to me now, did anybody know about the thing that you were talking about?
No.
Did you find it weird when he didn't ask you what you meant?
He's just like that.
Okay.
Like that's his personality.
What did you mean when you said, I think that thing I did is getting to me now?
I was talking about him.
Why? I mean, so this is October 30th. We're talking about October 3rd. Did it take that long?
What?
Did it take October 3rd to October 30th for it to kind of come to the forefront for you of this might be too much for me to deal with?
It was like, obviously like every day when you continue like, and it just continues to like be in your head, you know, like you start to get over it. But no, like it was like that the whole time.
Okay. You said, I just want to be alone, but I can't even be at my place. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Why couldn't you be at your place?
Cause Hosanna had got kicked out.
Is that when she got evicted?
Yeah.
Okay. Where were you staying?
with my sister-in-law.
And so did you just not consider that to be your place?
No, I didn't really have that feeling, you know?
Okay. You said, I miss my life, right?
Yeah.
When you said I miss my life, I think, on its face, it sounds like we can guess what that is, but what exactly were you missing?
Just like how everything was before Hosanna and like before all that happened, like just like being at my house and stuff.
You said, well, Ernesto had messaged you and was like, well, just relax. Shit happens. It happened for a reason, dog. Take a deep breath. Try to sleep. Rest.
Yeah.
Again, does he just kind of respond this way?
Yeah, that's just
Objection calls for speculation.
Give me just a second. I'll sustain the objection.
When you would try to have conversations with Ernesto before, is this pretty general for him?
yes, that's
Any
exactly.
objection, Judge?
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I think she can say she knows Ernesto. She knows how he responds. I don't think it's speculation.
It's also hearsay, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Move on, please.
You say in response to that, I can't. Every time I close my eyes, I see him, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by him?
I was meaning Christopher.
Christopher? Okay. I want to move on to after November, after you were arrested and you were in the Weld County Jail, okay?
Okay.
We talked a lot about letters.
Judge, may we approach?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we've been going quite a while. I'm going to take probably about a 10 or 15-minute break here, just so that you are aware. We're going to try to go past 5 to try and get ahead of things here. But I appreciate that all of you may have different childcare things and things of that nature. So if there's any of you that absolutely cannot do that, please let my staff know, and then I'll address it after the break. So before I let you go, I want to remind you that until the trial is completed, you must not discuss this case with anyone, either in person, using the internet, or by any other means. This includes members of your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, or anyone else. If someone approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, or if you see or hear anything about it even accidentally, please let me know about it immediately. You must not conduct any research, undertake any investigation, or otherwise obtain information about the case from an outside source. You must not read or listen to any news reports or internet information or other electronic sources about the trial. If there has been or is any news coverage of this case, you must completely disregard it. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the laws I instruct you. And finally, it is...
Stacy, we had left off when you were at Hosanna's grandmother's house, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and we had talked about you puking there as well.
Yeah.
I want to talk just generally about you leaving Mr. Dickerson's home with Hosanna, kind of getting stuck on him, those kinds of feelings, okay? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever heard of the term, like a fight or flight response before?
No.
No. Okay. If you haven't heard the term, have you heard of people say, some people react in a situation where they are going to leave, we are out of here, and some people react in a situation where they're gonna stay? It's like the flight to leave or the fight to stay.
Objection, compound question.
Mr. Hill, that was a little bit confusing. Can you just re-ask the question?
Yes, I can. Okay, so fight or flight response means that somebody is either kind of on the spectrum of they want to leave a situation, or somebody else might feel, the need to, they want to stay and like fight it out, right? Fight or flight. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And have you heard of the like fight, flight, or freeze? No. Okay. The freeze, right, is maybe in the middle of that.
And,
Testifying, Judge.
and Mr. Hill, I'm going to sustain that objection. If you want to rephrase in a way that.
I can rephrase. If someone were to freeze, would it sound like to you that they just don't really know what to do?
Yes.
When we're thinking of this fight, flight, or freeze, where do you think you fall within that on what happened?
The last one.
The freeze?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to go into now some of the things that Hosanna had said that you did in the house, okay?
Yeah.
She told Detective Burrows and then told the jury that after you had stabbed Mr. Dickerson, that you licked his blood. Did that happen?
No, it didn't.
How did you feel when you heard that?
Objection, relevant.
I'll allow the question.
How did you feel when you heard that?
Confused.
Yeah. She also said, well, why confused?
Because that didn't happen. So I didn't know why she was saying that.
She also said that you appeared to her as glowing. Were you happy after this had happened?
No.
Were you excited?
No.
How did it make you feel when she described it like that?
My honest opinion,
Yes, please.
like she was trying to secure her freedom.
What do you mean by that?
Like she was like saying, like initially anything to like make me look bad,
Make you look bad?
to like secure that.
To benefit her in her proffer, or no? Is that not what we're talking about?
Yeah, that too. Like that's her freedom.
Okay. So I think we just had, before the break, had talked about you being in jail, right?
Yeah.
And so this was November 2021. Did you write a letter in jail that you intended to keep private?
Yeah.
Was this a letter to your attorneys at the time?
Yes.
I suppose I wasn't your attorney at the time, was I?
No.
But did you write a letter kind of explaining what had happened on October 3rd?
Yes.
Why did you write that?
I wrote it because I wanted them to know what happened, but I feel like I couldn't like say it like in person. Like I feel like my anxiety would get in the way a lot. So I was like, if I just write it and give it to them, like that would just be better.
Okay. Do you remember around the time you wrote this after your arrest on November 11th?
Yeah.
Do you remember what month it was, or?
When I wrote the note? No.
Okay.
It was at the beginning when I first had got here.
Okay, so the first few months.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind when you wrote this letter, besides or in addition to you wanting your attorneys to have it?
I wanted it to be known what really happened.
Okay. Why was that important to you?
Because for one, it felt right. Second, like it should be out there, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like regardless, like I know what I did, you know, but it should be out there, you know, like
Yeah. Okay. Were you ever able to give this letter to your attorneys?
no.
Why not?
We had a shakedown in our unit and they confiscated it.
I want to talk about the letter a little bit in some detail, okay? If you need to see it, just let me know. You start off, or do you start off the letter kind of explaining how you came out of Cubetas?
Yes.
And then do you explain that you were kind of driving around looking for an after party?
Objection leading.
Give me just a second. Given the concerns the court has noted with prior rulings and the other discussions that we have regarding that issue, I am, Mr. Hill, going to give you some leeway regarding the language, and then, so go ahead and proceed. I'll overrule the objection.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Hill, go ahead and continue.
Okay. We can pause on the contents of the letter. When you were writing this, was there a specific reason why you wanted to write it now or then?
I kind of I was at the point where like I just wanted to tell somebody, you know, like, so I was attempting to do just that.
Okay. At one point, the letter kind of stops. Was there a reason why?
Yeah.
Tell us that.
So like before, like I got to like where I stopped, I kind of had like I don't want to say like a mental breakdown, but like something along that, like I just started like getting emotional and stuff like that. So I stopped.
Okay. You said getting emotional, so you stopped.
Yeah.
Why did that make you stop?
Because I was crying. I couldn't even see.
Okay. Do you cry easily?
No.
Did you ever go back and try to finish this letter?
Yeah, but it was hard.
Why?
But I think just honestly, just like what happened that night, just like in general, is hard to talk about, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Especially to, like when I was gonna give that letter to my last lawyer, it was like, it was hard, like, cause I didn't know her, you know? So there's just like a lot of things that played into it.
Was trust one of them?
Yeah.
I want to talk about that trust a little bit. What was your concern having maybe a lack of trust but sharing your story? Can you kind of explain that a little bit, please?
Honestly, I didn't trust, like in a sense, saying anything, but I wanted to say what really happened, because obviously I don't want to be perceived as this person that I'm not, you know? But at the same time, like, I was scared, and I also, like, had, like, trust issues with saying, you know?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's kind of keep on this idea of some jail letters, okay?
Okay.
I want to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 219.
You want it up?
And I'm also going to show you what's been marked as People's 220. Let's start with 219. Do you remember when the prosecution had talked about that with Ms. Varela throughout this trial?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that exhibit, the first one that you're looking at, is this the one that seems to be written on toilet paper that says flush underneath?
Yeah.
Okay. Generally, while you were in jail, did you write letters to Hosana?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Hosana had talked about, I'm not sure if she used this word, but a keep sep. So you two were supposed to be kept separately. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I have the physical ones I have. That's okay. Okay, so you would write her letters. Were you supposed to be writing her letters?
No, I was not.
How did you write her letters? How would that go down?
People would just pass them.
Does this just kind of happen in the jail?
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people do that.
Okay. Did you receive letters from Hosanna when you were in jail?
Yeah.
Where did those go?
Kind of just toss them in the trash. Like, I just see no point in having all kinds of papers in my bag.
Okay. Let's talk about the one that's written on the toilet paper.
Yeah.
Did you write this letter?
No, I didn't.
This might be weird to ask, but how do you know you didn't write it?
Because, I mean, I know what I wrote. The letters I would write her were like real brief, like, I love you, or like, keep your head up, like basic stuff. They won't be more than a couple sentences.
Okay. Looking at that letter, we've got the turbo muffler. Was that a nickname for Hosanna?
Yeah.
Did you give her that nickname?
We kind of came up with it together. It was like a funny thing.
Did other people call her that in the jail?
No.
Then we're looking at, some of this other stuff. Do you also circle your eyes sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
So instead of a dot, it's a circle?
Yeah.
Tell us about Baby Joker. Is that your nickname?
They started calling me that when I like first came into the jail.
Who's they?
These girls.
Okay. So it's just a nickname?
Yeah.
Did you have this before you were in the jail?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to take this for a moment. Does some of the stuff in here sound like things you might say?
Yeah.
Such as the nicknames?
I wouldn't really. Yeah.
Would you call her Turbo Muffler?
Yeah.
Okay. You use LOL sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And in this letter, you call her Babe. Would you often refer to her as Babe?
Yeah.
And in this letter, it reads that, I know they're going to trick you, but if you ain't see or do or hear anything, you're cool, okay? Did you want Hosanna to save herself at one point?
I wouldn't necessarily save herself, but I was gonna take accountability for what I've done and what I did, you know?
Did you ever convey that to her?
Not really. She would kind of like get frustrated every time like the topic would even like come up, so I would just leave it.
Okay. So this letter that we have, you did not write,
No, I did not.
even though it sounds like something you could have written.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're testifying under oath? Yes? Okay. And you're saying it's not you?
It's not.
Okay. But the letter that we talked about before that you wrote in the jail to your lawyers, that is one you wrote.
Yeah.
Let's look at these other ones. Stacy, have you seen these before?
Yeah.
In Discovery?
In Discovery, yes.
Did you write these letters?
No.
I want to go over some details with them, with you. Would it be helpful for me to do it here or to do it back over there?
Whichever way.
Okay.
And Mr. Hill, I'm sorry, just for the record, can you just say the number of that one that you're
Yes,
referring to?
220.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So there's a sticky note up here, and I think it's already come out through trial. that Hosanna's lawyers had provided this to Detective Burrows. And so they are suggesting that this happened sometime in February 2022. Does that make sense from what you've read in Discovery?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to show you actually just one part up here. See this sticky note?
Yeah.
Can you see that date?
What
This one right here.
is that? 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this number right here.
Yeah.
So the date on this sticky note itself says 5/12/2022, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it goes on to read jail note from Stacy to Hosanna, written and delivered sometime in February 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a few things in the letters. When you looked at them, you saw that sometimes the I's were circled,
Yeah.
and that's usually what you do.
Yes. Okay.
There were some kind of maybe like words of phrase or terms of phrase that you use, such as LOL.
Yeah.
Okay. Something along the lines of "hose be thirsty." Can you see yourself saying something like that?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay. When you would write Hosanna, were they this long?
No,
Why?
because I mean, every time it happened, like you don't really get. I don't like. I really wouldn't take too much time into doing it. I feel like it was just like real brief. Like,
Why wouldn't you put in more time?
I don't know. I just I felt some type of way, so I didn't want to engage in that a lot.
Okay. What do you mean you felt some type of way?
I was going through my like obviously like how I felt at that time. Like about the whole situation, and it was like impacting like my whole daily thing. Like it had been before that, but it was like I feel like I would like more think about it, and I would just like to always focus on like I didn't care about nothing else.
When you were in jail?
Yeah.
Why did that shift for you?
I don't know why.
Okay. Just did?
It was just like, well, I had always felt like that, but it was just like I even like well being out there, like after that had recently happened, I didn't want to talk to her. Like, yeah.
Yeah. When you were in jail and you were sending her notes, were you still in love with her or loved her?
Yeah.
Do you still have those feelings toward her now?
I wouldn't. Can I explain? I wouldn't necessarily say that I still have feelings or I'm in love with her still, because I know that I'm not. But I am, in a sense, like grateful that I was able to feel like that emotion towards somebody, like genuinely.
Yeah. Okay. At the end of one of these notes on the yellow papers, at the very bottom, it says baby joker. Do you see that?
Yeah, I do.
Did you write that?
No.
And Stacy, did you ever receive letters from Hosanna in jail?
Yeah.
How would you get them?
So do I explain the whole thing?
Yes, please.
So when we first got to the jail, they would like obviously like we couldn't be in the same pod, not only because we had a keeps up, is because because we're co-defendants, we had a restraining order. So they would like usually the person that's in general population knows when they're leaving first. Another person's like out of the pod in a different pod by themselves. So they would switch us back and forth like and this is just one of the reasons.
Okay.
They would switch us back and forth every, I want to say like 3 to 4 months. So they tell the other person, they give you like a good hour. So you already know, like, so like So that's a way to, like, we would switch out and there would be like a note waiting for me. And they'll be like with like her ex roommate or like another female in the pod. And yeah. And then also like when you get moved to the other pod where you're by yourself, so the jail goes by classifications. There's 4. And obviously with our charges, we're a higher classification. And certain people are able to reclass down. So they go from the max pod to other pods. And so you always know, you can always like go ask the guard, when is your reclass date? So they would go from the max pod to over there, like already knowing their date. And I assume she would like ask them and like figure out, like she was pretty smart.
You said Hosanna was smart.
With that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. So that's kind of how you get them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about some photos here that have been previously admitted. I kind of want to shift gears. I want to move on from the letters, move on from October 2nd and 3rd, and kind of talk more generally, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as defense UU, VV, and WW.
Okay.
WW. Yes. Do you know what those photos show?
Yeah.
What did they show?
Me with my face covered in blood.
Is this what Karen had testified to earlier today?
Yeah.
Was this from about May 2021?
Yeah.
Now, those are Snapchat photos. Did you take those of yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened? How'd you get those injuries?
Me and Hosanna had gone to an argument, and I was just trying to leave, like, and then she started to like hit me.
Sorry?
She started to hit me
Okay. How was she hitting you?
with a closed fist.
Why?
She was mad.
About what?
I don't know. This happened a lot, so I'm like,
Okay.
but yeah.
So when that happened, did you leave?
Yeah, I did. I ran.
You what?
I ran.
Ran. Where'd you run to?
Karen's cousin's house.
And was this all in the same apartment complex, whether or not it be different buildings?
Yeah, so it was pretty far.
Were these the
Not
Verge?
far. No, I don't remember what they're called.
But more up on 23rd, right?
Yeah, the one in front of the middle school.
Heath?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I want to kind of, with this in mind, go over some of the things that Hosanna said that you did to her and the reasons why she didn't feel like she could have gone to the police and said what happened because of that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the court wants to remind of the limiting instruction or how you want to discuss this with the past testimony.
I will remind the jury the limiting instruction that I read earlier regarding prior acts of abuse between Ms. Varela and Ms. Rodriguez will apply when those acts are discussed throughout the trial.
Okay. I'm going to try to be linear of some of these events, okay? If you get confused, just let me know.
Okay.
I mean, kind of like going in a straight line, one after the other.
Okay, I was like,
I know.
yeah.
Okay. So the Clarion Hotel. Let's start there.
Yes.
Was that the first night that you guys were intimate and it kind of put a shift in your relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Was Hosanna pretty drunk that night?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you go to the Clarion?
It just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you try to take her home first?
Yeah, I did try to take her home.
And what happened?
She was not wanting to. Like,
Okay.
I was like, well, we got there, and I was like, well, I dropped her off like right in front of the gate. I was like, there you go, you know. I was like, have a good night. And then she was like, no. And I was like, why do you need help walking up? And she was like, no. And she just kept like playing dumb, and I was kind of like, okay, all right, you know. And then so I had went to Karen's cousin's. I parked outside and I was calling her for a while, and I was like, hey, texting her. I was like, hey, do you know where this girl is? Because I just need somebody to come get her, you know, like,
Okay.
and then, yeah, she was at work, so she didn't answer. So I was going to take her to my mom's house.
Fair. So did you get a room at the Clarion?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And when you were going up to the room, did something happen with Hosanna?
I was drunk, so I didn't know that until I read the police report.
Okay. What happened with Hosanna?
I guess she fell on, like, on the walk to the room.
Okay. Did you see her fall?
I don't remember. I was drunk, so I don't remember.
Okay. Nothing physical happened between you. Well, this was the first time you were intimate, right? Mm-hmm. But nothing physical, like physical abuse happened between you guys that night?
No.
Okay. Okay. So moving on to April 2021. Hosanna had said it was around her birthday and you hit her with a car. Did you ever hit her with a car?
No.
Did anything ever happen around her birthday in April 2021 that would have caused an argument between you two?
No.
Do you ever remember her getting out of a car and being angry and something happened?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea where that came from when she said that?
I have no idea.
Okay. We talked earlier about August 2021 when you took her to the hospital for the black eye, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And she said that she had been jumped, right?
Yeah.
So let's go to the summer of 2021. Hosanna had said that you drove a car into the grass, that she was thinking about her options. She said she took off her shoes, took off running from you, that you chased her in the car, that you hit her by the car, and she went flying and ended up being pinned against a fence. Did this happen?
No, it did not.
Was there ever a time where maybe you were arguing and she gets out of the car and wants to leave?
No.
When she said this, did it strike or like make you remember of anything that maybe happened between the two of you once?
No.
Okay. Had the police ever contacted you about hitting her with a car?
No.
Okay. Okay. October 17th, 2021, she had said that she sent a text message to Javi. Hosanna sent a text message to Javi saying, I'm scared to leave her. She told me if I go with anyone else, it's not just you anymore. It's on them too. So choose wisely who you'll be with. Did you do that to her?
No.
Did you ever threaten for her not to go to be with anybody else?
No, I did not.
And we talked earlier about the October 25th, 2021 argument where she says, you know, you cut off her clothes and poured water on her. We talked about that earlier, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
And Ms. Trujillo, in about 3 or 4 minutes, I'll need to call you guys up, but if there's a better stopping point before then, just feel free to let me know.
We could do that now.
Okay. Why don't you guys go ahead and come up? All right, thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Varela, since we're beginning a new day, I'm going to swear you in again. If you'll please raise your right hand.
Your Honor, Ms. Rodriguez.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rodriguez. I'm sorry. It's been a long couple weeks. Ms. Rodriguez, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. And I'm sorry, Jenny, did you get that answer? All right, thank you. Ms. Trujillo, go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. All right, Stacy, we left off last week. I kind of just want to touch base on where we left off, okay? Okay. Now, we talked about, we kind of left off talking about October 25th. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
A little bit, okay. And we had talked about kind of October 25th in regard to Ms. Varela saying that there was additional abuse between the two of you. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, on October 25th, do you remember having injuries yourself?
Yeah.
And what were those from?
Hosanna.
Can you tell us what happened?
Honestly, the arguments were really, I would never really like get them. She would just get mad out of nowhere, and I would just be like, why are you mad, you know?
Okay.
And it would kind of just like escalate.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go back to October 3rd, 2021, and kind of afterwards, okay?
Okay.
All right. Did you ever think about calling the police?
Like it was slightly crossed my mind, but not really.
Okay. What do you mean it slightly crossed your mind?
Like obviously there was times where I thought about it, you know?
Yeah. And why didn't you?
Well, for one, like I felt a certain type of way, like, but me, like, basically going to him in this, like, will involve her. And I knew that's not what she wanted, you know? And so, yeah, there was, like, that, like, always, like, in the back.
Okay. I want to break that down a little bit. If you went to the police, did you feel like there was no way to say what happened without involving Ms. Varela?
Exactly.
Why?
Just because the whole thing involves her, you know, like, and I feel like just in general, that's not what she wanted. So if she didn't want that, why would I involve her in that, you know?
How do you know she didn't want that?
Because she told me she didn't want to.
Okay, okay. Did you guys have conversations about, like, we should go to the police, this is what happened?
No, like every time I would even try to bring it up or how I felt about it, she would get mad.
Okay. How would she respond when she got mad, or how would you feel that she got mad?
How would I feel when she would get mad?
Let me rephrase, make it easier. If you're saying she was mad, how did you know that?
Because the way she would talk.
Okay. Did you guys ever have conversations of, if you're stopped by the police and questioned about this is what you should do?
No, it's more like when I would try to vent about it, she'd be like, just be quiet already, like, shut up. And I'll be like the same thing, and like.
Okay. So, am I hearing you right in, you didn't go to the police because Hosana didn't want to?
Well, I feel like me going to go admit myself will be obviously involving her, you know? Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to involve somebody that didn't want to be involved. Like, if she didn't want to admit, that was on her, you know? Like, so I'm not going to force that on her.
Did you find it to be more important to protect her from getting in trouble than what happened on October 3rd?
Objection, lady. I'll sustain the objection.
Did you value Hosana more?
In a sense, somewhat, I feel.
Okay, tell me about that.
I feel like like, obviously, like, I loved her, so I wanted to, like, protect her in a sense. Like, I don't know.
Did you value what happened in the house less?
I don't want to, like, degrade it and say less, but obviously, like, the love I had for her was a lot.
Okay. Was there any other concern besides Hosanna for you not to go to the police?
I feel like growing up, like, that's not my first, like, initial thought, you know?
How come?
Just growing up, that was never, like, a thing. Like, the cops were always, like, bad. Like, from, like, how I was when I grew up, you know?
Okay. What were you worried about kind of from that, belief growing up? What were you worried about if you would have gone to the police and told them the same story that you're sharing to the jury this past week?
I feel like them just not believing me in general, or not even, like, taking the time to, like, understand what happened.
Were you hoping you would just get away with this?
No, I knew what was gonna happen. You know, like, I feel
What do you mean?
like I wasn't hoping I would get away with this. Like, obviously, like, the guilt overtakes a lot of things, you know, and, like, that's not what I was hoping.
Okay. You said the guilt overtakes a lot of things. What did it overtake for you? Or can you kind of...
Like, obviously, like, I didn't want to get away with it. Like, I know it looks like that in a lot of, like, ways, you know, but
Okay.
that wasn't, I don't know how to explain that, really.
Okay. We talked a little bit about your messages with Ernesto. Do you remember those?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay. And you had said that, Hosanna was giving you comfort, but you didn't want it from her. Do you remember that?
In the messages, yeah.
Okay. Tell me how that is with the fact of her not wanting you to go to the police.
Well, so before that message, the message my brother sent said it means, like, and your girlfriend, but it's in Spanish. Mm-hmm. But I just told him that because I don't want him to think that, like,
Okay.
or put her on blast or nothing.
Okay.
But that really wasn't what was happening.
Okay. Now, let's talk about November 11th, okay? So do you remember this date as the date you were arrested?
Yeah.
Do you remember watching that video with Detective Hunsinger and Detective Burrows throughout the trial?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Was that the first time you had seen that?
I had seen it slightly in Discovery.
Okay. Did you lie to Detective Hunsinger that day?
Yes, I did.
What did you lie to him about?
About me being at the house and knowing him.
Why did you lie?
I feel like at the moment, like, I was more scared. Like, I had already, like, the whole thing with the cops, like, I wanted to go, but then obviously, like, at that moment, I'm like, they don't care what I have to say. Like, they're not going to believe me regardless, you know? So that was kind of my mindset at the moment.
Okay. Wanted to go where? You said you wanted to go. Wanted to go where?
Talk to them.
Okay.
But, like, my mindset at the moment was, like, they're not going to believe me either way, you know? Like, they're not going to care.
Okay. So why did you lie then to kind of avoid this?
Objection, leading.
Give me just a second here. I'll allow the question.
So did you lie to them to avoid what's happening right now?
Like, what part? Like, being in jail or, like, telling what happened?
Kind of being in jail, testifying in your own trial.
I don't really know. I think I was just more like in the moment, it's like scared, obviously. Like, at that moment, like, I feel like I had no time to, like, fully react.
Okay. When Detective Hunsinger had showed you that photo of Mr. Dickerson, did you know who that was?
Yeah.
When he asked if you had been to his house on 15th Avenue Court, did you know what he was talking about?
I didn't know the address by memory, but after I seen the picture.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you knew?
Yeah.
Did you know what he was talking about when he asked if you had ever been at Cubetas? Did you know what he was getting at?
Not the cubetas part.
Okay. What about the Chevy Malibu? When he had asked you, do you know anybody that drives a Chevy Malibu? Do you know what he was talking about?
At first, because I don't really know cars by their names. So I was like, Chevy Malibu. But I know obviously my car was a Chevy, but I was like, it didn't click to me that it was that car. And then I was sitting in the back and I was like, oh, that's what, okay.
Okay. Sitting in the back of what?
The cop car.
The cop car. Okay. You watched yourself in the video. Is that, the way that you saw yourself in that video, is that how you were feeling that day?
No, it wasn't.
Can you explain that a little bit more, please?
I feel like in the video, I feel like I look like I didn't care or yeah.
Okay. Did you care?
I did
What did you care about?
what I did.
You said what you did. Does this mean, physically, what happened with Mr. Dickerson in the file?
Yeah.
Did you care about what you did in regard to the house burning?
Yeah.
What about never calling the police? Did that cross your mind at that point?
I feel like the way my mindset was then, I still felt same way about law enforcement and stuff like that.
Okay. Now you saw Ms. Varela's statements too on November 11th. And did you also see her lying to the police?
Yeah.
What did that make you feel?
Objection, relevance.
Give me just a second here.
I can make it more specific.
I'm going to sustain that objection, Mr. Hia. If you'll make it more specific, and I'll give you some leave to use a leading question just to avoid any issues.
Okay, thank you. With Hosanna lying on November 11th, was that a reason why you lied as well?
I feel like not saying nothing was a mutual agreement without making it an agreement.
Okay. Can you, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, tell me a little bit more about that. What happened for you to believe that there was some kind of unstated mutual agreement?
I feel like just the way she would talk to me, just little comments she would say here and there,
Okay.
when I would try to vent to her about the situation.
Okay. So let's go to October 3rd. When you leave Mr. Dickerson's house, after, using the metal file, did Hosanna wait for you in the car?
Yeah.
And we talked about you kind of being in the house. Were you in the house for a few minutes by yourself before going into the car with her?
Yeah.
Did you force her to drive you to a gas station?
No.
Was it her idea?
Yeah.
Did you ever tell her, no, let's go to the police right now?
No, I didn't.
And then when you went to the gas station, did she pay for the gas?
Yeah.
Did you ever think about just running away right then, taking off?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. I feel like at the moment, I just feel like, obviously somebody that you love, if you feel like they're in control of the situation, you're gonna follow suit, And I know now that it was wrong, I should have not done all that.
Okay. Why do you say it's wrong now?
Because now I feel like I look back, obviously that was a lot of years ago, you know? So I had a lot of time to like think about it and like, I don't want to say grow up, but like obviously mentally mature a little bit more, you know?
When you say mentally mature, did you think that burning the house down on October 3rd was the right thing to do then?
I didn't know what to do.
Has that changed then now when you're saying I'm more mentally mature? It's shifted now. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to, when you guys get to the house and you go inside. Did Hosanna go with you inside the house when you had the bottles?
No.
Did she wait for you outside?
Yeah.
And then afterwards, did you guys all stay together the next day?
Yeah.
And you guys continued to stay together afterwards?
Yeah.
Now, we talked a little bit on Friday about the backpack in the house. And just to kind of reorient everybody, who took the backpack out of the house?
Hosanna did.
Do you know what happened with that backpack?
The last time that I had seen it, it was in her sister's car. But she had all her stuff at her mom's house after that.
When was the last time you saw it?
It was in the car.
Yeah, do you remember like how long after this was from the
I think it
3rd?
was like this the very next day or the day after that.
Did you ever get rid of it?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see Hosanna use anything in the bag?
I don't even know what she put in there. I know that she had put alcohol bottles that she was drinking from. There was like 2 of them.
Do you remember what kind of bottles these were?
One was it was like a dark bottle, but the glass was like clear. I don't know exactly what it was. And then the other one was a Fireball.
When did you see her drinking out of these bottles?
The next day.
If I could just have one moment, please.
Sure.
Stacey, I just have a few more questions, okay?
Okay.
When you had gone back into the house and put the gas in the living room, did you feel like you had to do that in self-defense?
Not necessarily that part.
Okay. Did you feel that that night, using that file, that there was no other option for you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, nothing further on direct. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, please? Go ahead.
Okay.
Do you have enough water, ma'am?
Thank you.
Do you understand why we're here?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Or overrule the objection.
You do?
Yeah.
Do you understand that we're here because of Christopher Dickerson?
Yes.
If we could show Exhibit 1. That's him, right?
Objection, sympathy.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Do you get that's why we're actually here, ma'am?
Yes.
Do you get that we're not here for your toxic DV relationship?
Objection, argumentative, and relevance. Asked and answered.
I'll sustain as argumentative. If you want to rephrase, Mr. Praler, go ahead.
Do you understand that we're here for your actions?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
Do you understand that we're here specifically for your actions of plunging that weapon in his neck
Yes.
5 times?
Yeah.
You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
And now you're saying that we're here and you want to explain a lot of things because of your social anxiety. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Social anxiety. Can you explain what that means?
Just anxiety do you get when you're social?
Okay.
You're supposed to be
So you
social.
want to avoid social settings, right?
Yeah.
Where was your social anxiety on October 11th when you denied knowing him to a police officer?
I don't know.
I don't either.
Objection, is there a question?
There was a question, Mr. Praley, I'll sustain to your statement.
Do you know
Just
where
ask
it's at?
questions, please.
It was there.
It was there.
Yes.
We just don't see it in the video. Fair? I mean, you just admitted to her that it looks on that video like you don't care, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And in that social anxiety situation, you denied knowing Christopher.
Yeah.
You denied seeing him,
Yeah.
being at his house,
Yes.
stabbing him.
They didn't ask me that.
Okay. Well, you were told of your charges, right?
Your Honor, we'd have asked to take down this exhibit at this point.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
You were told of your charges, right? A first-degree murder,
Yeah.
arson, burglary, and tampering with a deceased body. And you had social anxiety, right?
Yeah.
And you responded with, "Is there proof of that?"
Yeah.
to a police officer. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm sorry, Mr. Praley, are you done referring to this?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Now, ma'am, you talked about your review of discovery, and you would agree with this notion that you are differently situated than any other witness in this case. Fair?
What do you mean?
Well, let me explain. Number one, you've heard everything, right?
Yeah.
You get to hear every witness.
Yeah.
You get to consult with your defense attorneys, right? Before your testimony, right? You did that?
Yes.
During your testimony, right?
Yeah.
Like multiple times during your testimony. I assume this weekend between your testimony, right?
Yeah. She came and just asked me if I was okay.
Okay. So is that a yes?
Yes.
And you got to review all the supplements, every police report, right?
Yeah.
All the photos,
Yeah.
all the body-worn camera,
Yeah.
all the notes.
Yeah.
Did you review all the notes or did some catch you by surprise?
Objection, vague.
Give me just a second. Mr. Praley, can you rephrase that? I'm not 100% sure what you're asking.
Well, ma'am, there were a couple notes in opening statements, right?
Yeah.
Like a note to flush.
Yes.
Had you ever gone over that with counsel prior to that opening?
I mean, I just told him that I didn't write it, and that was that.
Okay, and that didn't answer my question, so I'm going to ask you to go back. Did you review that prior to me getting my screen up to come up for opening statement?
Yes.
You had reviewed it?
Yeah. Discovery.
Okay. Do you remember that aspect of the delay in the opening because there was the argument that that note hadn't ever been discovered?
Objection, can we approach?
All right, can the parties approach?
I mean, she's, I wouldn't say setting me up, but making herself seem like somebody she's not.
Okay, so why don't you tell me, why not take this golden opportunity and say, get your ass out here or you're going to end up like Chris?
Objection,
What's the objection?
argumentative and relevant.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Why not do that? That's a perfect opportunity, right? Instead of you just sitting outside, making it look like you're impatient,
I don't know.
you would agree with me that would make way more sense if she's trying to set you up, right?
I don't know what was going through her mind.
Well, she has free access to your phone,
Yeah.
and she doesn't write that.
I don't know what she was thinking.
Okay. All right, we can take that down. Ma'am, in the last day or so of your testimony, would you consider yourself a meek person? Or a mild person?
Like, what does that mean?
How would you describe yourself in terms of that? Are you very outspoken or are you quiet?
I would say now I'm kind of just neutral.
Just neutral, okay. Pretty passive, goes with the flow?
Yeah.
Yeah? You also testified you really just don't get offended by things, right? Just kind of go with everything? Do you recall saying that?
Yeah, I guess.
You're pretty accommodating in a relationship. Wasn't that your testimony? You don't care how long it takes. You don't care all this stuff. You don't care timing.
Yeah.
You also talked a lot about kind of your personality versus Hosana's. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you had said on direct examination that you were much more masculine. Fair?
Yeah.
I believe you stated that it's pretty obvious that you're into girls.
I mean, I was, yeah.
Okay? And is that based on how you talk?
I don't know. I feel like it's just like a vibe.
Just a vibe. But you give it off, right? Is that what your testimony was?
Yeah.
That it would be pretty apparent to people, right?
Yeah.
And you had also said that Hosana was much more feminine, right?
Yes.
And she takes a long time to get ready and I guess gets more dolled up. You had said that she was the one that would get guys to buy the drinks,
Yeah.
right? She would flirt with them, right?
Yes.
And you're the passive person with social anxiety that really doesn't like having conversations with other people.
I don't.
Okay. But then you're essentially saying, as obvious as that was, on October 3rd, Chris just couldn't pick up on anything that you're putting down.
I mean, some guys just don't care.
Okay. But you're
Don't
saying,
realize it.
what was that, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Or don't realize it.
Don't realize it. Okay. So you're saying essentially that Chris was just into you and Hosana is not getting any attention, right?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
Well, I'm asking.
No.
Who's getting more attention?
I think it was evenly distributed.
Evenly distributed, okay? But he's touching, according to you on your direct examination, he's touching your butt, not hers,
Yeah.
right? I mean, he's into you, and you keep deflecting the situation to Hosana like, yeah, you might want to talk to her, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're telling this jury.
Objection, misstating the testimony.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
And that's throughout this night that apparently Mr. Dickerson is just all about you instead of the more girly girl, feminine woman of Hosana, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're telling this jury.
Yeah. Well, I was reflecting the conversation to her at the beginning. After that, I kind of just stopped talking in general.
The conversation's in the beginning.
Yeah. That's what I said.
With him?
Yeah.
And so he's just like all about you.
I wouldn't necessarily say that, but yeah, I wasn't used to that kind of conversation. I don't really.
Can you finish your thought?
Yeah, I don't really socialize like that, so.
Okay, and you don't think that would be obvious?
That I don't socialize?
Yeah, to him.
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Mr. Praley, if you want to rephrase, go ahead.
Is it your testimony that Chris just couldn't pick up on any of these things that you're saying that's the way you were that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, ma'am, I'm going to switch gears to intoxication a little bit, okay? You admitted, no doubt, you're drinking that night and you're drinking a lot. Fair?
Yeah.
In general, do you think people remember more details when they're sober or when they're intoxicated?
Objection 702.
I'll allow the witness to answer if she can answer.
I'm not sure.
You really are not sure if people remember more details when they're sober or intoxicated?
Objection argumentative. She already answered the question.
I'll sustain the objection. She answered the question.
Would you say people are more reasonable when they are sober or intoxicated?
Objections 702.
I'll allow her to answer if she knows.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Do you think people are more reasonable when they are sober or intoxicated?
I'm not sure. It depends on which aspect.
Well, explain that for me.
Like, I don't know. Some people, when they're sober, a lot of people don't even show emotion, but when they go and get drunk, they cry and they express their feelings. Like, so it just kind of like, it's different in every situation. Or
Okay. So you don't think people in general are more reasonable?
I feel like everybody's different, so you
Okay.
can never tell.
Okay. You had stated that you were drinking throughout that night.
Yes.
From the time you get with Hosana, you're drinking in the car,
Yeah.
right? You're drinking at the bar.
Yeah.
You're working very hard to actually get into that bar, fair, right? You're going through separate entrances.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to the point that you kept looking for an after party, right? To
Yeah.
keep drinking,
Yeah, she wanted to go.
but you didn't.
I really didn't.
Okay.
If it happened, if it didn't, I would.
But at that point, you keep drinking, right?
Yeah.
And you had said you get to the point where you're kind of spinning.
I didn't say that. I said threw up.
You're trying to say that at no point during your testimony last week
I said I wouldn't really say spinning.
at all? At any point?
Objection argumentative. She's already answered this.
I'll allow the witness to clarify.
I said I wouldn't necessarily say spinning.
Okay. And at one point, you get so intoxicated that you were throwing up.
Yeah.
Okay. You had talked about this progression of pouring these shots at Chris's house, right?
Yeah.
That he started first, then it goes to Hosana.
We all kind of just took turns.
Okay. Let me finish, okay? First, it started with Chris.
Yeah.
He was pouring shots. Then it started with Hosana. And then at the end, you are pouring the shots, right?
Yeah.
You're pouring them last, right?
Yeah.
You are the last one to keep pouring vodka, Ciroc, as you said, for Chris.
I wasn't the last one, but yeah.
Okay. And everybody agrees you had just met Chris.
Yeah.
You agree there's this trip to pick up Dolores.
Yeah.
And you agree that his phone's working at that point, right?
Yeah.
Because he's getting phone calls,
He's on it, yes.
right? And then ultimately, really where this comes back, it diverges once you get back to the place, right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, in the end, and we'll talk in more detail, you would agree that no one stabbed Mr. Dickerson other than you,
Yes.
right? I mean, Hosana didn't,
No, I said that.
okay? And you would agree that when his phone's going all these places after the fact, he's not alive, right?
No.
Okay? And he didn't tell you in his last dying breaths, hey, take this ring, take this phone, right? He never gave that to you. And then you agree that Hosana goes out and gets into the car before you, right?
Yeah.
You know all those details. Fair?
Yeah.
And you agree with all that. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
You agree that you come out minutes later and actually get into the car.
Yeah.
You agree that you drove to this gas station.
I didn't drive, but I sat passenger seat, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. You guys go to that gas station. Gas is purchased. You return to Mr. Dickerson's house. He was dead at that point, right?
Yeah.
You agree that you're the only person who actually goes in.
Yeah.
You would agree because he's dead, he can't give you permission to go in.
And Ms. Rodriguez, you have to answer out loud.
Yeah.
You agree that you go inside and you start the place on fire.
Yeah.
You agree that when we look at those photos of Chris, that's because you burnt him,
Yeah.
right? And then you agree that you go back to your brother's house and you switch to get into the Tahoe, right?
Yeah.
Okay? All those things you agree with.
Yes.
But we really disagree about this event of what happens in that struggle, right?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
I'll allow the question. Ms. Rodriguez, can you repeat that answer? It's really hard to hear you sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Man, when we get to that self-defense, is that's what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
You're saying to this jury, Chris deserved to die.
Objection, can we approach?
Sure.
Fair to say you're telling this jury that based on Chris's actions, you had to kill him.
Yes.
And no one else stabbed him. We've established that, right?
Yeah.
And when we go through that progression that you talked about last week, you are saying that at some point, Hosana just brings this weapon out
Yes.
and just gives it to Chris?
I don't know who she was giving it to.
Well, she didn't hand it to you, is what your testimony was last week, right?
We're right in front of each other. I said she could have been drunk. She was drunk. I don't know.
Like, that's a pretty big drunk mistake of like, hey, I'm gonna go over here. I see that you're in this struggle, and I'm gonna then take this weapon, and I'm just gonna come over and hand it to the wrong person.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
I'll overrule the objection.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for her. I don't know what she was thinking.
But you're speaking that that's what she did, right?
Yeah.
Does that make any sense to you why she would, if you're in trouble, your life is in fear,
Yes.
that she would bring it to a person that she hadn't met versus her lover?
She was also drunk, so I don't know what she was thinking. I can't speak for her.
And so we're just going to stick with the she was drunk.
I assume.
Okay. But you agree, in terms of her role, all Hosana did, in terms of that weapon, was go get it and bring it. Now, you say she gave it to Chris. She says she gave it to you, right? But you agree, she just transported the weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you had said at some point that you used a Budweiser bottle before you had stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
And I believe your testimony last week was that essentially those Budweiser bottles are out and around. Fair?
Yeah.
And you were drinking some of those. Chris was drinking some of those.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, at some point, you picked that bottle up and you threw it at him.
I didn't throw it at him. It went over him.
It went over him. And I assume it broke, right?
I don't believe that it broke.
You just So we just throw a bottle and it didn't break anywhere.
No, it hit cushion, so I doubt that it broke.
Okay, so now you're saying it hit a cushion.
Well, I
Do
said
you
it hit
recall
the
saying that last week?
Yeah, I recall saying that it hit the couch.
Okay, so there's just this throwing, you only use a bottle one time and now it hits the couch.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your testimony.
Yes.
And does that bottle ever get used again?
No,
Where does it go?
I don't know where it went.
You have no clue?
The couch, but
But there were multiple bottles around, right?
yeah.
You agree that after you light the house on fire, those could have burst, right?
Objection
I don't know
calls
how
for
that works.
speculation.
I'll let the witnesses answer, Stan.
You don't know, ma'am?
I don't know how that works.
Okay. And then it's your testimony, based on last week, that Hosana is essentially in the room with you the entire time period of this altercation. Fair?
I'm pretty sure, but I mean, I wasn't really looking at her. I don't know where she was.
Well, you weren't really looking at her, right?
Yeah, obviously I was focused on the situation that was happening.
Yeah, but you're also not looking at him when you're stabbing him, right? Remember your testimony last week that you're
Objection,
just...
can the witness answer?
All right, Mr. Fraley, let her answer the last one before you move.
Okay.
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, you're not looking at her, right?
Yeah,
You're not looking at him, right?
yeah.
What are you looking at?
I don't know.
Me neither.
Objection, counsel is testifying. Asked to
I'll
strike.
sustain the objection and strike counsel's response.
So you know all these details, but you don't know what you're looking at in terms of who else is in the room or where Chris is positioned or where Hosana's at?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
When I wasn't looking, it was like obviously I was looking at him most of the time, except for those few seconds that happened.
Okay, so you're looking at him pretty much the whole time except when you're plugging away into his neck 5 separate times in a very close area.
I didn't know that I did that at the moment.
But you did, right?
I did.
Okay. And so what I don't understand on this in terms of this progression where you talk about this happens in the kitchen, he's hovering over you, you push him into the fridge, you're trying to leave, and then he pulls Hosana back, right?
Objection, counsel is testifying. We'd ask to rephrase without what he doesn't understand.
I'll overrule the objection.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Why would Hosana not say, we are trying to leave?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I don't know.
Why would she not say she got pulled
Objection
back?
calls for speculation.
I will sustain the objection, Mr. Fraley.
You're saying you saw Hosana get pulled back,
Yes.
but you're at the door, right?
Yeah.
You're the first one. You're the fast one,
Objection, counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
right?
Yeah, well, I walked out, grabbed her hand and pulled her. Yeah.
Okay, so you're at the door before her.
Yeah.
So you're looking forward at this point.
Yeah.
She's behind you.
Yes.
How do you see behind you that Mr. Dickerson pulls Hosana?
I turned around because I couldn't get the door open.
Okay, so you just can't get the door, and at that time is when you see him pull her back. And what does he actually do to her?
Nothing. I told her, I pushed her back. I was like, leave her alone.
Okay, so at that point, you're at the door, you can't get the door open, you're trying to leave, and he's charging towards the door?
Or at us. I'm not really sure at what. Well, he grabbed her, so.
Okay, and you can't get that door open. You had no problem the rest of the night getting the door open when you came back, forth, right?
Yeah.
But in that moment, you couldn't get out. He pulls your girlfriend back, and then you turn around and you push him, right?
I pushed her back.
You pushed her back?
From the door or before that?
I'm still talking about this door situation,
Yeah.
right? You can't get the door open. Hosana's behind you. You said you turned back, and that's when you see Chris pull Hosana.
Yeah.
And then do you push him?
No, I scooted her back.
You scoot her away,
Yeah.
but he's pulling her.
Yeah. And obviously after that, the attention reflected on me.
Okay, because she's being pulled back and you're pulling her out of the way.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I kind of just separated the situation.
You separate it. Okay, and then do you react to Chris?
I told him to leave her alone, yeah.
Okay. And did he touch her again?
Oh, he got in my face after that and
He
pushed
got
me.
in your face.
Yeah.
Okay. And at what point then do you push him?
This was before when I had to push him, it was in the kitchen.
You only pushed him in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay, so now after he pulls Hosana and you then get her out of the way, he directs his attention at you,
Yes.
right? And then,
I said yes.
yes? And he doesn't have anything in his hands at this point, right?
No.
Right? We're not to that point in the story.
Your Honor, could we approach, please?
Sure.
And so again, he's not holding this, is he?
No.
Okay. And so then tell the jury what happens after. After you pull Hosana away and he comes towards you.
He pushed me onto the couch.
He pushed you to the couch. Ma'am, how much do you weigh?
I'm not sure. At that moment, I'm not really sure. Like 250?
Okay. And is it your testimony that he's super strong?
I believe that he was. And I was also drunk, so it was easier to obviously catch me off balance like that.
Okay. So it's because at that point you're very drunk and your balance isn't
He's
good.
also a man, so
Okay. And you would agree that you outweigh him, right?
yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overrule.
And you're just saying because he's a man, he can push you all the way through the couch, right?
Yeah.
That's your testimony.
Yes, it is.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. And then ultimately, at that point, he's intoxicated too, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So his coordination, his balance is off, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that applies equally to people?
Objection 702.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how often,
I'll overrule the objection.
how much he was drinking.
Okay.
And Ms. Rodriguez,
yeah.
can you repeat that since we were talking at the same time?
Yeah, I wasn't sure how much he was drinking, so I don't know how drunk he was.
Okay. And then ultimately you go, this is where we now get to the couch, right?
Yeah.
And there's this whole dynamic struggle. Is that fair to say that a lot of people are moving, turning, sliding,
Yes.
right? A lot of movement.
Yeah.
And you're saying he's holding you at one point with one hand, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have anything in his hand at that point, right?
No.
He doesn't have a bottle in his hand.
No.
He doesn't have the weapon in his hand.
No.
And he's just holding you.
Yes.
And you guys are both on the couch at this point?
Yeah.
And then at that point, you start discussing that you're kicking him, you're punching him, you're trying to get away.
I wasn't punching him.
You never punched him? No?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then at that point, just randomly, this weapon comes miraculously from Hosana to you.
To one of us, I'm not sure who.
You don't know if it was Chris, or you don't know if it was to you?
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know who had the weapon first?
No, I don't know who she brought it to.
Okay. Who did it go to first?
He
Who
grabbed
touched it first?
He did.
Okay. So then at that point, Hosana just brings it to him.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
He didn't have it in his pocket, right?
Right.
And then ultimately, you talk about this struggle for this weapon where you are able to overpower him and get it out of his hands, right?
Yeah.
And this is a very dynamic event.
Yeah.
I mean, you're fighting him off, right?
Yeah.
He's not on top of you. He never stabs you with it.
No.
You're squirming.
Yeah.
He's squirming.
Yeah.
You're kicking him.
Yeah.
He's kicking you.
Yeah.
You're both moving around.
Yeah.
You're trying for this beer bottle,
Yeah.
right? And you throw it with an inside hand motion. You recall doing that last week?
Yeah.
And that's how you did it?
Yes.
And now it just hit the couch and just stayed there, right?
Yeah.
And then ultimately you roll to the floor.
Yeah.
Are you on top or is he on top?
We're side to side at the beginning.
Side to side, so you're now on the floor.
Yeah.
You described it as a semi-roll.
Yeah.
And ultimately you are able to get this weapon out of his hands.
Yeah, it was two of my hands on one of his.
Okay, so you could overpower him.
Yeah.
And you put your weight on him, right?
No.
Not at all?
I was over him, but I wasn't laying on him.
Okay, so how do you just pry it out?
I just went over him.
So you're just stronger in that moment.
I mean, I guess.
And ultimately, at that point, you're not looking at him. Once you get that in your hand, right? Once you get this, 143, once you get this in your hand, you're not looking at him.
No. Well, he kept grabbing me by my face, so I looked away.
Say that again, ma'am.
He kept grabbing me by my face, and he looked away. I would look away.
He kept grabbing your face?
Yeah.
Do you recall testifying to that last week?
I'm pretty positive, yeah.
Okay, so he's like grabbing your face.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Okay. Not strangling you, right?
No, it's in my face.
Say that again. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I said, no, it's in my face.
What's in your face?
His hand.
Okay. So his hand is in your face.
Yeah, so I just
But
turned.
you just turned. You could do that, right? You're able to break your face free, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you have this in your hand at this point.
Yeah.
And I recall last week that you were essentially saying you have this weapon that you had seen, right?
Yeah.
And you agree there was a handle on it at some point,
Yes.
and that you have it in your right hand,
Yeah.
and you're right-handed.
Yeah.
And if I recall correctly, you're saying that you're essentially going backwards,
Yeah.
right? Just like a tricep exercise, kind of, right?
Yes.
And you don't know where that's going because you're not looking at him.
No.
It's your testimony that during any of those tricep exercises with that weapon, that you're not looking at him, right?
Yeah.
And you start stabbing him. To be clear, you're trying to stab him, right?
Yeah.
That's not an accident.
No.
You're intentionally doing it,
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
right?
Right.
You're deliberately putting your hand back towards his face or wherever he's at.
Yes.
And if I understand your testimony last week, you're saying that he's still continuing to grab you during this time when you're doing these tricep exercises.
Yes.
And so he's grabbing you. Was that the demonstration that you and Ms. Trujillo had?
Yeah.
And you're kicking him,
Yes.
and he's kicking you, apparently, right? And so we're moving all these ways. Fair?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not just laying there, is what your testimony is.
Yes.
Okay? Do you find it astonishing that each of those 5 stab wounds are in such a small area when with all that movement?
Objection relevance?
I'll overrule the objection.
Objection, I think council might need to rephrase. We can approach if
Sure.
necessary.
You agree with me on all that movement, right?
Yes.
Is it surprising or shocking to you the number of times you stabbed him?
Yeah.
Is it shocking and surprising to you with all that movement how close all of those stab wounds are in the same area on his body?
I mean, it could happen.
Say that again, ma'am?
I said, I mean, it could happen.
It could happen?
Yeah, it happened here with that.
I mean, with all that movement, aren't you equally surprised that you didn't hit him one time in the arm?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
I guess.
Or the chest?
Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am, you got to speak up.
I said, yeah. Yes.
That surprises you?
I mean, if it did or it didn't, I feel like it's everything. The whole thing is like, I really don't know what you're asking.
Okay, what I'm asking, have you ever played darts, ma'am?
No.
No? You know what a dartboard is, right? Generally?
Yeah.
You've seen them at some bars? Like
Yeah.
it's the
I've
the
seen
circle, has different numbers?
Your Honor, could we rephrase?
I'll allow the witness to answer if she knows. I think she was about to answer.
You can answer, ma'am.
I've seen it like on the phone apps and stuff.
Okay. You understand there's like different numbers and then there's a bullseye there, right?
Yeah.
It would be pretty hard for somebody to not look at a dartboard and hit the bullseye 5 times, right?
Yeah.
What do you think the odds of that are?
I'm not sure.
Pretty low?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
What do you think the odds are that if there's all this movement that you hit him 5 times in the same spot?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure at all?
No.
And then ultimately you're saying at no point is your hand coming forward towards him, right?
What?
Is it your testimony based on last week that at no point when you're holding that weapon that your hand is coming forward rather than going back?
Yeah.
Yes? You're agreeing with me that you're not super coordinated that night because of how intoxicated you were, right?
Yes.
And you're not saying you're the strongest person that any of us have met, right?
Yeah.
If we could show 170. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yeah.
Does that look like that just went in a little bit?
No.
Looks pretty far, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that that corresponds to the last time you hit him with that weapon,
Yeah.
right? You plunged that in so far. If we could show 156. You plunge it all the way through that, ma'am. Right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and look. You agree with that scale that that's a really far way.
And Mr. Praley, when there's objection, give me a chance to hear it. And I'm sorry, Ms. Trejo, I only heard the objection. I didn't hear what it was.
I didn't think there was a question. It was go ahead and look. Is he asking her a question?
Yeah,
He can direct her to the exhibit, so I'll overrule the objection.
you see in 156, that's his neck, right?
Yeah.
You put that object in his neck,
Yeah.
and you see that scale at the bottom, and you did all of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree with me, that's not a little distance.
No.
You would agree with me that based on that and 170, that the blunt side is going into his neck.
Yeah.
And you would agree with me that in order to put the blunt side that far into his neck, that would require a lot of force.
Well, yeah, the last time that it happened, I felt what happened. I felt onto him what happened.
Okay. So the last time you had a lot of momentum and a lot of force?
Yeah, I didn't realize I had did it before.
Say that again, ma'am.
I didn't realize that he had got stabbed when the last time happened.
Okay. Well, I guess we can show, say, 160. See, that's pointing out the hole there, right?
Yeah.
And then 161's right next to it, if we can show that. You didn't realize that you're missing, that you're hitting at the same point, like centimeters away?
No, I didn't realize that.
Okay, and then we get into 162. And Dr. Burson talks about each of these stab wounds right in there. You see this, man?
Yeah.
And all of those were only caused by you.
Yeah.
And all of those, you would agree, are very close together.
Yes.
And it's your testimony today that you just didn't know you hit him
Yes.
because you're not looking at him.
Yeah.
We can take that down. And is it your testimony today that you didn't realize that just because you're not looking at him?
Yeah.
Did you notice any blood?
In the heat of the moment, I honestly didn't.
164. Ma'am, on 164, there was a discussion of the carotid artery. You see that?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. It's over there.
Okay. You understand that Dr. Burson testified about how much of a bloodletting process that would be.
Yeah.
You also heard your co-defendant discuss all that blood,
Yeah.
and you just didn't notice the blood?
In the heat of the moment before the last time, I didn't.
Okay.
It wasn't until after that.
We can take that down. And then ultimately, we get done with all that. You're saying heat of the moment, cools down. You see him with that weapon plunged into his neck, the handle broken off, right?
Yeah.
You got the handle.
Yeah.
You keep the handle.
No, I dropped it on the floor.
You just dropped it on the floor.
Yes.
Did it get burnt in the fire?
I assume, yeah.
Okay. And so, in that moment, afterwards, it's your testimony then that as he's dying there, right,
Yeah.
that you and Miss Varela just start going through his stuff.
She did.
She did.
Yes.
You had no part of that.
No.
Okay. But she had no part of the murder, right?
No.
She didn't stab him once.
No.
And so now you're saying as he's laying there choking on his own blood, she just decides to go through his stuff, but you do nothing.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So she's going through his bedroom.
Well, initially she had said she was looking for cameras.
She's looking for cameras. Well, cameras would help you though, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're explaining to this jury that some person put you in a position where you had to stab him 5 times to save your own life, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't a camera be pretty helpful for that if this is true?
I don't know. That's a question for her. That's just what she said.
Okay. Well, you would agree that those cameras would help you, right?
Yeah.
They just didn't exist, is what you're saying.
I don't know.
And so after you look for cameras, that you don't see any, then she starts going through all the stuff,
Yeah.
right? You didn't do any of that,
No.
but you knew she was.
Yeah.
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule.
And you're putting at least gloves on at some point, right? At least one.
Yeah.
That was your testimony last week. You don't cover up the bloody hand, your right hand,
Yeah.
but you throw it on your left hand.
Yeah.
Why would you throw on gloves if you're not going through anything?
She told me to.
Okay, so at this point, you're just listening to her,
Yes.
and she's ordering you around,
Yeah.
even though she had no part of the homicide.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, she's ordering you around, and then she goes out to the car without you. Right?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't she order you out to the car?
I don't know. Obviously, that's not a situation that you know?
You would agree she took stuff, though, right?
Yes.
And you knew of that stuff,
Some of it.
okay? Well, you knew his phone, right? You'd agree with me on his phone that was taken.
But yeah.
You're not disputing that.
No.
You're just saying you don't see this ring,
I don't.
okay? And then she, meaning Hosana, tells you that she's going out to the car, right?
Yeah, she said, let's go.
Okay, so she tells you to go, and you don't listen at that point.
And I wasn't really listening the whole time.
Say that again, ma'am?
So I really wasn't listening like the whole time.
You really weren't listening to her at any point?
No, she was telling me to help her and I didn't.
Okay, so you're not listening to her at all when she says, let's get out of this guy's house that you just stabbed 5 times, right?
I ended up doing it, yeah.
So that's not a social anxiety situation for you to talk back to your lover who's ordering you to commit a burglary in that moment, right? That's not a social anxiety situation? Because you stand up to her, right? You say, I'm not robbing that guy.
Objection, counsel is testifying. There are multiple questions without an
All
answer.
right, Mr. Praley, give her a chance to answer.
You can
Repeat the
answer, ma'am.
question?
Yeah, you're standing up to her in that moment, right?
I mean, like, I wouldn't was just standing there.
Say that again.
So I kind of was just standing there.
Okay, ignoring her then,
I wasn't ignoring her. I wasn't really catching what she was saying.
because you couldn't hear?
At that moment, I felt like a lot of emotions
Okay,
got in the way of,
like guilt,
I would say, like more shock and panic at that moment.
shock, and panic? Okay. You had discussed with counsel this whole like fight, flight, or freeze, and you hadn't heard those before last week's testimony, right?
Yeah.
And you had agreed that you were more of like the freeze type.
Yeah.
But you would agree with what you just described in the actual murder where you stabbed him 5 times with what's in front of you. That's a fight response, right?
Objection, invading the province of the jury in regard to murder.
Over.
Yeah.
So in the moment before, you're in a fight mode,
Yeah.
and you actually killed him. And then afterwards, you're getting bossed around, and you just, I can't take this. And you just shut down and stand in there for a couple minutes by yourself and your thoughts
Yeah.
while Chris is gargling on his own blood.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that moment, you didn't listen to her. You'd agree with that, right?
Yeah.
And you stay in there as she goes outside.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, you go out to the car.
Yeah.
Not in a fast way. Right? Earlier in the night, you talked about this whole that you're running to the door, trying to get out. You can't open the door, right? You ran there.
Didn't run.
You didn't run?
I walked fast.
Walked fast?
Yeah.
You would
kinda
agree
like
with me that.
rushed.
Go ahead, man.
I finished it.
What's that?
I said I just kind of rushed.
Rushed.
There's not enough. Yeah.
A fast walk.
Yeah.
So you had a fast walk to the door to try and get out before anything happened, but you don't have a fast walk when you go to the car after you've murdered them, right?
No.
That's a slow walk. Right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
I will sustain the objection, strike counsel's response.
And so then, right after, you get in the car. Yes?
Yeah.
And Hosana is driving.
Yeah.
And it's your testimony at that point. The woman who had no part of the homicide,
Yeah.
the woman who simply brought the weapon to Chris according to you,
Yeah.
you according to her, right?
Yes.
She then says, we got to burn this place down
Yeah.
and kill the dog.
Yes.
Okay. And so are you saying that she then drives to the gas station?
Yes.
Is there any discussion happening?
No.
And then you go to the gas station. Do you actually pump the gas?
Like in the bottles?
You get a bottle,
Yeah.
and ultimately, do you fill it with gas?
Yes.
And then you go back to his residence,
Yes.
and you're saying it's Hosana's idea to do this,
Yes.
even though she doesn't go in,
Yes.
and you're being ordered at that point to go in and burn the place down
Yeah.
and kill a dog.
Yeah.
And you just take that order,
Yeah.
okay? And so you go do that. So when you walk in, right, you know he's dead.
Yes.
You know you're not authorized to be there, right?
Yeah.
You go in the front door.
Yes.
The dog's in there.
Yeah.
Is Juna by Chris's body?
I'm not sure.
Do you think that dog would be protective of its owner that is bleeding on?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Oh.
Relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
So you just don't know where this dog is,
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
right?
Yeah, I said no.
But the dog's inside,
Yeah.
and ultimately, you don't kill the dog.
No.
You let the dog out
In the back.
into the back. If you're under so much control from her, why not kill the dog?
I don't know.
I mean, that's what you were ordered to do, right?
Yeah.
At that point, you're following orders,
Yeah.
but you didn't follow that one.
No.
So your social anxiety didn't cripple you then.
Yeah, I wasn't talking to nobody.
What's that?
Social anxiety is like when you speak.
Okay. Well, it's also how you act, right?
Yeah.
And in that situation, you're ordered by Hosana to go in, burn a place down, and kill a dog. And you say, hey, I'll burn this place down, but I'm not killing that dog.
Yeah.
Okay? That's your action. That's your choice. Right?
Yeah.
And then you actually go in, and it's your testimony you brought the gas,
Yes.
right? And did you put the gas out?
Like pour it out or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And ultimately, you get a lighter that you would have, right? Because you smoke.
Yeah.
And you light a piece of paper on fire. Was your testimony last week, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, you drop that to the floor and start watching it burn,
Watch the paper burn.
right? And you knew what was going to happen with that paper.
Yeah.
You knew what that was going to do to that area.
Yeah.
You knew what that was going to do to this body.
Yeah.
You knew in this case that Mr. Dickerson had to be identified by dental records.
Yeah.
You did that.
Yeah.
And then you calmly walked back out to the car. Right?
Yeah.
Not your rushed walk the first time when he was trying to chase you in Hosana.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes?
Yes.
And then you drive away. Right?
Yeah.
And ultimately, you switch cars
Yeah.
and you start laying low.
I mean, I wouldn't say laying low.
Okay? And this happens for a period of time. You had talked about that you don't want to go to the police because you don't trust the police, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, in terms of these conversations afterwards, you're saying there's just kind of this agreement that you wouldn't go to the police, right?
Yeah.
Because that's not what she wanted. Isn't that what, you didn't want that either though, right? Right?
Yeah.
And you stated on direct that you understand that it looks like you wanted to get away with it,
Yeah.
right? That's pretty obvious to you, isn't it? Now looking back?
Yeah.
And then there are these conversations after, and you say, it's not what she would want. I guess what I fail to understand is, why wouldn't that have helped you?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, why wouldn't it have helped you for you guys to go to the police?
I don't know.
It would have, right?
Yeah, I think we're just scared at the moment.
Okay. But she didn't kill anybody. You did.
Yeah.
So it benefits you to come to the police and say, I did it out of self-defense, right?
Yeah.
And it benefits her because she's with you and gives that weapon.
Yeah.
So why in the world wouldn't it help her as well?
I don't.
It would, right?
Yeah.
And she's not the one doing it. It helps her and it helps you. That's a 2-for-1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, ma'am, during this time period, you talked about these jail letters, and there's a couple that I want to be very clear. You're saying that you did not write. Is that fair?
Yes.
If I can approach, and I'll take this away, ma'am. Showing her what's been marked as 220. Ma'am, you recognize 220?
Yeah.
But again, that's not one you wrote, is your testimony.
It's not.
Nothing I say is going to change that, fair?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to approach with what's been marked as 238. It's discovery page S3638.
What's the base page? 3638.
Correct.
Sorry.
hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 238, ma'am. I want to ask you and kind of go page by page on it, okay?
Okay.
You would agree on the cover, on the outside, that would be like an envelope, right?
Yeah.
And you would agree that it says that it's from Stacy Rodriguez. That's you.
Yeah.
You would agree that it's saying that you are at the Weld County Jail.
Yes.
And you would agree that it's saying 2110 O Street.
Yeah.
That's the jail. Fair?
Yes.
And then that's addressed to Janira Rodriguez
Yeah.
in Evans.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a stamp on it.
Yes.
And you know Janira, right?
Yeah.
And she's a friend of yours?
Yeah.
And then on page 2, you can just look at that, ma'am. On the top corner, you number those. You see the 1 up at the top? That's technically on page 2 of the exhibit.
Yeah.
Okay? And fair to say there's nothing like domestic violence related in this letter?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You include a drawing in that? You can look through it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You drew that?
No.
Okay. And the final page, you see that it says L'Amour de mi vida and then Stacy Rodriguez?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
You would agree with me as to all those foundational aspects?
Objection, we'd ask to rephrase.
I'll allow the witness to answer the question if she
Should we do
understands.
that?
Yeah, you agree with all those things that I've just gone over, that that's from you?
Yeah.
Do you need more time to look at that letter? Okay. Fair to say, in this one, you wrote that letter? Is
Yeah.
that a yes, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I move for the admission of 238.
Any objection to 238?
Yes, can we approach?
Sure. And can you bring that up, please?
Sure. Okay. Ma'am, you have 238 in front of you, right?
Yeah.
As well as 220 now.
Yes.
And to be clear, you're admitting that you wrote 238 and denying that you wrote 220, the big one,
Yeah.
right? Okay. Now, ma'am, you would agree with me that on page 2 of 220, that's the large letter, and if it's easier, I can approach with a different version so you don't have to keep. Okay, this might be easier for you, ma'am. This is.
Do you want
gonna-
these ones back?
Is that easier?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and keep that one, and then here's the other one. So, for example, on page 2 of 220 that you didn't write, you would agree with me that towards the bottom, you talk about your Janira putting money for you on the phone. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And that's again the letter you didn't write. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, you believe Hosana wrote that letter.
Either her or somebody else, but it wasn't me.
Say that one more time, ma'am.
It's either her or somebody else, but it wasn't me.
Okay, so it could have been somebody other than Hosana that would know all this,
Yeah.
but you're sure it's not you.
Yeah, well, I will tell her stuff. I'm not denying that I never wrote her,
Okay.
but these ones I didn't write.
Okay, I understand, ma'am. And nothing I'm going to say is going to change that, right?
Correct.
All right. So if we're looking at Exhibit 238, in general, you would agree that 238 is written to genera.
Yeah.
And so somebody would have had to write 220 and just reference genera and know that you're also writing genera, right?
Yeah, she knew that.
She would know that.
Yeah.
She being Hosana,
Yes.
but it could have been somebody else who wrote it too.
She could have somebody else do it.
Okay.
I really don't know.
All right. So let's go to the beginning of 220 and maybe we just put up 220 if we can on page 1. Ma'am, you again don't recognize that one? Fair?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna approach and just, if we could zoom in kind of right after the middle. You see up at the top, even being spelled E-V-A-N?
Yeah.
Do you spell even that way?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And specifically, we can zoom out of there, that's where it says, I'll always keep that promise. I've been told you since day one. That's all on me. I ain't no bitch. I know all the shit that's under my belt, mamas. I'm just sorry that you're getting hurt in the process. Trust me, Ma, I do feel for you, but I'ma fix it on my truck. You're my only worry during this. I don't give a fuck about nothing else, not Evan, me. Right?
Yeah, it says that.
Okay. And you would refer to the Tahoe as your truck.
Yeah.
Okay. And then even further on that, it says, I'ma hold it down with Fetty. No matter what, don't feel obligated to be nice or think you gotta be with me because it ain't Evan, E-V-A-N, like that, Ma. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you can flip to the next page, or we can go to page 3. Do you want to look at that? Like even on page 3, approximately 9 lines down, you say, not even, spelled E-V-A-N. My own mom got that kind of hold on me. You're the love of my life, dude. I was supposed to be with you forever, right?
Yeah, it says that.
Okay. And then if we can go back to 238, and this is the one you actually wrote. Right? You see on page 2, which is really page 1, like the first page of the letter, fair?
Yeah.
You see, I guess if we could publish 238. Go down one page. And you would agree with me that approximately right in the middle, it says you can't even, and it's spelled Evan. Fair?
Yeah.
And that's the letter you wrote.
Yes.
Okay? So that is how you spell it. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. On 220 that you're saying you didn't write, you talk about me, or it says me, Pinchy, Gordita, Hermosa. And then on page 3 at the top of the letter, it discusses that. Do you see that, ma'am?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Praley, give me 1 second. Can you, we have a juror with their hand raised. Give me a second. Can the parties approach? Yes. Jenny, are you all set? All right, we are back on the record in 21 CR 2296, People of the State of Colorado versus Stacy Rodriguez. The parties are present as previously captioned. We are outside of the presence of the jury. We'll go ahead and bring the jury in and we will proceed. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Prele, you may resume.
Thank you. Ma'am, where we left off, we were dealing with 238 in the middle of the page. You wrote, "I miss your fine ass, bebecita hermosa." You see that?
On the yellow page?
No, ma'am, on 238. That'd be the white one that you admitted to writing?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree then, comparing that to 220, that would be the note that you're saying you did not write, that on page 2 it says, "Me Pinchi Gordita Hermosa," on that one, right? On page 2?
Yeah.
It's at the top of page 3 of your letter, again, referring to Hermosa. And specifically, "Me Gordita Hermosa." What's that mean?
I'm not really sure.
Not really sure?
Yeah.
And then again on page 6 of 220 that you're saying you didn't write, dealing with "my Gordita Hermosa" again. Is that Spanish, ma'am?
Yeah.
Do you know what it means?
Which part?
"Me Gordita Hermosa"?
No, not really.
No? But what's Hermosa mean?
I'm not sure how to explain it.
Okay, well, in 238 you wrote it, right?
Yeah.
So why'd you write it?
It's kind of like a nice.
Like an endearing term?
Yeah, but I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, but you wrote it in 238, right?
Yeah.
And you would agree that it's found multiple times on 220 that you didn't write?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess we could skip ahead, for example, on 238, that's page 2 of 7, that's your first one. LMFAO.
Yeah.
And you wrote that letter, right?
On the 238.
238, ma'am, just to be clear, is the one you admitted to. That's the white one,
Yeah.
okay? And you discuss, "I hope you like this drawing." And then you do the LMFAO.
Yeah.
After you say, "I just want you to show off my last name like no other, LOL, call me corny, LMFAO. What's that stand for?
LMFAO.
What's that?
LMFAO.
Yes.
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Okay. Why are you shy to say that? Are you shy to say that?
No.
I'll allow the question, given the witness's answer. And I'm sorry, Ms. Rodriguez, can you repeat that answer?
Laughing my fucking ass off.
Okay.
Fair to say that you say that throughout this message that you wrote on 238?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's in a variety of places.
Yeah.
Okay. You understand that it's in a variety of places on 220 as well?
Yeah.
That's the one you didn't write?
No.
So somebody would have to know that you write that and then flood it throughout the letter, right?
Yeah.
What about SMH?
Yeah.
What's that stand for?
Shaking my head.
Okay. And so on the white one, 238, for example, let's just go to page 2. We can go ahead and publish 238. Approximately middle down here we have shake my head. See that?
Yeah.
See it? You wrote this one, right?
Yeah.
And there's references to that on throughout this. Yes, multiple pages.
Yes.
Is it surprising to you that on the other 220 that you're saying you didn't write, there are approximately 5 times?
Yeah.
I mean, on page 3, there's 2 of them. If we could go to page 3 of 220. Remember seeing in that it says, so I heard about that fake ass blue baby, you dumbass lady made. I broke that shit apart with her ugly STD, have an ass, go get one, bro. Cause these bitches, she fucked you something, SMH. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, but again, you're saying you didn't write that.
I did not.
Okay. And then at the bottom of page 3, it says, I don't know why, because clearly you don't give a fuck, SMH. Right?
Yeah.
And then at the bottom of page 6, right above where it says baby Joker, it says, I miss you so much, stupid. I hope you miss me too. Shake my head. How you holding up?
Yeah.
And then it goes on to say, I hope well because I know you not a little bitch. And this female saying you would be on some shit in her room said it was cause all the shit I put you through. Is that true? Right?
Yeah.
But you didn't write that.
No.
Okay. In terms of, we just read this aspect of STD, right? You saw that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something you say a lot?
Kind of.
Okay. I mean, did you write it in 238? That's the one you admitted to writing, right?
Probably.
Okay.
What page is it on?
Well, the STD on, let's go page 4 of 7. At the very bottom. You see where at the bottom of page 4 or 7 that it talks about, I ain't trying to do nothing with them, LOL. The day I do some shit with one of these nasty little hoes is the day I lose all self-respect for myself, LMFAO. I swear that's when I lose myself, and that's not me no more, but I highly doubt I would ever, LOL. Like these hoes be nasty, ASF, STDs have an ass, putas compared to you. These bitches make me want to throw up, LMFAO. And again, we've transitioned from page 4 to page 5. Right?
Yeah.
So you would agree with me that we've just looked at 238 that you wrote. It deals with these other nasty little hoes, STD asses. And then on 220 that you're denying that you wrote, that same information's in there calling people that.
Yeah.
Okay. But you didn't write it.
I did not.
Okay. What about low key? Do you say that in a lot of your writings?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes? What's that mean? Like you're low key?
No. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. Like,
Well, who would be better to explain your own writings than you?
like not really. It means
Not really?
kind of. I don't know how to explain the word. Like,
Okay.
I know how to use it as a sentence, but
Okay. Well, why don't we deal with this then on 238? If we could go to page 3. That's the white one, to be very clear. Okay, and just to reference here, You see low key there, and then again low key here.
Yeah.
I'm low key going crazy, LOL. Not like for real, but you know, kinda, LOL. See that next sentence? Are you looking at it, ma'am? It doesn't look like you're looking at it.
I can see it from over there.
Argumentative.
All right, he can direct the witness to the exhibit.
I see the whole screen behind you.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure you're following along. You see that it says, I like to send letters because I could say everything without getting shy, LOL. Right?
Yeah.
And then you see just where in this, you would agree with me that there's this discussion of you specifically thinking about that night at Banditos when I had my hand on your waist. I was over there walking like I was that MF inward El Chapo. LOL, all eyes on me and everything. I have never in my life felt that MF cocky. Right?
Yeah.
Okay? And then you go to talk about that your LMFAO, you really be low key. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, you wrote 238. Okay. And then going back to 220, do you remember hearing the testimony and looking at page 2 of 6 where it said, I ain't scared of none, LOL, bitch can be my number 6 under my belt if you catch my drift. Anyway, I low key ain't crazy no more. I be so calm, LMFAO. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Would you like to look at it?
What page is it?
I think she answered, if she remembers that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have that, Ms. Rodriguez? You have both of those letters in front of you?
Yeah, I have all the letters.
Okay, all right. Mr. Praley, go ahead and proceed.
And so that was on page 2 of 6. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
But again, you did not write that.
I did not.
And then on page 3 of 6, on 220, you said, go get one, bro, because them bitches, she fucked something, shake my head, happy, I ain't fuck with them, but I ain't write you to talk shit. Well, low key, LOL, because you about to make that old ass bitch get pimp handed. Is she quite being scared, LOL, right?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. Throughout these letters, you would agree with me that there's TF written?
Yeah.
What's TF?
The fuck?
Okay. There's ASF?
Yeah.
What's that?
As fuck.
And you would agree with me? They're in both letters?
Yeah.
Okay. Throughout these letters, there's a discussion of stupid little hoes, ugly little hoes, nasty little hoes.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, for example, on page 3 of 238, you write that?
Yeah.
And you would agree with me on 220? That's contained throughout it?
Yeah.
Okay. But you only wrote one?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
I'll allow the question.
Talked about the STDs, right?
Yes.
You see the references in that?
Yes.
That's a pretty specific thing, right?
Yeah.
That you wrote in 238, but you're saying you did not write in 220.
I did not.
All right, what about page 4 of 7? There's a discussion that Janira had given you pictures, and there's somebody in your cell that was asking to see a picture of your lady. And so I was like, okay, OMFG, tell me why I had to take that shit out of her hands faster than you can catch an attitude. LOL, dumbass. Little hoe was drooling all over my pictures and almost had to smack the hoe. LOL, got me fucked up looking at mine like that. LOL, I miss talking to you for hours. See that?
Yeah.
So there's a discussion that that someone's looking at a photo of Janira, right?
Yeah.
That you have.
Yes.
And so somebody's at the jail, because that's where this was written.
Yeah.
And that person looks at the picture of Janira and is drooling over here and almost made you need to smack that hoe. Right?
Yeah. Didn't really happen. I kind of just said it to blow her head up, but
Say that again, ma'am.
I said that didn't really happen. I told her just to blow her head up.
Oh, okay. So you're lying in this letter.
I'm just not lying, but playing.
Okay, just playing. Okay. And then back in 220, you agree that on page 3 of 220, you said, I ain't fuck with them, but I ain't write you to talk shit. Well, low key, LOL, you better make that old ass bitch get pimp handed. Right?
Yeah, says that.
You would agree that smacking a hoe and pimp handing are pretty similar
In a sense, yeah.
in a sense?
Yeah.
I mean, it deals with the fact that you're discussing in each letter the fact that somebody's going to get smacked. Right?
Yeah.
What about the N-word?
Yeah.
Do you see that in each letter?
Yeah.
Right? And you wrote 3 of 7. That's where that you were walking around like that MF N-word El Chapo, right?
Yes.
And we've already established multiple times that on page 2 of 6, where you're saying, until I started hearing shit, I wasn't hurt inward. I was like mad, right? And you would agree on page 4 that there's multiple references where you state the N-word,
Yeah.
okay? So somebody, again, you wrote 238.
Yeah.
That's the white letter. And you use that term to describe yourself, right? You wrote that out. And then we have at least 3 or 4 references in 220 of the same word,
Yeah.
okay? Throughout these, is there the discussion about hooking up with other people and fucking around on each other?
Yeah.
Okay? And you would agree you wrote the one and you're saying you didn't write the other.
Yes.
But that same topic's there throughout it.
Yes.
Okay? You sign off on 220 or at the bottom of the page, La Amor de mi vida.
Yeah.
Right? What's that mean?
I don't really know how to say it in English.
Can you try?
No, it's difficult.
Not at all.
But
You can't give it.
Asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection.
You can't say anything about it?
Objection asked and answered.
Mr. Prelate, she said she couldn't say it, so move on.
You agree that's on page 7 of 238 at that's the final page when it says La Amor de mi vida, and then it says underneath that, Stacy Rodriguez.
Fix whatever's being published.
Are you,
What?
are you able to spin it around? If you can't spin it around, that's fine, Mr. Prelate. That's not
I mean, I think that's how it was copied, Judge, so.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
You see that, ma'am?
yeah.
Okay. So in terms of these letters, you would agree that a person would have to, well, I guess tell me, do you believe the handwriting is similar?
Yeah, slightly.
Slightly?
Yeah.
Okay. So you agree with me that the handwriting is similar? And then just tell me yes, you agree in 220 you referenced Janira.
Yeah.
In 238 you wrote it to Janira.
Yeah.
You would agree with me that even is spelled Evan throughout both of these?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
I'll overrule the objection.
And so a person would have to write that throughout, know exactly how you spell this,
Yeah.
right? They'd have to use the term Hermosa, LMFAO, right?
Yeah.
Shake my head,
Yeah.
low key,
Yeah.
TF,
Yeah.
ASF,
Yeah.
stupid little hoes,
Yeah.
ugly little hoes,
Yeah.
nasty little hoes,
Yeah.
STD having asses,
Yeah.
smacking hoes,
Yeah.
the N-word,
Yes.
infidelity,
What?
cheating on people,
Oh, yeah.
right? L'amor de mi vida,
Yeah.
right? They'd have to do all that. They'd have to know all that, number one, right?
Yeah.
And then they'd have to put all that together in these notes.
Yeah.
And specifically, that's what you're saying happened.
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ms. Rodriguez, I will remind you that you are still under oath and the state may resume.
Thank you. Ma'am, in direct examination, you were asked about the body-worn cam of your arrest on November 11th, right?
Yeah.
And again, throughout your testimony, you've discussed this social anxiety.
Yeah.
Wouldn't interacting with police cause you great anxiety?
Yeah.
On that day, did you have that?
Yes.
Do you think that's depicted very well in People's Exhibit 142?
Not really.
I'm sorry, ma'am, if you could speak up?
Not really.
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
All right, well, why don't we watch it then? Let's start with 142
Objection, cumulative.
All right,
from,
the court will overrule the objection. Mr. Praley, you can go ahead and proceed.
let's just start from 235 to 6 minutes.
So we're working on a case. Do you mind if I talk to you for a couple minutes about it? Okay. Does this person look familiar?
No,
Okay. Have you ever seen him before?
no.
Okay. Have you ever been to the Convictive Bar downtown Greeley?
Yeah, a couple times.
Okay. What do you remember when you were there last?
Maybe like last Thursday?
Last Thursday? And prior to that?
I don't know. I would go often, yeah.
Okay. So you've been there often.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen this person before at the bar there?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been to 23? Correct. 2413 15th Avenue Court in Greeley?
No.
It's all rough, like by 25th Street, 11th Avenue.
No, where it's like that. Like,
What's that?
Like stores by there? Or?
Well, it house.
Oh. No,
Okay.
I go to couple like after parties, but I don't think I'm there.
Okay. Would there be any reason that you don't remember him because you were too drunk to remember him?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Would you have been too drunk to say that you were been over at that house?
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not like that drunk.
You don't think you've been there? Okay. What vehicle do you usually drive? This one? Okay. Is there any other vehicles that's registered to you?
No. You can check, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's only this one.
Okay. And is that Hosanna?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you guys friends?
Yeah.
Okay. More than friends?
Hey.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you girlfriends?
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't really like announce it, kind of like.
Whose vehicle is this?
Just like.
Okay. What vehicle does Hosanna drive?
She has one.
She doesn't have one? Okay.
Well, I think she used to, but I don't know how to do that. You can ask her.
Okay. Do you drive a Malibu?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay. Have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu?
No.
Okay.
I don't know this one.
Just this one?
I think I'm gonna have my title.
What's that?
My title, do you want it?
For the Suburban? No, that's okay. I can run the license plate if I need it.
Oh,
So you never driven a Chevy Malibu?
no.
Is there a Chevy Malibu registered anyone that you know? Like a silver Chevy Malibu?
I haven't think so.
Okay. Can I get your current address?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I talked to Stacy here. She said she doesn't know who this is. She was at Cubetta's last Thursday and maybe a week or two prior to that.
I would go off and play her.
Yeah. She doesn't believe she's ever been to the 241315 Avenue Court address. She doesn't know anybody who drives a silver Chevy Malibu. Is that right? Yeah. And have you ever driven a Chevy Malibu? Okay. What's your current address right now?
45, 40, West Church.
Would you agree with me when we've now watched a portion of 142 from 2:35 to 6 minutes? Would you agree that you are speaking softer today and last week when you're being asked on direct examination than you were in Exhibit 142?
Yeah, kind of, I guess.
Okay. You're quieter in court.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in here.
Okay. And so is that the reason you're speaking quieter?
Yeah,
Okay. Would you agree that you're more passive on Friday and today than you were in the video?
what do you mean by that?
Like passive, like shy.
I feel the same.
You think you're the same?
Yeah,
Well, there you're telling the officer, you can check the registration. You know how to do that, right? You're telling him what he should do, right?
yeah.
You're asked about the Chevy Malibu, and it's your testimony today that you just don't know what a Chevy Malibu is?
No,
You don't?
I didn't.
You don't know
Just
makes
called
and
it-
models?
I don't.
Well, don't you think that'd be a good time to try and clarify when he's saying it's a Chevy Malibu and you're like, I don't know cars, like makes and models?
No.
You don't think that'd be a good time to bring that up?
I mean, yeah, but I didn't think about it.
Okay. What about, did you think about it when he talked to you and clarified what color it was? When he says it's silver, didn't you think, hey, maybe that car that I've been driving that's silver, that's part of my family's, maybe I should tell him?
I drive a lot of great cars. That wasn't the only great car that I was driving.
Say that again, ma'am, I'm sorry.
That wasn't the only great car that I was driving.
Okay. So you didn't think you should bring up the make and model? You don't think you needed to bring up the, I drive a lot of silver cars?
No.
Okay. At this time, you were around Hosanna Varela, right? Like you guys are in that car together?
Yes.
And specifically, do you recall that at approximately 10 minutes and 24 seconds that you guys are separated, right?
Yeah.
And she's over talking to Detective Burrows, right?
Yeah.
And you can see that, right?
I seen it in Discovery, but I couldn't see it from where I was at.
Well, there's windows in this car, right?
Yeah.
You can look through the windows.
Yeah, but I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
I did not.
If we can play clip 2 from 10:24 to 11.
Like, I knew she had walked through the back, so I didn't directly see her.
You didn't directly see her. So you don't know if she's talking to Detective Burrows? Is that your testimony today?
Yeah, I don't know where she was at.
Okay, if we can play 10:24 to 11.
Can you get out of the wind just a little bit?
If we could pause it right there. Is it your testimony today that you're not facing back towards the back of your Tahoe?
Yeah.
And there's windows in that car, right?
Yeah.
And you would agree with me that Hosanna Varela and Detective Burrows would be that side?
Well, she got off on that side, but I don't know if she was standing there.
Okay. If we can keep playing.
What are they talking about?
I can't hear her.
Did that help refresh your memory at all?
I don't remember seeing it.
Well, you just saw it though, right?
I know, but
Objection argumentative.
All right, I'll allow the question.
Did you just watch it?
yeah.
Do you agree that you're facing their direction?
Yeah.
Do you agree that you said, what are they telling her?
Yeah.
And then you hear Detective Hunziker say, I can't hear.
Yeah.
And your testimony is still that you don't know that they're talking because you can't see Detective Burrows and
Well,
Hosana?
I knew that they were over there, but I didn't see her like physically. Like I don't remember seeing her over there.
But you specifically said, what are they telling her?
Well, I knew that she was over there because they took her around that way,
Okay,
but I didn't physically see her body.
okay. All right. And again, you've previously said that there's just this mutual agreement that you guys have to keep quiet and not tell the police at this point, right?
Yeah.
And that's just something that you had felt in general because you valued her life,
Yeah.
right? But then you're asking what they're talking about,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
And again, Detective Hunziker tells you, I can't hear what they're saying. But you got to watch it, right?
The
In
video.
this trial,
Yeah.
right? And you know what he is telling her, right?
Yeah.
He being Detective Burrows. He's outlining the charges to her. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And he's asking the same questions that you're getting asked.
Yeah.
And so you know the answer now, right?
Yeah.
You talk that this agreement just came out,
Yeah.
that you guys would keep quiet. And you knew from October 3rd on that you had stabbed Christopher Dickerson 5 times in the throat, right?
Yeah.
That you had taken his stuff,
I did not.
okay? You didn't know that?
I said I did not take it.
Okay. That you had gone back and burnt his house down,
Yeah.
burnt his body, and you knew that.
Yeah.
And during this time period, you'd agree with me that you're sending notes about, they'll kill a MF for you, 6 feet under, no joke, right?
Yeah.
And all that's happening before we're seeing this,
Yeah.
right? And then you discuss having social anxiety on this day, specifically in this body-worn cam,
Yeah.
right? And you agree to this jury that this video that's fair and accurate makes it look like you really don't care.
Yeah. The battery that was in my hand helped a lot.
The what?
Battery?
The battery in
There
your
was
hand?
a battery that was in my hand.
Okay. And that helped make it look like you didn't care?
No, that helped with the anxiety.
Okay.
So it was more.
So you were just holding a battery
Yeah.
in your hand, and so that made it, that reduced your anxiety?
Slightly.
Okay. So then, when you're informed of the charges at 11:10, maybe we should just play it. Let's go ahead and play it. From 11:10 to, say, 11:56.
Is there a question?
I'm sorry, Mr. Bradley, can you pause it?
Sure.
Mr. Hio, I couldn't hear you.
Objection, is there a question or are we just?
So he can refer the witness to the exhibit and then ask questions after that.
Being arrested for first degree murder, arson, burglary, and tampering with Stacy's body. Okay.
Is there proof of that?
Yes. Okay. If you want to talk to me, I'll hear your story. I'm going to talk to you. Okay. It's up to you. You don't have to talk to me. But if you want to tell me your story, I'll listen.
So, ma'am, after being informed of first degree murder,
Yeah.
you responded, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Arson,
Yeah.
tampering,
Yeah.
and burglary.
Yeah.
Your response was what?
Is there proof of that?
Objection, we just watched it.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
And you're telling this jury that you had social interaction or social anxiety right then?
Objection, badgering, at this point, we've talked about the social anxiety at length.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
That's what you want this jury to believe.
Well, I knew that it was happening.
You knew what was happening.
Social anxiety.
Okay. And your response to it is there proof of that after being told that you murdered someone,
Yeah.
that you burnt their house down, burnt their body down, and took their stuff,
Objection asked and answered.
right?
Overruled.
Yeah.
Those are my questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Any redirect examination? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. All right, Stacy. Social anxiety happen when you're alone?
Not really.
Is it usually when you're around a bunch of people?
Yeah, like a lot of them.
Do you usually get pretty anxious when you're in new situations?
Yeah.
Give me just a second. I'll sustain the objection, and Ms. Trujillo, if you want to rephrase that, go ahead.
If you're in new situations, do you get anxiety?
Yes, I do.
Do you get anxiety if you're in new situations involving new people?
Yeah.
Do interactions with police for you kind of start that anxiety?
I'll allow the question.
I can re-ask it. Do interactions with the police kind of start that anxiety for you?
Yeah.
Has it always been this way?
Yeah.
Was your social anxiety a little bit different when it was just you and Hosana together?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I mean, I was comfortable with her.
So with social anxiety, did that really come into play when you guys were driving to the gas station?
Leading.
I'll allow the question.
Did social anxiety come into play when you guys were going to the gas station on October 3rd?
Not really,
Why not?
because it was just me and her.
Okay. Now we talked, well, the prosecution talked a lot with you about those letters.
Yeah.
In those letters, you weren't discussing what happened with Mr. Dickerson, right?
No, I was not.
In those letters, were you embarrassed when the prosecution was reading them out loud?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, for one, it's because I didn't write them, you know, and I don't know, just the things that says in there, you know.
Do you think it would have been, well, I guess if it was embarrassing, why didn't you just say you wrote them?
Because that's not what I did.
I want to kind of just maybe talk a little bit about what the jail is like for, people that don't know. You mentioned in the letter that you did write to Janira. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And there was a drawing in the back of that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Mr. Pereira that you didn't draw that, right?
Yeah.
Did somebody else draw that for you?
Yeah.
Would that happen often in the jail?
People drawing stuff for me?
Yes.
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay. Would it happen often that, some people's handwriting, for drawings or, people would just kind of share that type of stuff?
Objection, leading.
Yes.
Give me just a second. I'll allow the question. Ms. Rodriguez, can you repeat your answer, please?
Yes.
Would you consider the jail to be a private place?
No.
Okay. Do oftentimes people know who you're writing?
Yes.
Do oftentimes people know what you're writing about?
Yes.
Was it possible for other people to see letters that...
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow the witness to answer the question.
Was it possible for others to see maybe letters you were receiving?
Yes.
And was it possible for others to see letters you were writing?
Yeah.
Now you did you write Hosanna letters in the jail?
Yes.
And why are they different than the ones that the prosecution is suggesting you wrote?
Because the ones that I had wrote her were brief. Okay. I think the longest one that I had wrote her was a Bible verse, but that's it.
Now, we heard a lot of the language that was used in the letter that you write to Janira. Some, would you agree, or were there derogatory or kind of offensive words in there?
Yeah.
Were you meaning to offend anybody?
No.
How is the way that you're talking in the letter that you wrote to Janira different than the way you're talking to the jury?
I'm a lot more comfortable with Janita, so I can talk in different.
When you're talking to the jury, are you embarrassed to use swear words?
Yeah.
When you're talking to me, are you embarrassed to use swear words?
Yes.
You and I have been working together. Have we been working together for a while?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Okay. So let's go to kind of the morning of October 3rd when you're in Mr. Dickerson's house, okay? The prosecution had kind of talked about, you know, I think Mr. Pralia had called it a tricep exercise. Explain to me kind of what you were thinking about when you had stabbed Mr. Dickerson. What was going through your mind at the time?
That he was gonna kill me.
Were you able to see him when you initially hit him with the metal file?
The last time?
No, when you first did.
No.
And why not? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
So I wasn't looking.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Because I wasn't looking at him.
Okay. Why weren't you able to look at him? Or why weren't you looking at him?
Because he grabbed my face and I didn't want him. I just wanted to get away, but at the same time, like, stop him, you know?
Okay. At one point, you testified that, you know, you had the handle broke because you had put all your weight on it. At that point, were you facing Mr. Dickerson?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you explain to me how that changed?
I had sat up.
Okay. And did you like move over?
Yeah.
When you sat up, what was Mr. Dickerson doing to you?
He was still grabbing me.
Okay. How?
My shirt.
By your shirt? Okay. Like on your chest?
Yeah, more like right here.
Okay. When you had sat up and turned around and he grabbed your chest, did you feel like you had any other option?
No.
Did you want to put that metal file in Mr. Dickerson's neck?
No.
Did you want to do that 5 times?
No.
Were you even aware it was happening?
No.
Now let's back up a little bit, still kind of with the same topic. When you and Mr. Dickerson are on the couch, you had mentioned throwing a beer bottle. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
Okay. And the prosecution had asked you if that bottle broke, right?
Yeah.
Can you just kind of explain how you initially grabbed that bottle?
I was trying to reach it with my fingertips first, and then, like, little by little, it was scooted closer.
Where was the bottle?
On the floor in front of the couch.
On the floor, you said, by the couch?
Yeah, right in front of it.
And then when you grabbed the bottle, how was Mr. Dickerson holding you?
Right here, what is that, like a, I don't know what this part's called.
Your arm?
Yeah.
The upper part of your arm? Did he have both hands on each side of your arms?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you grabbed the bottle, did you have free range of motion?
No.
What did you do with the bottle when you grabbed it?
I threw it, and then it went over him.
Okay. Did you ever grab a broken piece of bottle?
No.
Did you ever grab another bottle?
No.
Did you ever hit Mr. Dickerson on the head with a broken piece of bottle?
No.
Now, you talked with Mr. Paralia about the blood and kind of what Hosana had said also about the blood. When you saw Mr. Dickerson, you know, after you had kind of gotten on top and after the handle had broken, did you see blood?
Yeah.
Was there was that something that stuck out in your mind?
Seeing that, yeah.
Did you kind of get stuck on that fact?
Yeah.
Can you explain how?
Like how it happened.
know how you got stuck on it. You know what I mean? Can you explain that emotion to me?
Like, I felt like I just felt frozen. Like, I don't want to say like an out-of-body experience, but I felt like I couldn't feel my body.
Where did you see the blood on you?
My hand.
Is that why you put the glove somewhere else?
Yeah.
On the other hand?
Yeah.
I'll allow the witness's answer to stand.
Let's talk about darts. Did you know what Mr. Perelia was talking about when he brought up the darts to you?
Kind of.
Kind of. What didn't you understand? Just what darts are?
Yeah.
Okay. When you were with Mr. Dickerson and you were defending yourself, did you think about where the metal file was going?
No.
Did you intend for it to kind of hit the same spot?
No, I kind of was just, it was in the same motion.
When you had the file in your hand, did you flip it around or decide what end to use?
No.
How did it happen? Can you just say, like, can you explain, like, when you had it and then when you used it the first time?
Honestly, I just grabbed and then like everything just happened so fast. Like,
Mr. Perelia had brought up the living room door with you. Do you remember testifying that you kind of struggled with the door handle?
yeah.
Why were you struggling with the door handle?
I think it was the emotions that I felt at the moment, like panicked, and I feel like my hands just went like I couldn't control them and I couldn't.
Sometimes when you're nervous or panicked, your hands shake.
Yeah.
Has that been happening throughout your testimony?
Yeah.
Is it something you can control?
No.
Thinking of that, let's talk about the battery real quick. I know we're kind of jumping, but you had said that the battery in your hand in the car on November 11th helped you. What do you mean by that?
Like just kind of like fidgeting with other stuff. I feel like helps a lot with my anxiety.
When you were there and you were with Detective Hunsinger and Detective Burrows that we saw in that video, was it the social anxiety that led you to lie?
Yeah.
Okay, in what way?
I feel like just like with police in general, you know, they just give me anxiety. So
Okay. So that was November 11th, 2021. You know, it's been a few years. Have you ever, I mean, how do you feel about lying now?
I feel bad about it.
Why do you feel bad about it?
Because I should have tried to tell the truth about what happened.
Okay. Okay, I apologize for jumping around, but I want to go back to the house, okay?
Okay.
So, fidgeting for the door handle. When you were at the door, did you know where Mr. Dickerson was?
No.
When did you know that, I mean, when were you aware of where he was when you were at the living room door?
When I turned around to look at Hosanna.
Okay, is that when you turned around to push him away from Hosanna?
Yeah.
When that was happening, did Mr. Dickerson seem like he was falling over drunk?
I mean, I think he got a pretty good grip on her, so I don't think so.
Let's go when you guys were in the kitchen and you had pushed Mr. Dickerson off of you. You testified on direct that he had kind of grabbed onto the fridge, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. When he was grabbing onto the fridge and afterwards, did you feel like he was, you know, kind of uncontrolled, like didn't have control of his body?
Yeah, I think that I had caught him off guard.
Okay, it caught him off guard?
Yeah.
Did you think it caught him off guard because he was so drunk?
I think it's because obviously, like, him being a man, he overpower a girl. So I don't think and then especially because he had to look back to look at her, and then it just came out of nowhere.
Okay. What happened between you and Mr. Dickerson that night? Did that have anything to do with him being a man and you being a woman?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Okay. You didn't do what you did because he's a man.
No.
Okay. When he had grabbed onto the fridge and you and Hosanna are going to the living room, did you hear him coming to the living room?
No.
Okay.
Like, I wasn't paying attention, but also there was music playing. So either way, I wouldn't have.
Okay. Okay. Did you feel when you were with Mr. Dickerson that he overpowered you?
Yeah.
Did you feel that he was, like, whether or not he was too strong or strong enough, did you feel that, when he was on top of you, you couldn't overpower him?
Yes.
Okay, just one moment, please.
Sure.
Ms. Rodriguez, is there anything else that you were feeling about that night that you feel like has not been conveyed?
No.
No. Okay. Do you feel that when we're talking about, you going back in the house and the prosecution had said you were the only one, are you trying to pin the arson on Hosanna?
I'm not.
Are you trying to get away with anything?
I'm not.
Why? Tell me what do you mean by that?
I feel like if I was trying to get away with it, like, in all reality, whatever happened inside the house, like, only me and Hosanna know. Yes, they have surveillance, but they only have it on the outside. If I was trying to get away with this, I would deny everything. And that's not what I'm doing today.
Okay. Thank you.